There's fuck is in her.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the TI12 China regional qualifiers. We've got a top three, and we have three teams that remain. Currently, Azure Ray are waiting for their opponent in the grand finals. We're going to be kicking things off in the lower bracket. We've got Xtreme taking on the boys on Team Zero, who've made an incredible run so far through the lower bracket. They were knocked down in round one from Aster. They've had to go through multiple teams to get to this position. One more opponent until they can face up against Azure Ray in that grand final. We even get to take a look at the bracket as well. Before I even ask you, Denog, you can tell me how you're doing while we take a look at the bracket.
Well, before we get into that, I think we just need to address a bit of the elephant in the room. You know, you mentioned the teams that are left here: Azure Ray, Team Zero, and Xtreme Gaming. No Team Aster. They were knocked out yesterday by Team Bright in 2-1 fashion. Hart playing an amazing anti-mage in those games, being able to get his team across the line before, unfortunately for them, they ended up falling to Team Zero. But in these team qualifiers, it really just goes to show how much that experience is a big benefit to your team, right? You've got a TI winner there in Ice playing for you. You've got a TI winner in Blink as the coach for Team Zero, and that's led them all the way towards the top three. So I really think that this game could be quite even with how it all turns out. You know, Team Zero would be the feel-good win, right? The return of CTY, having two TI winners come back. It'd be pretty hyped to see them there.
It would also be a devastating loss, though, for Xtreme Gaming, where everyone has played at an international but XM. And for him, he played at the Last Chance qualifiers last year with VG Gaming. That's the closest he has gotten to the internationals. We get to take a look at the schedule. Of course, it's only 2 series today. Again, that final series is a best of 5. So whoever wins this, it is a long day of Dota. But this is where all the hard work, sweat, and the tears, all the effort, this is where dreams now, come to play for these teams. So they are, they're definitely not going to be too concerned about a big day of Dota.
You know who's probably going to be the happiest about this whole situation?
No, I don't know.
The Xtreme Gaming CEO, because he owns like all 3 of these teams. So he's going to be up regardless. The man is going to be very, very happy, very satisfied. And well, it's still going to fit the rule, right? There's not going to be more than one China team there from these qualifiers at TI. And of course, he doesn't have a stake at LGD. So he's a very happy man.
All right, he's a very happy man. Actually, I had no idea where you were going with that, but yes, he's going to be a very happy man. Hopefully, there will be 5 players and some coaches that are going to be very happy by the end of today as well. Let's dive into our first series. Of course, have we covered every single Team Zero series but their last one? I'm pretty sure we, of course, didn't cover the one versus Bright, but yeah, we've really followed these boys all throughout, the upper bracket, the lower bracket, and 2 or 3 as well as a whole. So we've got to see them a lot. But let's start with Xtreme. This was a team that got knocked down from Azure in that upper bracket finals in 2-1 fashion. What did you make of that series versus Azure?
A lot of missed opportunities, basically. I really thought that one of their drafts was just incredibly greedy. Like it didn't really feel like they had too many chances to be able to make plays in the first 20 or so minutes, and it suffers. Whenever you're going up against a Naga Siren, she is going to take over the map if you give her the space to, and if you go 2/3 farming cores, and that's even with a position 4 Queen of Pain as well, not even mentioned, it feels a little odd, right? It felt like they tried to get a little bit too tricky with their drafting, so hopefully they're able to switch this one up. But Team Zero, other than their first draft of the entire tournament going up against Team Aster in that upper bracket, I really don't think their drafting has been poor at all. I really like how they've been giving a lot more attention over to CTY, making sure that he has a really good start, because he is known as like the 6-minute god. The laning stage, he's always going to get off to a good start, and if you let him, then we've seen how much net worth he's able to accrue.
Yeah, we have indeed. He's been able to completely take over games. We mentioned as well, I think it was their series versus Aster.Aries where he went flawless in that series as a whole, didn't even die in 2 games. So he's
kill participation,
which is crazy, which is a crazy stat line. So, and even another crazy thing is just the fact that, again, there's only going to be one team that actually makes it out of China. So, you've got the likes of, I know probably Team Zero coming to this, maybe a lot of people weren't expecting to have top 3, but this is going to be 2 XTI winners that won't be at TI. Then if you look at Xtreme Gaming, I mean, Xinkyu, that 2nd place TI finisher as well. DY has been a very, very strong person in the China region as a whole. I mean, you even look at JT, high placement from Invictus Gaming. Then we go to Azure Ray, that's more 2nd place finishes with Chalice and Somnus. It's going to be crazy. This is going to be a crazy day. FY as well. I mean, Tianming, he would love to be able to get to the international as well for him to be able to get that stint. So there's a lot that's going to be on the line, of course. And for us, we do have Game 1 draft underway. So Zero, they're going to be on the Radiant side playing with 2nd pick, Xtreme Gaming on the Die side with 1st pick.
And Tianming as well. Any man that can make a position 5 in work is a good player in my book. So we'll see if he's able to keep it going. Once again, want to have a shout out to old mate Fenrir sitting in DYC right now. Always great to see the players there. And of course, we see the same with Blink in 70's seat right now. You can take him out of the mid lane, but he still wants to sit in the mid lane spot. Be able to really put in a lot of the work. And I mean, this is one of the heroes that CTY had that flawless run on. It's the gyrocopter. It just feels so incredibly solid, right? The laning is good, especially since you added the slow resistance to him with the rocket barrage, flak cannon buff, with the vision, as well as just a little bit of extra oomph to it, and it just feels like it's going to have crazy scaling all throughout these rest of these qualifiers, as well as TI itself.
Yes, without a doubt. There are, of course, heroes that need to be looked at always when you're picking the gyro. One's already banned out, being the Razor, and another one yet to be banned out is the Morphling as well. So we'll see if that's something that they're looking to consider. I think as a whole, we can continue to mention that Zero put priority on not 70's hero in the first phase, and also not the Bat Rider as well. We've seen 70, the Pango along with the Primal Beast, both have been banned out, however, and even the Bat Rider banned out from Xtreme. So they've really been their staple, like, first phase openers for Zero.
Nice Warlock ban as well, obviously with the Fatal Bonds and the Upheaval. Great stuff to be able to enable that gyrocopter even further. Also just gets him out of the laning stage in a really good spot. You always just going to be able to harass out the opponents, and Gyro is no slouch at being able to, even if the lane's pushed, you've got a small camp and a medium camp right there that you can just go flak cannon again to be able to keep up in farm.
I believe they played that combo at least 3 times, Gyro Warlock. So it is,
They just like Warlock in general. Warlock plus Terrorblade as well. They tried that one with that insane, like, Sunder that got off, remember, in the fight.
Oh, yes.
2 tower bottoms. So it was really nice. And I mean, you've got a really good player there on Team Zero with ZZQ, able to play and always hit those big rocks.
Really intrigued if they do ban the Morphling or not. Like, what else are they considering here? Because, I mean, already this...
Right, you might just start picking to be able to counter it, like, preemptively, So just stuff that's good for the lane, a lot of burst damage, maybe some stuff that likes to build into the Shivas. Gyro doesn't necessarily love the Skadi, right? And I mean, Spirit Vessel early on, 70's hero potentially, is going to be a big one to be able to nullify a lot of the effectiveness of that Morphling if Xtreme Gaming do go down that route. And we haven't really talked too much about them so far in the draft, but you got to say one of Ghost's best heroes is the Morphling, so I'm sure that's something that they're still considering.
Yep. But they're going to change it up and actually look to try and target ban a little bit more of XM's hero with the Queen of Pain. Game 1 against Azure Ray, he had a great showing on the Quap, and I think overall, back in his days of CDEC, I think his Queen of Pain was by far one of his best heroes, and it continues to be that way, or to today as well. So going to try and limit his hero pool. It probably even opens up now this Earth Spirit to have a better time if it is going to be 70 playing at mid lane.
Nah, what do you mean, man? They're banning it so that Xinkyu can't pick it as a position.
Oh, right. How dare I, yes.
Oh,
I hope we.
we're going to see Murata though. He looked incredibly solid when we saw him play it in one of the earlier days. Love this Doom pick actually. You know, you are still able to get off your.
Sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
You say they're just going to IO.
Yeah, I said should you not IO here, but finish your point and then we'll talk about that.
I want to ask you, what's your point with the IO? Relocate?
Yeah, well, I don't want to. I just wanted to quickly get it out there in case I said it. I want you to finish your point and then we can go back to mine.
Doom no heal, basically, is what my point is. So you can go Satanic, you can have an IO with Overcharge, but if you're doomed, you're not getting off any sort of healing, and you can actually just get burst down during it. Even if you do go an IO and try for a relocate, you've got Swap on the Venge, where you might be able to disrupt that somewhat. So that's the real thing that I'm considering here. So Doom, against all of these heroes that love buying into the Satanic, and Gyrocopter is absolutely one of them, is going to be really effective.
So do you think the IO isn't as much of a saving hero against the Doom now, with that being said?
It has to be the relocate, right? But then how far away are you relocating? Because Doom still lasts for a long ass time, right? And if you're just relocating out of the team fight entirely, if Doom's in a position to be able to Doom the Gyrocopter, you're leaving the rest of the 3 teammates to just be food for, you know, the full 5-man coming through with the Doom. So I'm not sure if the IO is the way to be able to go about it. Maybe you go lots of heroes that can build into like barriers instead of healing. So like a Glimmer Cape, a Pipe, these sorts of things that might just provide a little bit of that extra protection, but they're still going all in on the heals here with the Legion Commander, with the Phoenix. Of course, Team Zero, their Phoenix is really solid as well, able to play it across both Ice as well as ZZQ, but you got to say Ice is the one that you're looking for here.
Gives him some team fighters,
right? The mischance could be useful, like if Jara gets doomed, as long as you're missing all your attacks onto him, he doesn't really care. You can still pop the BKB.
Wow.
But there's them off.
What a surprise. So I guess with that being said, you know, this is going to be 7E playing the Earth Spirit, I think, more than likely. So we've seen him go the Spirit Vessel pretty much every game. You're going to have percent damage from the Phoenix as well. So he can be vulnerable. You are kind of lacking some stuns. Maybe if it's just, maybe Jewel is just enough to be able to hold him down and get the damage out. So there are times this game where he can be killed, but I think overall, like we were saying, as soon as we saw the Gyrocopter, like Morphling instantly pops into your mind, and you said it's one of Ghost's best heroes, so he's got to be pretty happy with the position that he's in with the Morphling this game. I think
he's okay with it, right? Like you said, the percent damage and the healing reduction coming from the Spirit Vessel that's going to come through from 70 on his Earth Spirit feels really solid. You've also got the potential instant catch with the Legion Commander with a duel. Hell, even the overwhelming odds, right? We've seen a couple of times now LC is just able to kill the Morphling in the lane if they're little too agi-morphed. And, you know, with the buff that I was mentioning before to the Phoenix, with the Sun Ray, some of that mischance, you might be able to replicate into the Gyrocopter, but if you're missing half your attacks, it really doesn't feel anywhere near as bad.
So I think for Xtreme now, with the next pick coming up for XM, I think we could be looking at something like a Puck or an Ember. I think
that does something. Basically.
Yes, that's the big thing. Like Ember, you have value with the Mirana. You're able to set up for the arrow, and a little bit of control is really important with the Doom. Puck, then you have, again, Coil for Doom, so people aren't able to reset. That's always one of the biggest weaknesses with Doom. Then you can even play into like Coil, into Swap, into Arrow. Like there are some very cute plays that can happen, and you're not really going into a lot of control as well. So I do think there are a couple of options here for XM looking at the 23rd.
I'd be going the Puck personally, just because it does provide, you know, you're going to get value even if you rotate towards the Doom with like Scorched Earth, for example, to be able to deal a little bit of that damage. Doom obviously not doing the most in the early game, but even just the Morphling as well, right? You don't really want to be in a hyper-aggressive position, but Puck enables you to be that little bit more aggressive because you're not worried about them just running away from you. You know, you mentioned that they were lacking in stuns a little bit, honestly on both sides, but Xtreme Gaming probably have a little bit of the edge there.
Yep. And you know, the Sky kind of, regardless on it protecting maybe like a mobile here for XM, it would have been great for Zero as well. Like it's your classic combo with the Legion, duel into Mystic Flare, even offers some kill threat onto the Morphling before Manta's picked up. So I really like that ban from Xtreme.
Yeah. I'm also keen to see, obviously it's going to depend on how the lanes go, but
Wow.
Viper getting picked up. Okay, it's not really a hero that does something, but it's a hero that slows down the effectiveness of the Earth Spirit. So I wonder if now you're going to flex this a little bit. Put like the Earth Spirit as a position 5, put the Phoenix as a position 4 to be able to lane with the Legion Commander, and just go something that has a really solid lane against the Viper and makes him just not have a game altogether.
You know, are we looking like something like a Wind Ranger? We know that's kind of one of the better ways to address the Viper. How do we feel about that hero as a whole? We haven't seen 70 play it.
Yeah, Wind Ranger's okay. I still wouldn't hate an Ember Spirit. We've seen it come out on top a lot of the time, and if you're maxing out the Sleight of Fist, you don't actually take a lot of that corrosive skin damage as well. So you could potentially look to make plays around like an Earth Spirit. Of course, you mentioned the slight Searing Chains, set up for the arrow, but you could set up for things like the Rolling Boulder as well.
I just want to quickly add, if they keep the Earth Spirit mid, I'd like a support that maybe can continue to roam with the Legion Commander, like what the Sky would have been able to do. So if they are looking for a support, yeah, Snap gives you more team fight as well.
They don't really have much dive on Xtreme Gaming. Something different altogether. What is this?
What's going on? Is this a 5 gyro?
Is it just going to be a 5 gyro and they never level up Flak Cannon? I would love that. Or it looks like it might be ZZQ ending up at the very end. So, I mean, they don't exactly have a lot of Naga Siren answers, and it feels like a pretty good game for it. You give Ice his signature Phoenix as well.
Dude, this is a wild... Oh, it's a wild last pick, man. You've got your song set up for like the Legion to get in with Jewel, for the Earth Spirit to get in position for Magnetize, for the Egg, to reset from Doom, from Cooldown. That lane could be devastating as well in Snare, with like, because like you said, you're going to put points in Rocket Barrage, you're going to avoid the Flak Cannon. So that could be a devastating lane for the Doom as well. This is a very crafty last pick, and I think CTY, we got to cover it again through 2 or 3. He had one of the better Naga Sirens out of everyone that was going on in Division 2. We see this hero is still very, very strong at the moment. Azure Ray had 2 wins off the back of the Naga yesterday. So far, CTY, his Naga's been getting banned in the first phase. He's that good on the hero. So this is a very crafty adaptation. Do we think it is enough for Zero to get the win on the board?
You know me, you mentioned us. We've been following them for, the past half year or so, and I've got a bit of a soft spot for them. So you know what? Screw it. Let's go. I love seeing teams try and get that gotcha pick with the last one overall. So you pick this Morphling to be able to counter out our Gyrocopter. Well, now it suddenly has nowhere near as much value. So, good little decision there by Xtreme Gaming to be able to put XM on his Viper to be able to really slow down what 7E is able to do in the mid lane. But this is really going to change things. The position 5 Gyrocopter, you've even got a decent amount of damage as well to be able to combine together with any sort of dual attempt, right? So the Rocket Barrage can be used to try and secure a lot of those kills early on.
Nice magic missile to be able to set up for the arrow. They won't get the kill, but they'll force out a dive, which is still a victory nonetheless for Xtreme. Now, you were just mentioning about a lot of the magic damage that the Gyro can output. I feel like, are we looking at a Veil this game for like ZZQ? Because we've even seen like Phoenix in the past consider a Veil, but I feel like, look, you're going to amplify the Gyro, the Phoenix's damage, the Earth Spirit's damage, even the odds as well from Beyond.
Yeah, that's the
it just seems like a great Veil game for ZZQ, no? Like, are there other items that you would be considering? Like drums, medallion's not that good, so what are you looking at?
Yeah, that's like, when I look at support, I think like, what are your aggressive possible options, right? Can you eventually go into the Boots of Bearing? Probably not, because as a Gyro support, you want to have that Arcane Boots, pausing. It's in, Englishy words, I don't know.
I'm not asking, it's okay, it's okay.
So yeah, I think the Veil is the best possible option. I mean, I'm also just thinking, what is Ice going to go? Is it going to be like a Shiva's Rush from him, or something else that's just going to make this this Morphling have a much rougher time? Because we know, Beyond is getting moved on a little bit here up on this top side, trying to get quite greedy and yoink away that bounty rune. But we know that 70 really likes to go the Urn, and he's already got it queued up. So you really don't want to be treading on people's toes, basically.
Unfortunately, Ice Sentry just out of range of the Observer. Nonetheless, though, will be 3 bounties for the one. Does look like Xtreme actually even got a D-Ward as well, so off to a pretty good start. Now, we got to continue speaking about this mid matchup though. Spirit 70 had a incredible game yesterday that we were able to cover. A big reason why they were able to get the win on the board. I am still, I must say, a bit pessimistic. No, not a believer just yet, and it's into a Viper as well. This is going to be a more difficult matchup that we saw out of 7E. So he's going to have to do the same thing as yesterday, right? Like his rotations need to be on point for him to be able to scale and have a good early to mid game.
So if he does have a good game though, will you be a believer? If you could be,
yeah,
come on, like that's pretty much just true belief territory here. I do want to say on the top side of, I liked how relatively aggressive Ghost and DY are getting up against ice because they know that he's got the Icarus dive skilled, so he doesn't really have that same sort of turnaround potential. It's basically only being used as like a retreating tool, so they're really not going to be able to do too much aggressively until he's up onto that level 2, and with that time DY is able to get the small pull off.
Okay.
Might not be too bad for Ice though, if he's able to just leech up a bit of the small camp experience, get to that level 2 a little bit quicker since he doesn't need to share it with Beyond.
Yeah, how are we feeling about this lane, like as a whole? I know you just said like Ghost and DY were playing aggressive, knowing that the dive was on cooldown, but do we feel like this is a lane where there could potentially be kills, or kind of both cores going to be able to find their farm?
I think both cores will find their farm. Again, the reason that you pick a Legion commander is not to be able to go up against a Morphling, right? Like you want to be able to dominate a melee hero. But the positive sign is you do have a lot of sustain for the lane. You're going to be able to get out of the lane in a decent enough spot. And we know that Legion commander this game has a lot of those heroes to be able to secure a lot of that dual damage with. So it's not like he's going to fall off in terms of scaling.
Yep. Of course, other side lane down bottom, we were mentioning that there could be a lot of kill threat down here. Very intrigued on when CTY is going to consider about putting a level in the ensnare and how he's going to look to play it. Currently, Xtreme have done a pretty good job with Creep Equilibrium though, and JT's off to a good start. Looks like here Vanguard will be the first item for him.
I mean, the thing is, it's not exactly easy to secure a lot of these kills, right? Even with the build that you're mentioning, like maybe a level 3 ensnare, 2 points, rocket barrage could have been enough, but you're up against a Mirana who's just going to be able to leap away, and ensnare level 1 only lasts 2.75 seconds. Same sort of thing with JT, right? You mentioned he's going for the Vanguard. He's got the speed. All right. Well, actually, we get a kill up on the side.
Whoa.
I guess that is the thing, right? With could his build have been slightly different? He's just brought himself up to level 4 now that he got the second bracer delivered, but with the Wave of Terror was at 0 armor, so a lot of that right-click damage was really starting to get to him.
Who got the first blood, actually? Okay, it was DY. What's he bringing out with the Kari with that? Raindrops. A little bit of regen as well, and a 1. Dive forward. Ice. Ice, double ice. We'll also be able to get a Kori as well.
We'll see him soon, don't worry.
That's all right. We will indeed. Ghost is going to be fine for the moment as well. So they get a return kill nonetheless. Bottom lane as well. Some action onto JT, but a nice arrow from XinQ. And we will see, though, like we were saying, 2 blood grenades and that second point in the rocket barrage. He's going to be able to continue to play active.
Yeah, but without the ensnare, I just don't think it's a possibility. Even a nice little courier snipe there. XinQ still holding on to the leaps as well. Just making sure that he doesn't use them without too much effect. Of course, wanting to keep up in farm constantly. He might actually be in danger here. Double level up of the Starstorm immediately by XinQ, just waiting for the right moment at the right time. He is not a cookie cutter style of player.
No, not at all. This mid lane as well, like we're expecting, is going incredibly well for XM. This was another one of the heroes that we've seen actually banned out a couple times when people have been versing Xtreme. XM just having that lane dominating sort of hero. Intrigued to see what the build's going to be as well for him. Again, we've seen Mobe over in Western Europe really likes this, Septum Manta build. Is he going to try and scale and be that right clicker? Because he's putting a lot of pressure on the Earth Spirit.
I kind of feel like he should. I think this is the sort of game where it sounds so crazy when you're playing with a Morphling, right? But this is the sort of game where I think XM should be given the reins to be able to take over. You know that you've been, let's say, countered by having the Gyrocopter not be the position 1 that you've basically picked the Morphling for, especially now that Morphling isn't as effective as it used to be. But against illusions, Viper is amazing, right? So if you could just get him into that Aghanim Scepter, get him into the Manta, get a lot of that corrosive skin and damage over time running, it's going to be really effective.
Wow, what's going on? Ice feeds his core, he's going to feed his life as well. They're actually going to try and turn it around. With ZZQ nearby, that rocket barrage damage gets the kill onto DY. And very nicely done. More supports nearby to try and help secure the power rune, which will be up in 20.
Look at 70 just trying to influence the lane a little bit here, but ZZQ not going to give him a moment's rest. He's just going to have to get back. You had to use the TP on Ice as well, so we're not going to get any sort of bottle refill going on there. Will they guess lucky? He knows that he's completely boxed in.
What?
So
I didn't know level 3 Boulder Smash 1 hits range creeps. Okay. Alright, very interesting.
It's a lot of damage.
There's a lot of damage. He's going to try and rotate bottom as well. This is... How close to 6 is he? I don't think the range creep's going to be enough as well. Very interesting attempt onto JT. We'll see if they have enough just between the two. TPs are starting to come out. Ice on the wraparound as well. XM's going to mirror the movement bottom. This could be disastrous from Team Zero, especially with the Doom being used on JT's dying breath. CTY still finds a deny. 70's got rolled back up, but XM hunts him down in the tree line. It's Xtreme. Yes, you lose JT, but what a movement out of XM. Goes bottom instantly with that teleport. That was an arcane rune teleport as well, I believe. So a lot of value out of the rune.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing an amazing game so far as XM, and Chinkyu is going to be in a position to make sure that he doesn't lose.
Oh, we got it.
Wisdom. Yeah. How many times has he done this, right? It just keeps them ahead so much in that experience. It's so vital, especially going up against a Phoenix, right? Ice needs that level 6. He needs to be able to be that true team fight threat. He needs to, honestly, even just the Sunray having a lot of effectiveness this game because their cash is limited on Xtreme Gaming, especially if he's inside of that egg. Another movement coming out here. Smoke popped by Ice and 70. Maybe with Viper showing back up in the mid lane, they think that they can look to go for this sort of play, and they'll probably see that he doesn't have a TP as well. So maybe now JT's in a lot more danger than previous.
Yeah, without a doubt. Going to be some more earn charges. Going to get CTY closer towards his Midas as well. Nice roll.
It's all right. The Devour's on cooldown. He'll be able to respawn basically when it comes back up. So, I mean, despite these past 2 deaths, he's keeping up in efficiency. He's top of the net worth. He's building into the Midas. He's taking a lot of time and space off the map. And it means that XM, and I mean, we haven't even mentioned Ghost, right? He's having a fine enough time up on the top side. Not dominating the lane like we might have expected, but he's still doing just fine.
Yeah. What do we think, though, of the comparison? We've got the Nagas Iron going down the Midas route, and of course, Ghost is not opting for that. We'll actually hold that because they are starting to make a move on to Beyond. It's going to be up to DY to set up with the missile. They won't even need the arrow with the nuke potential. 3-point Starstorm, max out adaptive strike. They're able to blow up Beyond.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little... Because when you're playing Nagasaran, yeah, Midas is good on all heroes, right? But relative for illusion heroes, you want a little bit of those stats. You want to be able to tank up your illusions, but maybe he just feels he needs the levels to be able to get into some of the later talents, right? Like the extra 15 strength is going to be a useful...
mid lane? Kick back onto the tower. CTY is even going to get involved as well. They've got the jewel. They're going to get the victory as well. A worthwhile exchange for 7E, but it still will really cost him in regards to being able to scale this game. He's taking quite a hit in regards to the net worth, as JT's a little bit too late, but they are still moving over towards the triangle. Beyond won't be home. They want to continue to path on through, though. They'll go past the secret shop, and they know Beyond's really going to have no escape avenue. They're going to wait for him to pop out in the next creep wave. They even see him under the water as well. Can Beyond read this juke out to the bridge?
As well.
Oh, that's huge if he gets away. I mean, this is so much time wasted from Xtreme.
Doing a fantastic job there. Oh,
nice arrow. Okay, never mind. Just land an arrow like that and get a freebie. Okay, thank you. Oh, God.
I mean, 7E was basically thinking, finally, I have a little bit of space to be able to do something. And, well, unfortunately for him, he won't have the haste rune. I mean, now, previously, they've been able to, lock in that Viper. But if he's got a haste rune to be able to run away from a lot of this aggression, things look really good for XM to be able to scale into that Midas for himself. And I mean, again, Viper, you know how scary that that level 25 talent has the potential to be. Again, this is the sort of game where you can give Viper the keys to be able to take this game over. And I mean,
what?
Even if he doesn't, what's up?
He becomes universal at 25?
Did you not know this?
I didn't know that. What the hell? What is that talent, dude?
Yeah, especially when you're a natural Ags builder and you're a natural Manta builder, two of the things that basically haven't been touched with their stat gain. You know, ATOS has, but who cares? No one's got ATOS here.
What is his talent? Oh my god! All right, that's so crazy.
Calling for? Did you not know this is why I've been calling for it all this time?
Well, I just saw him got buffed a decent chunk, and we like. Us covering
like 120 damage.
Far up. All right, very interesting. So you see kind of the read from Xtreme. They are like all in late game. You know, this double Midas morphling is, you are definitely a late game threat regardless on like kind of the carry matchups. You're still going to have value. So do you agree with the read from Xtreme that they should be able to come out on top as this game goes later?
I mean, they're just going to have so many threats when it gets late, right? They probably wouldn't have expected to have this sort of lead this early on if you're going down this late game route. So being able to get away with double Midas, being able to get away with turning around a lot of the fights, feed a lot of that net worth through over onto your Viper.
Oh,
trying to be able to escape from this and put that egg.
They're going to drop the eggs. Who do they want to target down? Beyond's going to be ready with the duel, but they need to take someone out of the team fight straight away. They'll turn to the Viper. It's a decent swap. XM will stay alive from a couple of moments. It's going to be enough for him to turn and get some spells out. They'll secure the kill in the end, but it comes at such a grave cost as Team Zero. All their attention is solely put on the Viper, and it means that JT, along with all the other supports, can freely spellcast.
They're tanky boys, and I mean, a lot of the damage reduction as well really goes a long way towards that. Of course, you've got the Vanguard, you've got the magic resist on JT, of course, Doom as well has pretty good strength gain, and then you've got that Wave of Terror. Just the 2 points in it, but 20% attack damage reduction. Also got the swap for an additional 30%, which stacks additively as well, so this is going to be really effective at stopping a lot of that aggression, and I feel like maybe it was just a little bit slow. They didn't cancel the song quickly enough. It allowed Xtreme Gaming to be able to get those TPs in and set up to be able to defend.
Did not see that. Thank you, Mr. Observer. And the CTY denied ice, so at least that is something that goes the way of Team Zero, but another fight nonetheless where Xtreme come out on top, and another important objective as well for them to take.
Ended up getting the Veil, so we knew it would be a great item for them. ZZQ is looking to rush into the Aghanim Shard himself. Not the worst, right? You would be able to just guarantee that it's potentially going over to the Phoenix when you do opt to take that Tormentor for yourselves.
So I want to, because we've spoken kind of about the late game with the cores, I want to dive a little bit more into like the supports and their role as this game goes on, because we even see Ice, he's got a Midas queued up at the moment. So if we kind of compare, you know, the Phoenix and the Gyro compared to the Mirana and the Venge, like how do we feel like they're going to be able to impact the later stages of this game as well?
I think Phoenix is the scariest hero for Xtreme Gaming. Like, they just want to make sure that he doesn't get a lot of these levels, that he doesn't get the space to be able to turn into this later core. As well, they're going to miss out on a stack here to be able to go for a smoke. Again, it's around the 14-minute mark, so they won't have the Wisdom Rune. Maybe just trying to catch out Ghost, knowing that, you know, of course, Morphling with the Mighty Minds buff feels very, very effective to be able to just sit there and farm somewhat passively. Didn't roll through any sort of creeps, so it's not going to be revealed. Oh, is that sentry right on the edge of the range? I think it is. They don't see it.
Oh, this is awkward that Beyond... Oh, Beyond showed.
Yeah,
oh, whoa.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's time you're not farming. That's time you're not stacking. Yeah. That's time you're not getting the Wisdom Rune. And you might not even be able to take this tower as well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, the creeps. Might still be able to get the kill. The Ice can drop the Supernova. They're not going to need some stuns to prevent Ghost from turning. Beyond will actually use the duel onto DY. Now they're going to charge on forward with the Vessel. This could be the opportunity to bring down Ghost. A lot of the percent damage as well. Nice timing out of the waveform. He tries to TP out, and he's going to make it. Dodges the ensnare. 70 will still roll over the top and get the kill onto Xingqiu. So finally some things will go the way of Team Zero. And really importantly, we've been speaking a lot about the scaling this game. And that's going to come down to how many duel victories Beyond can get as well. So the fact that he gets the second so far this game is going to be very important for the Legion.
Of course, you would love to have been able to kill Ghost, right? He gets away just off some great spell casting, being able to waveform as the ensnare is mid-air. So very nice by him. Quick decision to be able to TP away, knowing that they had no additional lockdown. But the big thing is, like you mentioned, Beyond starting to make that scaling happen. It doesn't matter who he duels, just that he gets the duels off. And, well, with that, he's probably going to have a Blink Dagger up very shortly. You've got a Siege Creep playing up on this top side, so this should be a Tier 1 tower removed and enable a few more of these kills. You know, even could leave space for CTY to start taking over this top area of the map, even without the Tier 1 tower to be able to play around with.
Let's see what the call is going to be, though, from Team Zero. It was 70 rolled past DY. Have to force to use a couple of stones. Only got one more stone left, actually, from 70. So with that, along with Egg on cooldown, might make it a bit more difficult for them to defend this tower. They're going to try, though.
I guess. It's only 70 gold away from the Midas on the Earth Spirit as well, so he wants to make sure that he's scaling as well. Who do you make the jump on? Instant.
No TP on Ice. They're going to try and start with the duel. Nice turnaround, though. Xtreme, they've been able to stand strong for the moment. All eyes on JT and how he can land the Doom. Doesn't see an opportunity. CTY, though, it's a bit awkward. They've got the Supernova, they've got the Sunray, but it's not the greatest position for them to fight. And yeah, Xtreme, they're out of there.
I mean, that's a huge win coming from Xtreme. I mean, DY was the MVP for mine in that team fight. Of course, quick yawls coming through from Xingqiu as well, doing a lot of work. But just to be able to get a 4-man wave of terror off. And speaking of Xingqiu, he's got another follow-up.
And they're even going to doom him. Let's see how much the Sunray is going to be able to keep him alive for the moment. They'll still get the kill, so they don't have to commit too heavily on Xtreme. But CTY wraps around with a Supernova drop, but it's not the greatest positioning. Once again, the spell casting. A little bit off the mark from Team Zero. Great read from Xtreme nonetheless. The call from them to back up to their own high ground once again gives them the opportunity now. They can really be proactive knowing that some of the spells are on cooldown.
Or you could just, again, continue to scale into the late game, right? You've got a Viper who could just get some more use out of the Midas. You're not worried about dying too much. You get a nice tier 2 token to be able to play around with. And, okay, they're looking to basically say, you know what, the only hero that we're really worried about is the Viper in this game. He's going into a Maelstrom for XM, just to be able to deal with it. Mjolnir, in fact, just so that whoever gets going on, just pop the Maelstrom onto him. They've had so much damage reduction off the back of DY. He's been playing a phenomenal game so far. There's a 4-man wave of terror.
Oh, XM. That's a huge kill. They should be able to find it with the help of CTY. They're finally, dude. They've made a lot of attempts onto XM so far, but with the help of Nagasari and Sandwich, even trying to catch up to Xingqiu as well with the ensnare. We'll get some distance away with the lead. One more to work with. 2 from the... What is that? All right, man. CTY. Oh. Alright, well, meanwhile, what happened there? Ghost and DY in combination together, going to be able to get the kill onto ZZQ.
He was looking for a bounty rune. See some good vision placed up by DY to be able to scout that one out. But honestly, this isn't a... Team Zero are still able to make fights happen successfully, even when I really feel like they don't have the tools to do it. And I'm not really sure how it's all happening. You know, maybe it's just Xtreme Gaming sticking around for a little bit too long, rather than prioritizing their lineup that is super capable of scaling. You can see JT plus Ghost looking very healthy, whereas it's basically the CTY show for Team Zero, right? Beyond, he's getting a few dual kills, which is nice, but you're not worried about 70 at all so far this game. He's really only going to be enabled once he picks up that Ogre Axe, and he's not going to be the target that's getting slowed and stunned. And it's probably not the performance that he would have expected to come out from him, but maybe it's
this is
having
big.
Understanding to relegate yourself.
This is big if they can get CTY. XM's going to show they'll see the Moonlight Shadow. Do they get the read that he's getting through the portal? Okay. Ooh.
He'll see if they look to follow him through. They've got vision there, placed down by Ice. It's not even like they can look to go for Roshan up here. Not exactly like they have the greatest Roche-taking lineup on Xtreme Gaming. It's going to move down bot in 5 seconds, though. So something else that's going to favor Team Zero a little bit. We know that Naga Sirens are able to take Roshan fairly effectively with that Riptide armor reduction. And even just potentially looking to set up for that with playing a lot more around this bottom side, pushing in the wave a little bit further. And there we go. There's the strength talent that C2Y is looking to get. He's not so worried about the mirror image damage. He's more worried about them just surviving for longer and being this consistent threat against the likes of the Viper especially.
For JT, what do we feel like his role is inside some of the team fights? You know, he's had a bit more of a quiet game. I mean, KDA is still pretty solid, 4-2-2, getting a lot of farm, of course, on the Doom, but who does he need to be prioritizing with his ultimate inside these team fights?
I mean, if he can catch Naga, of course, that's going to be fantastic. But to me, it's still Ice. He is the main one that you're concerned about being able to find out. But honestly, anything... Normally, when you look at these sorts of things, you just think like, okay, well, what hero do we not want to be spellcasting? But with the change to it, it's honestly comes down to who do we not want to heal as well. And that might just be one of the cores as well, where you don't necessarily need to focus in onto Ice.
Oh, they're going to jump straight away. A duel for the Mirana. They'll be able to get, oh, nice swap from DY. The turnaround, there's JT able to land the Doom onto CTY. It's looking like a good start of the fight here from Xtreme, but they need to capitalize and get more kills as well, and that's up to Ghost. But the use of the replicate, he's able to close the distance with ease. That is that kind of old classic. You got the Morphling to be able to replicate into the Earth Spirit. We're seeing it past TI's. Thompson in particular really comes to mind with those crazy plays that he's able to make. So we'll keep an eye on what Ghost is able to do. But Xtreme off the back of that, maybe they're going to look to consider about Roche. We'll see. 2 points Wave of Terror. It's the call for them. Maybe not.
Being given over by Xinkyu as well to DY, right? He knows that, you know, I've got my boys here to be able to save me. And that was the big thing, right? He got the swap off. He prevented the duel from coming through. Doesn't end up dying and then even gets the follow-up damage after the fact. So very, very nice reaction and trust coming through from this Xtreme Gaming roster.
So we kind of spoke about the Xtreme offlaner, his priority. What about beyond now? Because we have seen a couple of duels have not gone his way at all, and like you mentioned, it's really been thanks to DY. So who does beyond need to be considering inside these team fights as well with the duel?
It might even just have to be DY, right? Has every single one of his kills that have been duel victories been onto DY? I kind of feel like that. XM actually.
No, they got.
Yeah, but the other two, I'm pretty certain, have been that Vengeful Spirit, just to be able to take that save factor away. Again, not just for the swap, but the damage reduction as well. It can't be understated how much this is doing. Like 40% damage reduction from the Nether swap, plus another 20 from the Wave of Terror. It's enormous.
Everyone's coming bottom. Feel the importance of this potential Roche area. You don't have Ice. He's level 12 though.
They found DY.
And they will kill him off as well. 66 damage now for Beyond. And that could just be the opening for Ghost. Hang on a second. Whoa. So moving on forward. They're going to try on 70, but the roll off the mark, and JT and XM are waiting the wings. They're still ready to take the fight 4-on-5. Who do they want to try and prioritize at the moment, though? ZZQ's over in the middle. They'll kill off the gyrocopter, but 70's isolated as well. They're going to be able to target down with the Earth Spirit. Song and Egg together a little bit awkward from Team Zero. What's the call going to be? Do they want to retreat away? As Ghost waveforms in aggressively. He's feeling strong at the moment. Nothing is going to be worried about. This Team Zero, it seems like it's an all-out retreat for them. They've got a great vision to work with. JT's going to try and find an opening for the Doom, but who does he want to use it on at the moment? It's going to be quick though. JT doesn't even find an opportunity, and now Ghost as well with a roll over the top. Waveform down for 3 seconds, but the Orchid's going to come out, but the attribute shift holds him for the moment. Another roll from 70, and the duel is back up. Beyond double duel victories in the past minute, and they're not done just yet, as he'll jump over the top. Triple kill for CTY. They want more as well. Xinkyu's going to try and make it over the bridge. Roll up in a couple of seconds. A nice attempt with the arrow, but nonetheless, kick back into the grasping hands of Beyond and Team Zero. What a fight from them.
Very, very nicely done. Probably going to be a little bit too slow to be able to take Roshan while it's down bottom, but you never know. CTY is just tearing a lot of these heroes to shreds, and I think he's got the heart actually completed as well on the Naga Siren, so she is a legitimate threat now for your prospects moving forward. And look at that, even just having the BKB up on your Earth Spirit as well provides him so much extra survivability, and be able to take out Roche. And this really highlights how important the Venge is, right? I thought it was a little odd that Ghost stuck around for this little bit. Still on the deck for another 30 seconds is the Vengeful Spirit. And these heroes just melt when you don't have that attack damage reduction to be concerned about.
It seemed like a very awkward fight. Like at this moment, wait, what happened to Roche? Oh, he got bugged.
He stayed.
Oh, he stayed anyway. Okay.
He doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, at that moment when they used Song and Supernova to no effectiveness, I'm like, hang on a second, like Xtreme, they're looking like in a pretty good position, but you saw JT just never found an opening for his Doom. That was probably a big reason why they weren't able to come out on top.
It still felt like an excessive amount of damage for JT, though. That quickly dying? I guess he disassembled the Vanguard, right, to be able to buy the Octarine? Maybe he needs to go back into it.
Another dual victory, dude. That was with the illusions as well. So we were speaking about scaling, and beyond, all of a sudden, dude, these dual damage is coming out of nowhere, up to 120 now. I mean, it's pretty much doubled that in the past 3 minutes. So he's going to be, without a doubt, a threat.
And the thing is, like, these things like the Maelstrom, the Shiva's Guard, they're really effective against illusions now, but not when the Naga Siren has gotten to this point, when you've got, you know, the heart, you've got a Manta style, well, Orchid doesn't really provide too much in the form of stats, but you could still look to go into something like, I mean, that feels really effective too, just to be able to have a Blood Thought or that extra survivability for the Naga. It's huge. Wouldn't even hate to see the Skadi, to be honest. A lot of people say it's a little bit too passive, but I mean, going up against a Morphling, it feels pretty solid.
Yeah. See though, Xtreme, 2,000 deficit, a lot of momentum starting to be built on Team Zero, but you do still have heroes that are getting a lot of farm. Like Butterfly just completed from Ghost is going to be a very scary item for Zero to deal with. JT's about halfway towards the Shivas as well, which is going to help a lot with some of the sustained mitigation and also just dealing with some of the illusions.
Even just the plate mail for the additional armor.
Yeah, true.
Down to the Naga Siren just shredding you apart. Really haven't opened up the map that much, though. It is still quite an even game, but do you want to fight into a Midas? Sorry, an Aegis.
Oh, Beyond's going to jump. That's a great target. Once again, the swap from DY. It's going to be able to protect JT. CTY will still turn to try and deal with the Vengeful Spirit. They want to go in. They sense an opportunity here as 7E goes towards XM off the mark with the roll. Still, CTY should be able to close the distance. It's going to be up to Ghost to turn the team fight. He's a little bit hesitant at the moment. I don't blame him, especially now with a song coming out. It means that CTY can get onto the Doom, and Snare's going to hold him down in a place. As simultaneous fights breaking out as Ghost was able to assassinate Beyond. He's doing whatever he can to turn the tides, but it doesn't look like it's enough for the moment. Manta will get him out, though, by some time. Still, it's going to be a very long and difficult chase down. CTY wants to continue it in the end, but the Hunt will have to call it off.
Even gets one last use of the mirror image at the very end there of the morph duration. And you're in a little bit deep here on Xingqiu, but he should be just fine with the Yules, with the mechanism to be able to get himself away. You see how much more even that fight is just by having the Venge around, right? Naga Siren still dealing a crap load of damage, 4k plus, but it's still reduced quite heavily against all these sorts of illusion heroes. Wave of Terror, I'm telling you, man, it's an amazing tool to be able to just reduce a huge amount of the effectiveness that the Naga Siren's able to output. I think DY even popped the magic wand as well, so probably could have lived for a little bit longer. Now, what I'm looking for is anyone going into those sorts of barrier styles that I was looking at. It doesn't seem like it outside of the Gyro going the Glimmer Cape to be able to protect against not being able to be healed during the duel. So I was thinking, you know, maybe a few more things. Like Parvis has really fallen off the face of the earth right now, and it's probably way too late to be able to pick it up. But yeah,
what happened to that item, dude?
I don't know, man. It still feels kind of nice.
Did it even get changed in the patch?
Don't think so.
Check. Parvis. No, it didn't. Untouched. Very interesting. Ice. End up going down from the Moonlight Shadow. They're actually going to wrap past him because they don't know he's there just yet.
They'll see the Fire Spirits, they'll see the Veil. They'll see a
And
dead
they'll get a
bird.
kill. So, nice free. Whoa! I mean, it's Octarine Quickening Charm, but still, you could definitely maybe consider about a fight.
Right, they've been around every single time, so they're like, surely
Beyond.
Let's just confirm it.
They have this cliff forward. They see JT, they see Ghost as well. He's got a song for it. Can he get in range? Yes, he can. CTY catches up to JT. Roll past, but the duel ain't gonna miss. Another victory, 150 now for Beyond.
Kind of felt like JT slowed down a little bit there. I'm not exactly sure how it happened, but well, anyway, he gets caught out at the very end of it. Even more duel, 150 coming over to Beyond, reaches up to his level 18 as well. It's looking better and better for that scaling potential. Ghost is still doing a good job, though, on this Morphling. He's keeping up with the Naga Siren, no mean feat, just the one death so far, and he's keeping that mid lane shoved in. So, you know, they weren't really able to get a huge amount out of that first Aegis. Second Aegis.
First.
Yeah.
I just don't know if Ghost can put the team on his back this game. Well, like you said, it is his best hero. It's his best hero. He's 5-1 and 5, second in net worth, but it doesn't seem like it is the... It's not the freest Morphling game in regards to like his carry-to-carry matchups where the replicate looks incredibly good. So, you know, maybe Daedalus, and if he gets a free fight, we can see what he can do. But it definitely feels like if Ghost can carry the team this game, then far out, dude, that is a hell of a performance.
I'm also just thinking, like, is there any sort of argument for him to eventually go into a Aghanim Scepter, just so that you can effectively have, like, a second Naga Siren for your team? Another duel victory?
Yes, sir. Oh, boy.
I guess you really don't want to have all those illusions, though. Beyond is already doing a good job with keeping up with the scaling. You can see it's not there in the net worth, but it's absolutely there in the damage. He
Bottom
is the
lane?
initiator for this team.
What's going on? They're setting a trap, but they had the cliff wall. They knew exactly what CTY was attempting. They think that there's some more people inside the tree line. Nice timing. The Manta and the Orchid stops the cast of the Doom. They're going to be able to bring him down before his ultimate. Now Xtreme, they've revealed some more members as well. XM and Ghost showed up to the fight as 70 gets blown up from the physical damage. Look at Ghost go to work. Turning to Beyond next as well is starting to showcase what this Morphling can do as the adaptive strike blows him up from downtown, and now Ghost is going to look to CTY as well. We'll have some difficulty with holding him into place. They're still on the hunt, though.
The courier, it's holding on to a gem and a Shivas. You got to be careful, my man.
They've also got to be cautious about the buybacks of the T2 Tower. Nice timing with the Lotus Orb. That's another kill onto Ice. And all right, Ghost. Yeah, we were talking about it. What can you really do this game? And he came up in that fight huge for them. That is a Daedalus now completed for him.
Almost level 25 as well off the back of that. I mean, the important thing too is that XM was just around. He might not have gotten a ton of the kills. He ended up being the one to get that last hit on 7E, but he continues to scale as well. Level 19 now on the Viper, still has the Midas available. So, you know, if it gets later and later and later, I'm still confident with Xtreme Gaming and their scaling potential. We've seen JT drop off a little bit, but I mean, a late game Doom is still as scary as ever.
And it might be a late game Doom that's dead. Dude, CTY, relentless pressure. He's got to be quick, though. These TPs are starting to come out without getting the kill straight away. What's the call out for CTY? How do you escape?
He's got
to be so crafty with the micro. But there is no illusion dodge at all. CTY, one mistake, and this is a huge streak, man. That is a gigantic streak, monster killing one, and that 945 gold for XM, and Roche is up as well. That is a big opportunity for Xtreme.
And that is a big ballsy play by CTY as well, to think that you could just go that deep with no towers around, no boys nearby. It really feels like the big team fights where they're finally able to find an isolated target as a team is where they're coming out on top. But he just went into absolute no man's land.
Yeah.
all the assist gold as well, getting in the Shivas, so even more ways to be able to deal with those Naga illusions. Viper hits up to his level 20, so a little bit of extra slow. It's basically just being a utility hero to be able to enable Ghost to chase down a lot of these heroes now. Now he can afford to go back into the Mjolnir as well for XM. So more Naga... what's the right word? Dealers. You could deal with a Naga a little better. DY, he's working into an Ags as well. So I keep hyping up this wave of terror, but you're going to have two of them. You're going to have two swaps.
Oh, this could be another big opportunity, 7E. Nice read somehow. They're still hunting though. Oh, they scanned, okay. They might catch up to him. He's not using the boulders. And yep, JT, his doom's back up.
Oh,
of course, BKB TPR.
The damage.
They're not going to work though.
By Ghost.
This Daedalus dude, he is ripping people apart. That we could look back at that one play from CTY.
That's where it all came undone.
Yeah, because it is looking like that really could be the turning point. You get
Dota Plus. Look at what the win probability happened when
Jesus
play was taking place, and yeah, big fall off. It was still favoring Team Zero up until that point. Beyond was scaling. You had a Naga Siren that was easily top net worth. Now she's neck and neck with a Morphling, which is unheard of.
Now you got Ages on Ghost. You got Cheese on JT. Let's see what the call is going to be, though, for Xtreme. What do they think they're going to be able to get out of this? Dude, Ghost is damn. What do you even go next? Like, yeah, I'm Blessing.
Damage during a waveform, man. He's going to, like, clear out these Naga illusions solo.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You can afford to leave him up top. He's a lot tankier than the Naga Siren is.
You may... This Hexo could... Let's see what it can do from CTY. You got the Hex, of course, from Ice, which we saw in the previous fight.
They got a lot of Lincolns and Lotuses, though. 2 Lincolns, 1 Lotus for them to be able to play around with, and a swap. So it's like, what target are you actually looking to find?
Yeah. I mean, very shortly we could be looking at the potential Halberd on Legion. You know, he's been jumping a lot of the supports.
He's got a freaking Satanic, man, on Ghost.
Oh, it's a big D ward from ZZQ. They're still going to try and catch up, Arrow. Don't clip anyone, they get back inside the base.
Slightly too long range for him to be able to get that one off.
Look at GQ, man, as well. Just waiting for someone to poke out. Arrow's just going to fly on past. Here comes the siege. Wow, what is that? Dude, what was that damage? Well, instant jewel as well. That's an opening. Do they want to try it?
I think they could still go.
They're thinking about it. A little bit slow, though. I mean, they were too far away to maybe think of like a song, and they didn't have a smoke to try and catch up. But nonetheless, that is important. That's wasting some valuable seconds of Ages. They're going to smoke now. They've got a pretty decent observe ward by the triangle that did see some people start to move on back. They're going to have to go deeper into Xtreme's territory if they want to catch up to anyone, though.
I mean, they are just going back so far, though. They're realizing that, again, they made the mistake once with fighting without the Vengeful Spirit. They don't want to make the same one again. So just using illusions to be able to push things out, sticking on their high ground for as long as possible. JT still able to secure a Wisdom Rune. So they're doing something with their time, and looks like they might even be able to get a Tormentor playing in probably the safest part of their map outside of their high ground right now. So they're still looking to scale somewhat. They're not completely on the back foot off the back of a position 5 dying, but certainly allows Team Zero to get back out on the map and maintain even the slightest amount of control back over this game. Might even get another tier 2 tower.
Okay. Should be able to do so with the creeps. I do want to quickly talk about Beyond in regards to like who his dual targets could be now with the Halberd. I think there is definitely an argument to be made for him to actually jump the Morphling and with the Halberd pop the Lincolns. Of course, there is going to be that swap potential. So we'll see. A lot of it's going to come down to potentially where the Venge is actually positioned. Because if he jumps in, gets dual and blade mail, Ghost just might kill himself. Yep. So we'll see what the call is going to be for him. There's a lot of opportunities.
Doesn't matter for the next 2 minutes, though. With that Aegis, you really don't care. You know, like, you need that duel to be able to actually wipe a hero out of the team fight so that the Naga Siren's able to swarm over you. Because in terms of, like, a man-to-man team fight, I would still take Ghost on his Morphling any day.
showcased that so far, and he might do it once again in this fight. Shinkyu again leading the charge. A huge ward for them to work with. Arrow will fly past. Nice reset from the boys on 0. An aggressive TP though from Beyond. Can they force out an early BKB? Is going to be able to disjoint the Viper Strike.
This is all just delaying the Aegis. Like, that's all they're trying to do right now. They're not wanting to give up too much vision. They're using the Naga illusions to be able to push out mid. You can see a couple are being sent up top as well, just to be able to wait for this next minute or so that it gets removed from the equation. No real big item timings to come very shortly for Team Zero. I mean, I'm keen to see if Ice is able to make something happen with an Aghanim Scepter eventually, but doesn't have it quite yet.
That's a scary Scepter, I must say, into a Viper Morph Mirana.
Yeah.
Oh, bottom lane, Song once again on CTY. This time is actually going to have the team to be able to rotate down. And Beyond's going to be ready with the duel as well. There is no one nearby to protect JT. So this time CTY and the boys, they're going to be able to bring him down 4v5. Aegis in their hands for another 25 seconds. What's the call from Xtreme? They actually want to take the fight. Smoke up his forward, does get popped. He's going to wait for him aggressively. But a force staff to reposition. Couple of Lotus Orbs to work with. 70 is actually going to try and charge on in. So an early use of the BKB here from the Earth Spirit. They're just trying to poke down some of the health pool out of the Morphling. Aegis is about to expire. Look at the timing though. There's a buyback out of JT. They're going to try and deal with the creeps. They won't be fast enough though. JT will rejoin the fight. Ghost is ready to go as well off the second life. He's going to turn to 70, but the stuns are the thing that's in question. Ghost doesn't have to worry about though. Waveform, and they'll be able to get a double kill as a result. And it looks like 0 out they go. So they get the buyback out of JT. I mean, Aegis was about to tick out, so not the biggest thing. But 2 kills will go the way of Dial.
2 kills, but yeah, that buyback is a really huge deal, especially when you're considering like, okay, well, that went well for us. We're still looking to scale somewhat. What if the next fight goes well and we're the ones to secure the Aegis? So we know that if this Doom dies, no buyback.
Man, I'm watching XM and he's not dealing with his illusions at all.
Nope.
So
this is with a Mjolnir. So this is what I'm talking about, right? It can be good early on to be able to just not have obnoxiously strong illusions for the first like 20 minutes of the game. But if a Naga's getting this farmed, it's not going to do anything. Really has to be Ghost playing that role.
What a... I'm so impressed from Ghost this game. 10-1-7. And is there like... Do we need to even start speaking about just the Naga zone potentially falling off at like the ultra late game? Because we know this hero like definitely has a window on your strength, and Morphling doesn't particularly have that. Like you can be one of the strongest late game carries. So how do we kind of fill with the items that are yet to be picked up from Morphling and Naga? Is there still room to grow for either?
For Naga, there is. You can see she's got the Butterfly picked up. Morphling doesn't have the MKB, nothing else that's going to be able to provide him True Strike right now. So that's going to be a really effective tool just to enable CTYs to survive a little bit longer. Remember, she's not yet level 25, so she doesn't have that extra ability to just, you know, go into the washing machine and be able to blow them up with the Riptide damage. But I mean, you can see Morphling, he's looking to go into an Ag's Blessing as well. So the stronger that Naga gets, the stronger Morphling is going to get. Remember, when you use the new Aghanim Scepter on anyone, you get all of their talents as well. You get all of their passive items as well as a benefit. It becomes like having that hero for yourself for the duration.
Arrow clipped onto the real Naga. JT is going to try and get him with the Doom as well. CTY, he's hesitant though. Doesn't want to use it at the moment. And now maybe over to the southern side, the further fight's going to break out as Chaos now ensures, and it's going to favor Radiant the moment as JT, he'll go down. That's a dieback out of the Doom. They'll try and turn to 70 now next as well. XM got a haste inside the team fight. Ghost is going to show up as well. CTY, a defensive song, but the timing out of the BKB is perfect from Ghost. They're going to try and reset to the left. 70, man, kicking Naga left, right, and center. What's the call though? Nice swap back into the middle. A buyback out of Ice. Can he look to rejoin? They're doing such a good job on 70 to keep CTY alive. He's out down to the south, but finally Ghost is able to get the finishing blow onto 70, but CTY, he's thinking of going back in. He's going to wrap over the tree line, fires an opening onto XM, but once again, wherever Ghost is, they need to pay the respect to the Morphling, as he's deserved with his performance so far, and that will continue as they get onto ZZQ. They'll even find Ice as well by the Lotus Pool. This doesn't have the egg to work with. Tries to turn, instantly bursts down. Dude, Ghost is doing so much. Can he carry the team throughout the entire team fight? They're going to continue to kite him over to the left side, but Ghost, he's starting to lack some mana, which could prove to be an issue. The waveform is all his mobility, and that might just spell the end of the team fight. Multiple buybacks. Oh, I was going to say CTY somehow went down to the low ground. Meanwhile, 70 as well is stuck in some trees. What a wild fight that was.
Still multiple buybacks available, and look at the overall damage. This is where you actually did start to get a little bit more effectiveness out of the Viper, right? With that Mjolnir just pinging around in a lot of these fights. Only ended up getting like 2 uses of the Viper strike, but he is still able to be that significant threat in these later stages on the Viper. And again, this is without the Aghanim Scepter. I really want to see what happens if Xtreme Gaming are able to take this top Roche, because Ghost doesn't need the money. He can just buy the Aghanim's Blessing. I would love for them to just give it over to XM, although it would be a refresher if it was top, so that's not going to happen.
JT's back alive and the Doom's back up as well. See how he's going to be able to find an angle. Nice jump in from JT, but they get the door before the Doom, and with CTY here, they're going to kill JT again! Hasn't been able to catch a break. CTY is isolated the backline, tries to turn to the Mirana, but Ghost is doing the exact same thing on Team Zero's supports as well. Once again, it's the name of the game. Kite Ghost as best as you can. He's got the Satanic and secures another kill. Dude, Ghost
CTY
is on an incredible level. CTY, how does he get out of this one though? With the illusions, they're going to try to deal with a protection Q. They'll be able to...
man.
Is it enough though? CTY can juke out to the right. So speedy, dude. 517 movement speed. Jaws back up in 10 as well.
He's got that ninja gear to be able to try and make a sneaky little play, but they know that the Roshan is up. They would love to claim this one for the team. Out the Doom though, feels like a risky place to be. You've still got the Supernova available on Ice.
They're gonna get roast before they're able to contest it. Aegis Cheese refresher as well. It's still a 4-on-4. Close proximity fight. Could definitely be scary. Let's see what the Phoenix is going to be able to do. Ice haven't said his name too much this game. It's been a bit more of a quiet performance out of him on the Phoenix. Arrow. Very close. Great ward for Dire. They're not going to be able to use it.
Damage. Maybe just wanted to farm up a little bit better, but instead of going the 500 health on the Phoenix, means that a couple of times now he's died before he's able to have that full impact. Obviously, he bought back previously, so that's always going to be a factor. And I believe the only 3 people that have buyback right now are the 3 cores on Team Zero. So even though they were the ones to be able to, oh, never mind, Morphling's got it too. But even though they were the ones to be able to come out on top with the previous fight, if it comes down to high ground, you would still say that Team Zero are in an okay spot.
They are. We are starting
on point with his kicks as well, right? Could just get kicked back underneath a tier 4.
Yeah, I was going to mention, we're starting to see the scaling be a bit of an issue for the Earth Spirit and kind of the Legion, not so much, I'd say, but 70, really, his impact inside some of the fights has just been like his geomatic grip, and the boulder smash to actually just help CTY reposition. So, man, this really still feels like Xtreme as this game goes on, and you haven't been able to get many good fights out of JT, and if you get a couple of good fights out of him, this game is just going to look so much easier.
So as they were going into that fight, I did notice that he had the double massive Pidus. He's ended up selling it since
I did see that too.
So he's not yet level 25. So if you're able to get up into Doom applying Mute once again, I feel like you almost certainly use it onto Beyond. Like taking him out of the fight is so important, just because he's not going to have that BKB pop. He's not going to have the Heaven's Halberd to be able to just turn around and look to try and reduce a little bit of the damage that Ghost is doing.
Dude, I didn't even notice he had 408 damage on the Legion.
Who's level 25? The universal hero now.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's right, XM's done it. We have a universal Viper coming through. Look at that damage, man. 300 plus on a Viper that's hitting this fast.
So it's really just the Lincolns and the Hurricane Pike, really. It's giving you a bunch of stats, so we'll see what he wants to opt for next, if there will be more stats on top of that.
It's like a Satanic next.
How are they going to continue to be able to grow here for the boys on Xtreme?
Gotta love some of these.
No.
What I like about the itemization coming through from Xtreme is specifically like the neutral items. You know, you recognize that duel is the issue, basically. So 2 ascetics caps, 1 on Viper, 1 on Morphling, DY, positioning is his issue. If he gets dueled, it's done. So it's just about where exactly he's going to be able to place himself to make sure that doesn't happen. Just having your own personal smoke, of course it's going to do that. So those are the real things that I'm just looking for, these micro decisions that come down to like game-specific situations.
Man, I'm gonna need some new adjectives for Ghost. This guy's putting the team on his back.
Giga Chad. The next big thing. Who's the last person I called the next big thing? I remember there was someone. Hasn't become the next big thing, otherwise I remember.
Did you say it often? I don't know. I feel like I don't remember.
No, I remember now. It was about Exilone in C when he was playing really, really well for his old team.
RSG, that was a good team.
Yeah.
Enjoyed that team for how long it was up for.
Still around Avenue with Miracle and Ponlo, the Singapore boys.
Well, we're in China right now, but it's going to be exciting when the C qualifiers come around. We've got a lot of other qualifiers to be very excited for as well. I know North America, I don't know if they're closed up yet for today, but there's a lot of action going on there at the moment. So have four other regions to be able to work out those slots as well. So it's a good time to be a Dota fan.
Better than last year overall, right?
Yeah.
One region go to not 3-0. It was C. So that's why I'm bringing up C. You know, there's always a transition there with me. There's always a segue between one topic and the next. But yeah, I think this year it seems a lot closer, and teams don't have the, oh, at least we're going to have last chance qualifiers if things don't go perfectly. No, you're either in or you're out. Simple as that.
Yeah. That was crazy last year how 5 out of the 6 regions were all 3-0s. It was just, you know, the entire year you have TI qualifiers. It's, of course, I mean, that, and then TI in itself, but TI qualifiers is huge. Storylines, I mean, one of the big ones, I know they're not here anymore, but Bright knocking out Aster. Like, you know, you have these underdog stories, and then last year it was just 5 3-0s. Like, it was just, you know, it got to the peak, and then it was just like, oh, all right, just 3-0, nothing crazy. It was just a little bit of a tease, but
even in
hopefully this time.
Dog Champ getting to top 3 already, right? They came through the upper bracket. I think they were knocked down by Nouns, but still, they're still in the tournament. And I mean, Bait, Wildcard, they were probably the teams that people had filling out that top 3. So it's great to see that there are some of these surprise packets coming through, and Team Zero, we have to say, is the one for China.
Yes, without a doubt. Of course, this is led by some veterans and some young guns, though, which is really the big thing. So, you know, you got, of course, the boys, the one-time TI winner, Ice, and along with Blink, and then CTY, of course, we've seen what he's able to do on, you know, previous teams like eHome. So still going to be a long run, and in particular this game as well, even though it's 11,000 deficit. And honestly, at this stage of the game, that lead means nothing, but it really just feels like these fights have been very much favoring Xtreme.
They have, but you're about to hit up into a couple of really big timings. 70, he's like 1 creep away from hitting level 25. Phoenix, he's level 20, and he's finished up the Aghanim Scepter for himself. LC, also level 25. So getting a little bit of that extra debuff immunity is going to be quite nice, you know, when you consider what you might be going up against, some of the slows and the like. So I'm still giving them a chance on Team Zero to be able to take this one out, but I mean, Ghost really hasn't dropped the ball at all this game past like the 20-minute mark. See if we've got enough for a Hyperstone, man.
Yeah, like, oh, I wonder what he opts for after that. You are starting to get kind of capped. Yeah, probably looking at a refresher in the backpack, on a courier, whatever. Yeah, we'll see what the choice is going to be for him. I mean, Ghost been able to do some incredible work. That is an interesting item. All right. Legion Jewel. Legion Scepter.
Okay, he just wants to be able to isolate someone, basically, and say, you know what, you could swap, you could do whatever you want. We just want the really long duel to be able to not care about this one hero in a lot of these engagements. I don't think it's necessarily useful to be able to use it onto the Venge, but it might just be, look, we can finally get a swap cooldown out where it's actually not going to be all that effective. So it hasn't been revealed just yet. They don't know that it's coming through. Of course, he bought the Blessing straight up, so
BY
able to catch them off guard here.
In the charge, they're going to see CTY as well. Oh, he ran into the arrow. Beyond's going to have to be vital here to press, and they're able to protect him as well. JT's going to try and do what he can. Nice kick away. 70 with the grip's going to get them back to the safety of their base along with the song as well. They'll waste the Doom. JT's still got a refresher as well. Where's the call? Xtreme, do you just look to reset? XM's still kind of sticking around. The 70 actually want to roll in. He's still got the BKB to work with. He's going to start to close the distance. Missile's going to bounce around. XM feels incredibly strong though. BKB, Satanic, and Cheese still yet to be used. That is a difficult man to kill. Julie's back up though from Beyond, and he's going to look to jump instead with the use of the Blade Mail. Oh my god, dude, Beyond. He's just starting to rip apart some key members off the back of the Jewel. 484 damage now for him. And Xtreme, they're scrambling back to their side of their base. Shinkyu, nice TP out. That drags their attention away from JT, who also will survive. Stray Courier, Midas. Why not? But the base about to be under siege. I think there was a dieback out of XM. There for a while, maybe? I don't know.
But you see the importance of those levels, right? You didn't even need to use the Aghanim Scepter Supernova. It's just having that extra little bit of like damage coming through with the Magnetize being undispellable, having that surprise factor of the Aghanim Scepter duel coming through. Reduced duration, cooldown as well, a huge factor. They probably weren't expecting it to be able to come through onto the Viper. Thankfully, Dragon Scale Nagasaran is no longer a thing, but still just as capable of being able to nuke down these towers.
Oh, Beyond. Nice swap instantly. Duel's going to be out there using the Legion. They'll need to split away, and they can even Song to reset. What's the call now from...
Oh, no, never mind. It's fine.
What's the play? Xtreme, do they want to hunt? They're just wasting time, though. Viper up in 45 seconds. A lot had to be used from either side. Doom expended for that Song. Still a 5v4 nonetheless. Eyes on Beyond. Can he find the opening with DY still alive? It's going to be very difficult for him to be able to land the Jewel. But he's been ever so vital. He's going to go once again. Nice swat from DY. Well, to pop the Blade Mail. Hex is still there nonetheless, but Ghost going to be able to turn with the BKB. Now they're fighting deep inside Xtreme's territory. But look at all the AoE damage. It's up to Ghost, but he's going to be stun controlled. He's got a buyback, but that is one of the first few times they've been able to kill Ghost through the entirety of this game, and they're going for the jugular. Zero sense blood in the water. They want to force Xtreme to tap out.
Bro, that egg was on one hit and it had the LC in it as well. It would have been a two-man down and you would have felt much more confident in being able to buy back.
Buy back, dude.
You're gonna have to.
Nice swap, 7-8. Back in front of the fountain. They'll get the kill, but the rest of the team, what's the call? Well, with the tier 4 towers, Song's back up. They could Song and go for the base. Maybe with everyone here, that could be the play from them. Let's see what they're going to try and decide. It's still a 3v5. Ghost against the world, it feels like. He's put the team on his back through the entirety of this game. But can he do it once more? It might not be the case. They're stunned into the Hex. Ghost is gone, and the hopes of Xtreme from taking this one will go with it as well. XM's ever so survivable. A nice use of the swap, but it's not going to matter. Team Zero are feeling themselves, and you cannot blame them. A 55-minute victory, and they will strike first in our lower bracket finals.
Oh, man. Not even a smirk on their faces. Not even a small smile. You got to have it coming through. Ice. Fitting with his name. He was cool as a cucumber. He was the one. We were waiting for him all game to have that huge impact that we know he can have. And that Aghanim Scepter really catching them off guard, sucking Beyond into the egg, making sure he was able to survive on just the one hit at the very end of it all, and really just taking so much attention away from the rest of the team. They didn't have damage. They ended up running out of it at the very end there. And what a performance from Team Zero. What a performance from these TI winners in the past. And they're really coming back with a vengeance.
That they are indeed, dude. There is something there for them almost to prove in a way. These young guns, like we said, you know, 3 boys playing previously on YBB, being 70, Beyond, and ZZQ, and of course the veterans with them as well. But dude, this game, all they needed was 2 kills in a row on Ghost. And I think both those times as well, it was a roll to start into the instant Hex follow-up. And every other fight, we just did not see them able to control Ghost, but you just do it a couple of times. And game ended very shortly after.
I mean, that's the value of the Hex, right? You can see Ghost, he could not have been more farmed. He had everything. He had a Moon Shard buff. He had an Ag's Blessing buff. He had the Aghanim Shard. He had everything that he could have possibly wanted, but Scythe of Vice means that you can have the Shard, you're still not going to be able to save yourself. With it muting as well, it just makes sure that you aren't going to be able to get that Strength morph off, and it ended up being enough to be able to take him out. Still has to be commended for a fantastic game. He was basically solo carrying a lot of the fights from like 30 to 50 minutes.
No, without a doubt. There's no way they would be in this position if it was not for Ghost. And it's unfortunate because some of the other people weren't able to pick up the slack in this game. You know, we saw a lot of the early to mid game fights. That man on our screen currently, JT, we just, you know, we sang his praises, dude, a lot when the first series we covered from Xtreme, and we thought he had a really good showing at Riyadh, and Xinq's done a great job to open up JT. But the Doom this game, if you compare the Legion compared to the Doom, Beyond just had much more value in this game, much more impact.
He was playing beyond godlike, basically. Obviously, didn't end with it. Still had, I think, 9 deaths for the second highest on his team by the end of the game, but he played his role perfectly. He was always the initiator. He enabled 70 to start rolling through and have a lot of that later stage impact. And, well, I predicted Team Zero a little bit was for the meme factor, of course, for, you know, the ability to change things up a little bit and counter out this Morphling answer to the gyrocopter pick, and it ended up working pretty well for them. We saw later on Ghost just didn't have that key hero that he wanted to be able to morph into. I think in this fight he ended up morphing into the Phoenix just to be able to try and get the Sunray to be able to heal up XM. It was a really quick choice and a really honestly bold one that was really effective, but they just weren't expecting this 30-second dual cooldown to be able to catch him out.
Yeah, we don't see the Scepter a lot, but it was a very interesting decision from Beyond, and there was a lot of value out of it towards the end with just a couple of pickoffs. I mean, every duel was pretty much a kill as long as he was getting that one onto DY. I mean, you see even Swap is there, but
this is that I was talking about, by the way. You can see, look how low Beyond drops. He's lower, he gets sucked into the egg. Instant focus onto it by Ghost, but it's only Ghost.
Oh my god.
HP.
Oh my god. He got halberd, I think.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, against any sort of range carries, that halberd 5-second duration on it is going to have such a big amount of utility. So Team Zero able to take a 55-minute epic. I'm tempted to give it to CTY, but I think Beyond is the MVP of this game. Like, he was the one making a lot of those key dives. He did basically the same amount of damage as the Naga Siren did, and he had 552 damage from the duels by the end of that game. That's my pick. What do you reckon? Yeah,
I think there's a, like you said, CTY, I think there's a big argument with his songs as well. Like, if you take a look at the KDA, I mean, 11-1 and 18, we felt his impact split pushing the map and inside the fights. I think his songs were really vital as well. So I don't care. We can leave it up to production. You want to give it to Beyond or CTY? I think, you know, there's definitely an argument for both, but yeah, like you said, you know, let's see, it is CTY. All right, you guess, go with me. That's right. They love me more. So yeah, just a lot of the fights we saw what was able to happen with the song as well. Like, if you commit Doom, you instantly retreat. If they even just show up, if they get an arrow onto a hero, we saw no hesitation. CTY just song, get out, get back to a higher ground where we can take a fight around, where we have a formation, where we have a ward set up, and overall, like, he did everything they needed out of him. And of course, if you compare it to Ghost, he did everything that was required out of him as well. Really unfortunate. That's going to be devastating loss for Ghost, considering how incredible of a performance he had on that Morphling.
This game does not come back to like the draft vine, like which one won, which one lost, but you got to say that it's going to give Team Zero so much confidence now to be able to say, hey, we've actually got this potential to flex the gyro to a 5, to be able to bait out some sort of like counter matchup, and then say, actually, no, that's not the way this one's going to go. So I was honestly preparing to say the exact opposite for the first 45 minutes of that game, with Ghost really looking like he was going to be able to take this game and run with it, but just a few fights at the very end, these minute little things like that 1 HP egg at the very end of it all with the high ground push. But yeah, really solid performance coming out from Team Zero overall. Well worthy victors of game number 1, and hopefully game 2 is just as good.
Yeah, hopefully it is as well, because what a way to kick off our final day here for the China TI-12 regional qualifiers. We have a lot more Dota in store, and hopefully we go the distance once again for our lower bracket final, because the winner will move over and face Azure Ray in a best of 5. Currently, it's Team 0 with the advantage in this series. Will they continue with that momentum? We'll find out after the break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower Dire's top tower is under attack.
What an incredible way to kick off our final day here in the China qualifiers. Hopefully we get another bloodbath second game. We're going to be having the draft up on our screen very shortly. Zero, they're on the Radiant side with second pick. We got Xtreme on the Die side with first pick. I know you said, Daniel, towards the end that you feel like there was no draft win at all. Came down to execution, came down to gameplay. Looking at the draft though, nonetheless, there's some heroes that we want to see maybe changed up in, let's say the first phase of bans from the previous game to this game now from what we saw in the action.
I mean, maybe just CTY letting his Nagasaren get through all the way to the very last pick of the draft would probably be the only thing for mine. I mean, Xtreme Gaming, they had the choice and they chose first pick again. So this is basically the exact same draft and side setup as what it was previously. So, I mean, honestly, even just little things like XM, he didn't end up going for the Aghanim Scepter on the Viper, which I feel like was a bit of a mistake. It's an amazing tool at being able to deal with illusions and summon heroes. And I feel like not having a 4-second disarm against all these Naga illusions just trying to shred you apart is enormous.
Yep. I think I don't know how much it comes down to just like preference of the build, like because it really just feels like Mobe is really the only one running that build to a high degree of success, and everyone else is still trying to work out what to do with the Viper. I don't know if people have caught on to kind of his style or even know about it, but
I mean, you're universal, right? You got to get the stats anyway. It's just going to give you damage, it's going to give you utility, it's going to give you not necessarily that you needed farming potential, but he had the Manta, right? So he would have been able to push out the lanes with that as well, try and delay if you did feel like you needed to when you were lacking buybacks. Just a lot of little things like that, Why mess with a good thing, right? Gyrocopter, we now know that Team Zero have the flex for it between... Honestly, I could even see Ice playing this hero if he really wanted to, if there was an amazing 5 for the game.
What are the changes we've got? Looks like Doom's going to be swapped up from where the Queen of Pain was, and the Naga for the Invoker. So I must say, I do still hope they don't go for the Earth Spirit. I know we have seen 70 have a good performance on it prior, but he had I will say he had a lot of impact with, I think, his kicks. If they won, sure, but like he wasn't convincing. Well, I've changed my mind. He wasn't. I think all things considering, he still had a decent chunk of impact in that game, even though his net worth was not very good. I think his grips and kicks were exceptional in some fights to keep people alive. I will give him that, but no, I'm still not a believer of this Earth Spirit. We nonetheless will get it once again.
10 seconds remaining.
No faith. No faith. I'm a little disappointed in you, to be honest.
Sorry.
I understand Xtreme Gaming just going for the Venge again. I thought the DOI played really well on that. Of course, a couple of times he got picked off, but once he got the Ninja Gear, it basically never happened after the fact. And we just saw how effective the Wave of Terror was at being able to deal with a lot of the aggression that they were trying to push at them. So maybe Team Zero... It's a little early to full-on commit for it, but maybe they go into a little bit more of like a magic damage-oriented draft, or at least split potentially pure damage, just so that attack damage reduction isn't really impacted quite as much. And, well, looks like they're going to go for comfort this time around. JT playing his signature Mars. It's obviously going to be pretty effective, especially if this Gyrocopter is being played as a position 1. So kind of like what Team Zero did last time. They're saying, you know what? We know that you didn't really use Flat Cannon at all last game. We're going to test if that's going to be the case this time around. You're going to be playing this as a support.
Let's see if again the Phoenix gets looked at from Zero, because I also think that versus the Mars is pretty decent. Like you trade area denial for your own with the Supernova, and I think Supernova then like trumps the arena in a way. So
and Mars Venge don't deal with it at all.
Yeah, exactly right. You're just looking at kind of the Mirana and whatever Ghost and XM's hero is going to be. So we will see if that's something that you want to be considering once again. Because yeah, no Bat Rider, no Nature's Prophet, which we've seen Ice play a lot so far.
Okay, something a little bit more stable, but I'm kind of feeling like this is coming out a bit early for Beyond, right? Like most of the time we see Underlord be as like a response to something, but I'm not really seeing the response come through, like what it's being responded to, right? Like I guess just toss it into the Mars arena. You're a very tanky boy that's just going to be able to stand in front of a lot of this like gank style. But most of the time you see this against, you know, a Terrorblade or a Spirit Breaker or, you know, things of that nature where you want to be playing a little bit more globally. I was about to say, is Nature's Prophet banned out? It looks like it is, so it's not going to be that factor.
Extreme, again, Morphling is something you're considering, especially with the Naga getting banned out. So, I mean, he had an incredible game, and I don't think even you are sure playing to a Shadow Demon, which how much does that really, like, still the illusions are quite nice, but I think as a whole, if like his ghost is filling himself, and if they limit the potential of this Gyrocopter to be deflexed, then of course it's, you know, just give it to him if that's what he wants. I think even XM, you might be asking him if he wants the Queen of Pain right now or not. That is his comfort hero. I mean, you could even be thinking about a Viper once again, but maybe he doesn't feel as confident with that. That's another one. Okay, so you have your classic like OD Mirana set up, Ashland to Arrow. It's a hero that just absolutely shreds through the tankiness of the Underlord. And to quickly bring up a point as well, you were like, maybe why did they pick the Underlord? I felt like a lot of it was just damage mitigation, because you take a look at the three heroes like Venge, Mars, Mirana, they don't have a lot of damage, and if you add a pipe builder and aura builder on top of that, overall Extreme could be lacking a lot of ways to get kills inside the fight, but OD doesn't really care about that.
Yeah, but my main concern was that you could just get absolutely demolished in the lane, right? Like that's the thing, and you're not as much of a factor. So I guess that's kind of what this Shadow Demon covers as well, right? If it's a Shadow Demon position 4, then if there is some sort of like Mirana rotation where you're looking to, you know, use the Venge stun into an arrow, you've actually got the disruption to be able to prevent that from happening and make sure the Underlord has a solid enough early game. And even if he doesn't have a solid enough time in the lane, you've got the ability to make stacks inside of the ancient camps to be able to obviously just move back to those and pick up that base level of farm that you need. So now is the time where they're just looking to get rid of these heroes that Ghost would most likely be looking to play into the Underlord just to try and dominate him in the lane. You're thinking your Ursas, not really, but Slark, Monkey King, Lifestealer, Terrorblade actually, okay. A little surprising, but maybe they felt like they didn't have too much tower push potential at the time.
We've already... is Monkey King something that could be looked at the moment for Extreme? I think maybe it's not as much tower push as something like a Terrorblade or like a Morphling, but your Monkey plus Mars is always really nice. It's, you know, melee into the Underlord, which is pretty decent too.
I think the thing that they're worried about is the Shadow Demon just being able to demonic purge him, and then he doesn't actually get the damage from the Jingu.
Sure, yep, that's a very good point. I think then that also takes away kind of the potential of something like a Troll Warlord. I think Shadow Demon is also very annoying for the Troll to deal with.
Yep, just use the demonic cleanse onto whatever he's targeting, and then suddenly the roots really don't matter.
So it really could just be back into the Morphling for Ghost. Would be a very squishy lineup if that is going to be the choice.
What else are they considering? Like, you can't Bloodseeker for the same reasons of what I was saying before with the demonic purge.
Dude,
is it a lifestealer? Like, it's not a horrible lifestealer game.
It's not at all. I think you play very well into Gyro.
Play well into Gyro, you play well into Earth Spirit, you PA, okay. Something that really, it could have been like this, or maybe a Sven, just to be able to not care about the, you know what I'm talking about, the disruption from the Shadow Demon, right? PA illusions really don't do jack. So feeling like they just want to give him, he was their MVP by far in game number 1 on Ghost. So they're saying, you know what, let's give you another hero that you feel confident in being able to go late game with.
So now we get to see if they're going to flex the Earth Spirit or not. I think if you're trying to flex him... well, they're banning out mid laners, so at least they're under the assumption that this Earth Spirit is going to be put as a support. So... we'll
see about that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If it... I want to say puck real quick. Okay.
Yes,
yes, not the Veno.
Come through you. This is what I want to see. This is what's farming me those anniversary chests, brother. We get to see the 5 Venomancer, and I'm sure JT is just going, oh my god, why do I have to lane against this stupid hero right now? And that's exactly what you want. Yeah, look at him eating his banana. He knows. He can't even swallow right now. What are you doing, brother? It's just got half a banana hanging out.
All right, let's
That's
see.
the 1,000-yard stare right there. That's the dumbfounded, like, oh my god! And I want to see a smile on you, ZZQ. None of this pondering. You're just ready to have a good time. I'm sure. Have I told you what I do when I play Venomancer in Party Queue with friends?
No, you haven't.
I just laugh like Venomancer does whenever I get the kills with the slows, like every single time. You just got to roleplay. You got to become the Venomancer. That's how you get the 13 win streaks.
Right. When have you party queued?
Always. I'm
always.
A big partier.
I don't see any party queue on your recents. Are you lying to me?
Well, it's on my second main.
You have a Smurf.
Second
oh
main.
My god, call him. Holy shit.
MMR, brother. There's nothing different about it. Don't worry.
Come get this guy. Oh my god. Live on air. We've called him out. This is crazy. Who's gonna take it? Are we going game 3 or is Zero gonna knock Xtreme out? One of the favorites to make it into TI12. Does Zero have what it takes?
Come on, Veno, let's go. I want to see the position 5 make it work. I mean, the thing is, like, I could see a lot of areas where this can come unstuck, right? The Earth Spirit could have a rough time in the lane with the OD. They don't exactly have the greatest rotators to make that any easier, whereas Mirana absolutely can, right? You get the Astral into the arrow, can make kills happen. You've also got the Gyro potentially being counted out by the Arena of Blood. So, and it's a position 1 gyro, although CTY is incredibly comfortable with it. With that being said, though, they have a Veno. So it could just be the one thing that makes me favor Team Zero. I really have a lot of faith in Xtreme Gaming's draft, though, but after some of the decision-making and a lot of the team play that Team Zero were able to exhibit, I just want what's the fantasy, the honeymoon, the Cinderella story, that's it, to continue, because how great would it be to be able to see a TI winner from China back at TI?
Be good to see those veterans back there.
Yep.
Kind of with the young guns as well.
Why, right? So they would have 2. Well, 3 technically with a coach. 4 with
That is true.
coach.
That's true. Okay, well, the list is going up. It's going up. It's going up. We'll see. I do have a lot of concerns on what this Earth Spirit's able to do. I don't think this mid lane will be any more favorable. Dude, it's got to be said, man. So with that being said, you need to also, you're going to catch back up. You need to make those rotations to the side lanes. Last game, he wasn't able to get as many kills nor assists, but he does have some very strong side lanes to rotate to, like a Shadow Demon to set up with Banishment for roll. Bottom lane, you've got a bunch of slows to be able to set up as well. So there is definitely some kill threat in those lanes. I will say though, you know, we've seen JT on this Mars. This guy has put the team on his back. I know he's got a very good Doom. Last game we weren't able to see it come into play, but his Mars is super scary.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those ones that is able to scale incredibly well. He was like second net worth in their games yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah. So Mars is definitely one of those heroes that he can thrive on, and you will see if Ghost is going to be able to have a repeat performance as well. Phantom Assassin so far is, you know, not had the greatest track record. DY Drew might actually go down, and yep, that's first blood. I think 5 stacks with a blood grenade and Firestorm gets first blood, and DY is going to kind of tip his hat to him as well.
As he should. I mean, you want to make sure that this Shadow Demon gets off to a good start, frees him up space to, well, he won't be able to get any D wards. He's still got his Sentry ward in the stash. The other thing that I'm looking at as well is JT. We know that, like we said before, he goes this super scaling sort of build, but 1 point of the Bulwark in lane can give you just so much value against the Gyrocopter. That Flak Cannon nowhere near as good at being able to provide that same level of harass, and we're actually seeing the effect of the increased rate.
Oh, wow.
Flak Cannon as well ends up hitting onto Jin-Q.
Nice,
but not
yeah. Very close though. So already see a couple kills across the board. Do wonder how top lane Ice might be the first kill for Xtreme. Ghost has got another round of the dagger. Slow is going to be enough for DY to be able to get in range for that last right click.
Don't you love blood grenade?
Look, they nerfed it. Like, yes, it's still very strong, but you know, they nerfed it, and I like that it's an instrument for early game kills, and I want action. You know, we don't want to have like 0 kills at 6-7 minutes, and blood grenade makes sure that doesn't happen. So I like it. I'm fine with it.
That's what we want to hear. Active Dota is the best way. Already up to level 3 on Beyond, and I mean, this lane doesn't exactly become that much easier for Ghost. Again, possibly one of the reasons why they went and picked this PA is that he's playing on the Dire side, right? So PA doesn't really need too much mana regeneration to be able to just go into the jungle. You could just put 1 point in the blur, make sure you've got that 25-second duration of it, and then use the Mighty Mines plus 7 HP regen to be just fine. Beyond is getting a lot of key last hits, though, onto some of these range creeps, and more importantly, the flag bearer creeps, just to make sure that he doesn't have that farming potential to be able to go back into the jungle.
So what do we feel like is the role of Ice then in this lane? Because he doesn't need to babysit the Underlord. When is he going to start to consider about actually going back to the triangle and making stacks, or maybe even trying to secure some of the runes for 7E?
I think he just wants Underlord to get at least the Ring of Health, which he's got coming out to him now. So you might be able to yoink away this Healing Lotus. You might be able to make a movement across to be able to potentially secure the top water rune while making stacks at the same time.
Okay.
So we'll see what sort of movements he's looking to make. But, I mean, the hard camp's been unblocked, so maybe he just looks to bring that one back even further, make the lane even easier for Beyond. Because I thought he was the MVP of the last game. Others didn't, but, you know, he put on a really solid performance there. Just the one creep gets pulled off, but Beyond should be just fine.
Does look like all the other lanes still going pretty decently overall. Mid lane, like we thought, was going to be very favored for the Outward Devourer. It's proving to be that way so far. A lot of it's going to come down to a little bit awkward with the roll. Yeah, XM should be able to get a solo kill. Another round of the Arcane Orb and one more right click. Oh, that is big. Again, XM, one of his better heroes, is that OD as well. Look at the Razor, OD, Cop, Death Prophet. Some of the more, not flashy playmaking mids, and he's going to also have Xinkyu, who I think had a very good performance on the Mirana last game. In like the first 25, 30 minutes, I think some of the Yaw setups and his positioning was incredible, and we're already starting to see him play around mid. So if they get another kill onto the Earth Spirit after TPing back in, this could really be an issue for his lane. Top lane though, so DY goes down to Beyond a nice size.
Good as ever on Xinkyu, even after taking that small break from the competitive scene. Obviously, the lane just not in a good enough spot, though, for him to be able to go for this dive onto the Earth Spirit. The Radiant Creep Wave went too far underneath the tower, so he's forced to go back towards the bottom side. Again, you're not totally freed up to allow the Mars to have as much of a free lane, right? He's going a couple of braces to be able to be tanky enough, but with no Vanguard being built up by JT, he is a lot more vulnerable. So, again, what's the best way to be able to lane into a difficult lane? It's don't lane. Xinkyu making sure to get this pull off here to be able to give JT that free farm.
All right, Ghost, he's going to get rotated on from ZZQ. XM's actually going to try and TP him, but it will be a bit of an awkward one because Ghost jumped down to the south. XM's still going to show up with the Senate. He drops it instantly. No messing around from the OD. They'll get one kill. Ghost jumps over the top of the cliff and gets it doubled. That is a great rotation out of XM's OD. And I mean, simultaneously, they're making sure they don't miss anything. Xinkyu soaking up some solo experience, getting some gold in the middle lane as well.
Nearly even got the power rune as well, but 70 is going to be able to bottle that one. I mean, the important thing is 70 did at least get a little bit of time, though, to be able to farm up a little bit. He's now almost level 6 after one more creep, and he's going to have the Urn of Shadows as well to be able to make plays with. So we just saw XM make that sort of rotation happen. He'll see that he doesn't have another TP scroll in his inventory for right now. It's getting delivered on the courier, but if 70 is really quick with his movement, he might be able to make a kill happen elsewhere on the map. It's just, where can that look to happen? Both lanes pushed in pretty heavily right now.
It's a bit of an awkward timing for them to start to rotate DY down to bottom. CTY and ZZQ just chunked through the health pool of both Xinkyu and JT, so not really going to be in a position to capitalize on this Ven rotation. I don't even know if they know what's going on, though, because ZZQ and CTY are playing very safe now.
1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade, so no one really gets out on the better end of that.
This is big. 70 needs to capitalize on these movements, and it looks like it's going to be an easy kill onto JT. If the spear would be a bit awkward, along with the arrow as well. Should be able to refresh the magnetize, and in fact, it's actually the flat cannon. Meanwhile, top lane as well. Ghost once again getting dived past the tower. XM has no sanities this time. We'll see if it's going to be a difference maker. They got the double kill previously. They should be able to get the first onto ZZQ. Ashland Banishment holding both into place, but Ghost up to a killing spree, snipes it with the dagger. XM once again, you don't really see the OD being this active, especially with the build that he's gone for. Ghost isn't done just yet though. Spies Ice solo out on the cliff. A double kill with a couple lucky crits, and now with JT nearby, they can continue to chase Beyond down. Another round of the Astral can set up for the spear. They're going to try and play on the outskirts of the Firestorm, and they'll be able to do so perfectly as Xtreme Gaming, making sure they bring all the resources required to be able to shut down that attempt up top.
And what was an incredibly hard lane for Ghost has now become him topping the net worth. You know, he's 0-2. He's having a fantastic time up here and really punishing a team that just, for whatever reason, continues to dive a little bit too deep. CTY on the bottom side, of course, was still able to get that kill onto the Mars. Again, big part of it was the bonus to the flak cannon, receiving the additional night vision as well. So it was able to go for that extra little bit of right click underneath the tower. So for everything that's going well for Xtreme Gaming up on the top side, CTY, he's still having a solid start himself. 2-2-0. Sorry, 2-0-0.
Those stacks are starting to be built up as well. He's going to have a nice jungle to be able to fall back on. But it does need to be said.
I was about to say, that's kind of what I was expecting Ice to be doing a lot more, right? Just building stacks dedicated, because you don't need to go for these dives on the Underlord, right? You're already having a good enough time being providing a lot of harass over to the PA, and it kind of feels like ZZQ and Ice have just fed over at least 1 or 2 kills each to a PA that probably was in a really risky spot if she just didn't have those kills to be able to gain her net worth from.
Well done from JT.
I'm just having a look at like the actual last hit charts. I know. Sorry, I'm just going to look up on this top side. But yeah, look at the last hit difference between the gyrocopter and the PA. Nearly double at this rate.
Jesus,
if he didn't have those kills, he would be behind.
And to speak a little bit more about the carry matchup, like PA is going to be very comfortable against the gyro as this game goes on. Gyro likes to hold people from a distance with that flak cannon, but the Phantom Assassin will have an easy way to get on top of you. So
I can't imagine too much of a better BKB game than this as well for Ghost, right?
Yeah.
Up against, they have no way of stopping him once he's in.
Again, they're going to try. This time it's going to be with 70. And again, XM, he'll mirror the rotation. We've seen what's happened prior, and they are super hesitant. 70 wants to roll away, but Beyond's still going to play in the lane. Another missed roll. It's starting to get pretty awkward from Team Zero. They'll assassinate Ice. Now XM's going to be able to hold down Beyond as well. And with the Arcane Orb, they'll easily clear through the tankiness of that Underlord. As they're not even done just yet. JT was even able to catch up to 70 with the Arena, man. What is going on at this top side? How many times are they going to bang their head against this wall until they find out that this is not a play for them to continue making?
It's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing, expecting different results. And yeah, I mean, that's 3 separate times now that they've gone for the exact same play and had the exact same result. Really unequal trades coming out across the board. And this time, I don't even think ZZQ was there. Maybe they would have had enough to be able to do it if that was the case. I mean, on the plus side, they've nearly taken the tier 1 tower top, but I feel like that's the sort of thing that you should have been doing, right? Focus a little bit more on taking the tower and then go for that sort of play.
Whoa, what's going on here? Aggressive rift in from Beyond. A swap to get some damage mitigation, but it's not going to be enough. That is a gigantic kill for Zero. Bit of a streak. And we're going to look for DY next as well. Still got multiple stones to work with. 70 is he's just playing with them at the moment. We'll still get it. Beyond gets a double and a courier as well, so that is some much needed gold for him, but still, I mean, the Earth Spirit is not continuing to pick up his own farm to potentially scale this game.
We can't all be Messi, okay? Can't all be amazing footballers. Shout out to Spain, by the way, winning the Women's World Cup. Did you watch any of it? Aussie's got 4th.
The World Cup?
Soccer World Cup, yeah.
Yes, I watched the Matilda's England game, but I didn't watch anymore. I mean, half the time I was in Bali, so
True.
it's a bit difficult.
Bloody
It was a bit
bombs.
difficult.
Cheers
Yes,
again.
yes. Yeah, bloody palms. But yeah, it's all right. We'll have our day. It's all right. I don't know. Can we bring up sports as well? I feel like that's a. I think people say no go. It's a no go area.
Yeah, it's fine. We talk about enough.
Fucking nerds.
All right, calm down. Tower up, tier 1 tower mid. So now it feels a lot more sensical for them to make these sorts of plays. But the thing is, you've already gotten the farm on Ghost, right? He's 4-0 and 5. He's able to move back into this safer area. He doesn't need to leave, and well, he's only 150.
No way. Are they coming? All right, Rainbow TP's down. That was an awkward start. It's going to be the Underlord along with the Earth Spirit. They want to commit the arena for this as well. XM drops a Senate. It is a quick and easy kill, but now 70's got a free fight, and this Earth Spirit's damage is really starting to rack up. He's going to refresh the Magnetize before they get the kill, and thanks to that, 7E, he'll get a double inside the grave. JT should be able to TP out, but meanwhile, Ice was able to cut off Xinqiu's retreat. So in the end, it's going to be a 3 for 3, I guess. Does that favor die just because Ghost is free farming with Battle Fury across the map?
I guess so. I mean, but the thing is, Gyro is also farming. I understand what you're meaning, though, right? He's going to have the potential to scale just a little bit faster than what CTY is, but I mean, we say that CTY is just 1-2 items away from being able to pick up his own Aghanim Scepter and really starting to extend his net worth in a similar sort of fashion. I mean, the big thing for mine is that I thought that Team Zero probably could have fought a lot better. You know, the Venomancer didn't have any mana left to be able to even use the Noxious Plague. I thought the roll in from 70 was a little bit slow, considering you'd already used the Astral Imprisonment on the OD, and it meant that Beyond wasn't able to get off any spells. He did 0 damage in that fight, so I really thought that would work out a whole lot better for Team Zero if they just made a few different choices.
I must say, though, I love the status of this game. Very even, 9 to 13, 15 minutes in with a minimal net worth lead for Team Zero. This is looking like we are going to shape up for a great mid game.
Poor CTY comes to the ancient area saying, "Where's my stacks?" And well, they're all gone. They've been farmed up by the rest of the team. So
He already got them before.
Where exact? No, Shadow Demon got a bunch of them before.
He got the Ancients, SD got the Hard though. So he's like, yeah, it's JT. Ooh, that's a hell of an arena. Can they get more kills off the back of it though? Because once again, Team Zero,
Great swap.
they are out in full force. It's a nice swap, but it's not going to matter in the end as 7E hunts him down inside the river. Great start, but unfortunately for JT, there just was not enough damage to pump inside.
I think he just didn't expect all the boys to be there, even CTY, right? This is the first time that he's really shown up to a fight that hasn't come to him. So with that, I think that is the Aghanim Scepter now completed for the Gyrocopter, brings himself up from level 10 to level 12, and he's starting to put him a little bit of a barrier between him and Ghost in terms of how quickly they're going to be impacting this game. But when we say that, Ghost, he's level 12 himself. He's almost got the Desolator completed as well, and we talked about a lot of little buffs going on, but Deso got one as well. You just get an extra 10 damage from it if you are able to just farm those kills consistently. And you got to say, I mean, with an OD, Mirana, Venge, Mars, there's a lot of stuns to be able to enable that sort of thing to start happening for Ghost on his PA.
Yeah, I do really wonder what the item progression is going to be for him, though. You know, what are you looking at? Probably BKB, like it's your classic Battle Fury Deso BKB. I'll hold that because Xtreme are looking to make a play. Xinqiu is going to be split from the team, but there is a backstab from DY and Ghost. A quick and easy kill. Now they're going to look over to 70 next as well. Nice timing of the swap. DY. Very well done. And now there is a potential, maybe not at the moment, but over the next couple of minutes, Roche needs to be in the back of the mind for Team Zero. You got this Medallion maxed out wave. You've got Arcane Orb from OD as well. So if the same thing happens, even just one pickoff, that could just be an instant Roche for Xtreme.
Even just being able to take like the tier 1 tower top or the tier 1 tower bottom to be able to prevent like easy twin gate movements or TP movements up towards contesting that area. I mean, even in the meantime, Ghost has taken a bunch of stacks and now he's got that Desolator as well. So on top of everything else that you've just been mentioning, you've even got that to contend with.
So yeah, I do want to go back to the item progression on Ghost. You know, Deso BKB, it's going to be a classic. I'm thinking of somewhere Scepter needs to be thought of for him. I don't know, are you thinking of like an Abyssal Blade game? That's not really a Nullify game, I'd say. So what are you kind of hoping out of Ghost?
I'm just thinking like what's going to be able to provide.
Oh.
This is a really ballsy Dark Rift in onto towards the top side, not wanting to give it away for free. I'm just thinking like what's going to enable him to like pick off a lot of these quick kills and then transition to something else. Of course, the Ags is nice, but even just things that enable him to not be controlled up too much. You know, like could it even be worth, I know it sounds really awkward, but like Ghost getting a halberd himself just to be able to deal with a gyro, being able to stand and man fight. I know it's weird.
That's crazy. Come on.
This was really good this game, and being able to have a 5-second disarm for the gyrocopter is vital. I know he could potentially go for something like, I mean, MKB makes a lot of sense as well, right? You can see Gyro is already building into the butterfly.
Oh, wow.
But I'm just thinking, how is he going to deal with CTY? That's my biggest concern.
JT.
Every other hero, I'm not worried.
Nice swap. He doesn't really have anyone over to the right side, though, but it's not going to matter. JT will get some distance away thanks to DY. They're going to get the kill? Hang on, they're going for both sides. 70 will be able to catch up to JT. So get the pretty big kill onto the Mars as no one else was nearby to offer any assistance.
It's all going to be quite a way until he picks up that BKB, and well, maybe that's what they're waiting for around this Roche, but they got to make the decision soon-ish, right? Because in a minute or so, it's going to start being a bit more of an advantage over for Team Zero. We can see a lot more attention being put onto pushing this tower out. CTY, he's got the boys standing behind him, but has to be careful about going in too deep here. Oh, kicked in?
What? It doesn't matter. The NC2Y gets the kill and maybe even the tower. Yes, sir.
Oh, that's something else we need to look at. Look at the items being picked up as well against the PA. The Gossamer Cape already used by Beyond. Anyone else got Gossamers? Not
Just
quite.
one.
Yeah, we've got two more options. No, one more option for it, excuse me, on ZZQ. And I'm sure he would be over the moon to be able to pick up something like that, just because, of course, it would provide him the ability just to, again, when you're a 5 Veno, you just need to get your spells off. Nothing more. You need a second, basically. Noxious Plague, cast the Gale, maybe one Plague Ward, and you're happy.
Yeah. I'm a bit concerned on JT's potential to scale this game. We do definitely have two greedy cores with the PA and the OD. We even have a position for that wants a lot of, well, can do a lot with gold. So we're seeing at the moment that he hasn't been able to pick up the items, and again is always in the firing line. DY, another swap to get his core out to safety, but that's going to mean his 7th death of the game for DY.
Just Venge life, man. This is what you have to deal with when you're playing a support Venge. He's been in the right place at the right time, and you would much rather those deaths go onto him rather than a core.
Yes. But this is about to be a gigantic timing with this early butter. Oh, still fight breaking out, actually, CTY. So JT gets spear back, and with XM nearby, that's the damage they're going to need to be able to get the kill onto Beyond. Very nicely done. Great kind of positioning of that arena and spear, just going to push him away from any reinforcements towards the tier 1 tower. So a quick and easy kill. Now they can get back out on the map.
I was considering, are they going to start looking towards Roshan as a potential option for themselves? They're just going for free Tormentor for themselves. Hopefully DY doesn't die or Ghost. He ends up getting that extra bounce from the Magic Missile over for the Vengeful Spirit. So that's a nice tool to be able to have. You don't necessarily need to be on the front lines of these fights. You can just cast it on a creep and you still get the main benefit of the missile.
Yeah, I feel like, and do agree as well, that Team Zero going to now be proactive with this butterfly completed. It seems like they're just going to go straight into Roche.
I think they need to. I mean, the big thing that I'm really looking for is, are you going to be able to take over the map a little bit more before these BKBs really start to come out for Xtreme Gaming? And they're damn close. OD's already got his, excuse me. You're about 200 away from JT on his Mars, and you're about, what, 200 away on the PA as well. So this is perfect timing for them to be able to pick this one up. Uncontested. It just comes a question of, are they going to be going up against that surprise factor of the BKBs, and how aware of it are they going to be, and how on point is Ice going to be as well? Now he's level 12. He's got a Blink Dagger as well on this Shadow Demon, so he can look to start fights way far back and look to play a similar sort of role to the Venge and try and bait out at least some of that BKB duration.
And you'd have to say that both the supports on Team Zero are the priority inside these team fights for Xtreme to kill off first.
They're just so easy to be able to pick off, right? That's the thing. They're squishy as hell, especially the Shadow Demon. Basically, 0 stats picked up. At least the Veno has the Parvis and the Medallion of Courage for a little bit of armor potential against the PA, and that's why I'm really looking out for whatever tier 2 item you're looking to go for on the Venomancer. It's still available in the item shop, so I want to see a Gossamer Cape come out from ZZQ.
7E. Oh, they're going to run straight into each other. A little bit awkward now with the start, and especially with the spear off the mark. JT is going to try and TP out, but Jinq will not have the same fate. They're even going to try and catch up to DY, and Ice will be able to get a glimpse of the Venge. Really nice timing out of the roll from 7E. He's making this Earth Spirit work currently in this second game.
Say that again?
He's playing well. He's playing very well. Some of the roles in the early game were a little bit questionable, some of the point blank ones, but besides that, yes, building up his power. He's just getting the calculations down, and with that, those 2 kills, T2 Tower is going to be under some pressure. And we've got to look at mid lane as well, because they're starting to set up on XM, who probably has to pop a BKB now to get out. So this is going to be a bit of a victory. Ghost is even on the outskirts to think about jumping in.
He's got his BKB, and look, even just him showing is enough for them to be able to back off. They're not feeling confident enough at all to be able to make that one happen.
Wait, now top lane, hang on a second. 3 heroes showed mid. There's an opportunity. But they're a little bit too slow with JT also bottom, and not having teleport. It meant that no one was really there to be able to initiate.
They don't quite yet see ZZQ. Pretty easy pick off if they're able to land underneath the tower onto him.
DD for Ghost.
Ooh.
This could be the fight even into ages.
Not quite. So close though. What's he got coming on the courier? Just a Blade of Alacrity.
They'll start on XM. They also see JT TPing in as well. They're going to be able to cancel the blink of the Mars. It's a nice Astral, an even better swap back under the tower. A quick and easy kill where they don't have to commit too heavily. And JT can now get himself set up for the arena, which can enable Ghost. And what a fight. And all lines up perfectly for Xtreme.
Bro, he didn't even have to pop BKB for that. He still got his 9-second BKB. He just got onto Beyond at the very start with that double damage. I was counting the number of hits. It was like 8 or 9, but still, to be able to get through an underlord with all of that physical damage reduction with a Gossamer Cape, it just feels enormous for Ghost to still have all of the tools at his disposal, and so much gold coming his way now. We mentioned the Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be coming out very shortly, just one component away, and then the MKB coming after that.
Man, we're going to be able to see that multiple times this game, I think. Just, you have the potential of Astral into Arrow, swap into Hex very shortly because JT's going for that swap into Arrow. There's a lot of opportunities for Xtreme to start these fights, and really for Zero, there's not a lot. It's just the roll on 7E, or it's just you putting Jara in the front and him being this raid boss. But like we spoke about, this is not a game where Jara is going to be able to fulfill that role. You will kill him very fast with the PA, with the OD. So this game, it's looking like you probably gotten out of the scary stage now for Xtreme.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but what does he even go now on the gyrocopter just to be able to live? Like, do you need to go in AC or something like that just to be able to provide some sort of a protection up against this PA? Because, I mean, sure, you can get solar crested and it's going to provide you a little bit of armor, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so. Speaking of the solar crest, man, so Ghost, his blur ends up 1, 2, 3.
That's a big crit. I think you need damage as well for CTY though, so there's a lot. This is a very difficult position for Zero to be in. They're even hunting down bottom. Jinq runs past Ice. They love a glimpse of CTY. Oh, did they not see him? Maybe not. Regardless, look at the kill onto Ice. And CTY is able to TP out. They will see him now, though, so they do have confirmation at least of where the gyro TP'd out to. So this is going to be a lot of information for them, just confirming that this T2 tower bottom will be for free. They might even smoke and go to the triangle, and yeah, that's going to be the play. They know he is stuck in this location. This is a big opportunity if they're able to capitalize.
Yeah. 70 just acting as a bit of a bodyguard right now. He's looking to go into a Ghost Scepter for himself just to be
Nice scan.
get down Mr. President. He will be able to get away just in time, as well as pick up a tier 3 token for himself. Other possible options that he could look to maybe get to be able to buff himself up.
Oh, that's greedy.
Maybe a Defiant Shell.
All right, well done, ZZQ. It's going to be able to pop the smoke. The CTY will get out. JT knows he's there, though. Can he cut him off potentially if he runs through the trees? Oh, we got the spear. It's no BKB, so he's going to be able to land the arena. JT, well done. He's had a very rough game 1 and a game 2. But just a couple of moments from him in these past couple of fights have been huge for Xtreme.
Tower is under attack.
Man, I really thought that he would be able to get the kill because of a lot of that damage coming back as, yeah, just a solo pick off there by XM. Had to pop the sanities for it, but he doesn't care. It was a fresh pick up for the Scythe of Ice, enabling him to do that, and because of that, already straight back up to having 1,000 gold available for himself. Yeah, the Tormented, you know, doing a little bit of that damage onto the Mars, making sure that Blink Dagger wasn't going to be a factor. Doesn't even matter.
Look at them just sweeping across the map now with the ward set up. It's almost impossible for you to get out of the map now from Team Zero. We saw they just tried, but solo kill for XM, so this is...
It's some high caliber Dota, honestly, from both teams.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right? You saw the Gyro knew that they knew he was top, and the fact that they weren't pushing bottom was just a huge red flag for them. Putting 70 on the front lines, making sure ZZQ was there to pop the smoke and the scan all there. They did all the right things. It's just Xtreme are way too far ahead.
If we want to continue the talk of high caliber Dota, I don't know how you read this, but Wisdom Room timing, Xinkyu, he scanned at the triangle area, recognizing that someone, that's often a pathway to try and get to the Wisdom Room, and it scanned red, so he instantly popped Shadow to try and get the kill off the mark. Nonetheless, nice read. Meanwhile, Ghost, quick jump over the top, and a quick and easy kill as well. Refreshes his spells, and JT straight onto CTY, and there was not even a hope of him being able to play that fight. This is getting to a stage where one more bad team fight, you could tap out. I do not see a way back in this game.
I mean, you're killing him like this without the MKB, and now he's got it coming out to him as well. Like, this is the sort of thing that I'm really worried about. Again, first usage of the BKB there. Of course, you want to use your BKB for those high-value targets like the Gyrocopter, and with how hard he's been able to try and find farm across the map, he doesn't have buyback. He doesn't even have a BKB to be able to walk away from those sort of attempts. This is what I was talking about when it comes down to, still choosing to go the Gyrocopter against the Mars. Let's say he's even able to stand and man fight, right? You could just walk out of the arena and then suddenly all the flak cannon hits are hitting into the wall. So makes it a whole lot more challenging for you. 70, he's underneath the ward as well. DY, Xinkyu, they've been so solid with just enabling these roams across the map because of their ward game.
What's the probability? 9%. Oh, Ghost. All right, CTY, don't reveal yourself, because Ghost probably is not going to stop there. Oh, maybe with the BKB on cooldown.
Yeah.
XM's TPing back in, though. They're going to buy back out his ZZQ, but the instant use of the BKB in, now with Ghost nearby, they're going to look to turn as Xtreme. This should be their fight to take, and Ghost, once again, has zero concerns inside this engagement. It is just all Xtreme Gaming. Ghost has been isolated, but like we said, one more fight. If it doesn't go their way, they're going to be tap out, and that'll be all she wrote. Xtreme, they'll push us the distance in our lower bracket finals.
For once, predicting with my heart does not work. The other wasn't able to get it across the line, sadly, but for all the reasons that we mentioned, right, towards the start of the game, it just felt like an incredibly solid draft, a great draft ender as well, with the PA coming through. It was just able to rip through absolutely every single one of these heroes. The Gyrocopter really never felt like too much of a factor outside of the laning stage because of playing along with this JT Mars, right? No BKB, no worries at all, and even just the laning stage for the OD up against the Earth Spirit. 70 was on point with a lot of the roles in the mid game, but he just wasn't able to get it done. And once that Scythe of Ice came out, it just became even more challenging for them. So we're going to a game 3, brother.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are indeed. Was it 2 or 3 times? 4?
It was 3 or 4. It was not 2.
Far out, man. And like, How many times did this happen? And every single one, XM TP'd in. Like, just the decision from him to not even hesitate about going top. And I guess this is because, like, you're against an Azure mid, right? What
this game as well.
I mean, sure, even, yeah, I mean, that's even another point, knowing that if you can guarantee Ghost game, dude, he has to have so much confidence heading into game 3, because again, he almost carried the team with his Morphling. He was a big reason, I won't say carried, because everyone else played a great role, but he had an exceptional Phantom Assassin performance as well. So next game, dude, he will be feeling himself. He's going to go in with a lot of confidence.
And I wonder how much this is off the back of Jin Q as well, basically. Just saying, you know what, he's got the stuff to be able to make this happen solo. We just need to enable him, because I feel like a lot of the times he gets put on the back seat as if he's like not at the same level of carry, but we've seen in this series he absolutely is. He is a tier 1 carry.
Without a doubt, and he's showcasing that at an incredible level so far from Mr. Goes Beyond Godlike already at this stage in the game. So very impressive.
Without an MKB.
Yeah. And that's going to feel pretty good for XM as well, considering, you know, the Viper, we didn't really feel too much impact out of it in the previous game. So you give him his another comfort here in the OD, another very good matchup, but like, he was very pivotal. I think if he doesn't make those rotations, there's no doubt this game looks completely different. So this is just a really nice feel good game for Xtreme, because, you know, that previous one was very back and forth, but they might be down in the dumps, and, you know, now they are without a doubt. No, we're going the distance. We're going to game 3 in an ever so vital series as well. Xtreme, they want that rematch. They would love a rematch versus Azure Ray in the grand finals. We'll see if they get there. We'll see if the underdogs on 0 can topple them. But first, we need to decide on an MVP.
One of the
I would like XM. I would like XM
as well. He did the top damage in the game as well, even with PA going absolutely bonkers. So I'm happy to give it over to the OD. Give a little bit of extra credit to some of the not lesser known, but I mean, for someone that's come in and replaced Paparazzi and been able to perform again at this level, big shoes to fill, and he's doing it.
Without a doubt, he's had some good games, had some rougher games, but this one in particular is one of those games where, you know, XM was able to really get the boys over the finish line. So a great showing from him, and, you know, we'll see if he's going to be able to replicate that. That is ultimately the big thing, and I really wonder now how different we get in the draft. I'm always a very big fan of the draft and how it's set up, especially when you go game 3, because so far game 1, game 2 have been the exact same opener. You know, Xtreme, they've gone for their Venge. Team 0, they've gone for their Gyrocopter. And then to respond with that, we've seen the Earth Spirit as well. Do they change it up? You know, what gets through? Does the Bat Rider get through? Ice had an incredible Bat Rider so far. Does the Nature's Prophet slip through? Do they avoid the Gyro? All these questions. There's a lot of questions. We're going to get a lot of answers as well. We need to send to a break, but when we come back, we have an all-deciding game. One game stands in between 0 or Xtreme Gaming moving over to the grand finals to face Azure in a best of 5. Who's going to take it? We'll find out very shortly.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
one team's hopes will be crushed at the end of this game, but potentially moving on and facing Azure Ray in the grand finals and potentially representing China as well at a TI-12. It is a region that prides themselves on their quality of Dota, and we have some incredible teams to represent them as well, Dano. Like we've been saying, this is Team Zero with some young guns, but also led from the experience of CTY and some TI winners. And then you look at Xtreme, there's people on that team who have placed incredibly high at TI before. You got second place finishes, you got fourth place finishes as well, and even one person who hasn't even been on the TI stage in XM. So he would love to be able to showcase his talent, and it honestly would be sad to see any of these teams not even make it.
And you got a lot of hungry people on Team Zero as well. Obviously, you got TI winners there in the 4 and the coach, but you talk about people that haven't been on that TI stage before, look no further than these guys as well. So regardless of how the result ends up coming down, we got a game 3. I get a sense that we're not going to get a 3-0 in that grand finals as well, because there's a lot to fight for, both for nostalgia's sake as well as for this new breed of Chinese player.
Yes, it is indeed. So let's look towards what we're going to be able to see out of these, and also a comparison as well between the two carries, because they've really been, in particular, again, Ghost Game 1 and Game 2 was a very scary man, and CTY as well. I mean, he had wasn't no slouch of a gyro performance. At the one stage, it was 5-0, but in the end, just was not enough for them to get over the finish line. But Game 3, who do we want to compare? Like, we're going through a couple at the moment, but when we look towards Game 3, who do we feel like is going to be like the most pivotal role and person to be able to get each team over the finish line?
I really don't think it comes down to the stage where you have to look at one person, right? Obviously, this is probably the one that a lot of people would look at and know the names, right? Xingqiu, Ice, they're just synonymous with Chinese Dota. But the thing is, I really feel like that game works out very differently if there just aren't those multiple rotations up towards the top side, right? You don't give Ghost the good start. You're able to enable Gyro, even just to have like another 3 minutes of farming, right? He probably has the BKB for himself. You don't lose a couple of extra fights. You might get a Satanic as well, and you're able to fight a little bit more consistently. And then if you're able to do that, then suddenly you're not worried at all about the OD's damage. You're not worried as much about the arena, and it's just this big flow-on effect. So I really don't think it comes down to like one individual player. It's about the team play, and maybe they just overestimated the damage that they had, or underestimated the impact or the potential for XM to TP up multiple times to that top lane to be able to create the outnumber.
Okay, well, now let's look towards the draft as well, which we will have coming up shortly. Zero, they had priority. They chose second pick, and Xtreme chose Dire. So again, they've had second pick through the entirety of this series, I believe. So are we wanting any change with the Venge and the Gyro that we've been seeing so far?
I think it's still fine, personally. And clearly, 70 feels most comfortable on the Earth Spirit as well, to be able to be that space creator. I mean, there's a big reason that Primal Beast is getting banned out basically every single game. It's because it's kind of like Earth Spirit, but better. But, it's the sort of thing where you need to be playing on the front foot a lot of the time on 70 in order to make space for a couple of these more passive style of heroes. What I do want to see from them, we know how crazy Ghost is able to farm, and we know that, of course, CTY needs the space to be able to farm himself. Maybe going down the route of a little bit more push, just stuff that's going to open up the map a little bit more for you to take a lot of that farm away. I mean, one hero like the Bat Rider, for example, can fulfill that sort of job, not necessarily from pushing itself, but just by cutting creep waves, forcing the creeps to do a lot of the work for you, and even just moving a lot of heroes around the map a lot more easily, so that a lot of the moves are less predictable. I mean, one of the big things that we've really been highlighting throughout this series is that a lot of the scans have been completely on point from both teams, just being able to read out where a lot of the map movement's happening. And heroes like the Naga Siren and the Bat Rider prevent you from doing that quite so much, because you've just got like that extra 1 or 2 things that you need to focus on.
Well, we will get ourselves into the draft very shortly. Like we said, it's going to be Zero with second pick. They're on the Radiant side. Xtreme playing on the Dire side with first pick. So far, no changes in regards to the bans. Everything.
All three has been same thing, right? Xtreme Dire side and Zero Radiant and first, second pick, exact same order every single time. So it comes down to the mental aspect there for sure. The Primal Beast, it's been banned out again. The Bat Rider, it's been banned out again. So clearly this is something that both teams just really don't want to have to contend up against. I know we've seen a lot of the heroes in recent times, but I wouldn't hate seeing something like, you know, an Enchantress, just something that's able to be a little bit more of that, like, that pressure, that distraction, as well as that tower pushing aspect. Honestly, for both teams, I would be completely on board with it.
Previously, this is where the Templar Assassin would get banned out for 0. See if that is something they consider again with looking at the Venge. Nature's Prophet was banned out last game from Extreme, so Dusa. So this is something finally different. You know, they're not going to ban out the Templar Assassin. Dusa will actually be changed for that position.
You got to ban the Prophet, man. You have to. They will snap it up instantly on Team Zero, I feel, if you give them the opportunity to. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they say, you know what, you want to try gyroing against us? Ah, there we go.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to
Not waiting.
Right.
I'm just, what I was thinking about this entire time was like, why the Razor, why the Medusa? And to me, what that screams out is, okay, we want some sort of melee hero that's able to, you know, get in amongst it and not want to have to be turned back by the Static Link or the Stone Gaze. But Naga Siren really just flies in the face of all of that, right? So maybe now with Avenge, with a little bit more of this like ball up, push control, you might change up your itemization a little bit. Maybe you go Boots of Bearing. Maybe you go, again, the Solar Crest, which is totally fine, and just look to take away a little bit more of the Naga's map so that CTY isn't able to get out of control. Mention XM with like the Death Prophet style heroes. Not that it's amazing against a Naga, but you know, makes a lot of push happen on the map. You can naturally go into a Shivas, which is all right against the Naga, and it's an XM hero.
I think just to reiterate as well, the CTY Naga is throughout 2 or 3, it was one of his best heroes. They would first phase it, people would first phase ban it. They're even doing it earlier on through these qualifiers. So this is, you know, something that they your back's against the wall now. This is your last game, do or die. You go for your comfort, you go for what you feel is truly your strongest and your best, and they feel like the Naga is that for CTY. So we see Extreme, Earth Spirit, and the Lycans going to be banned out here in the second phase.
When you think the counters to the Naga Siren, you don't really think about the Razor and the Deucer, though, do you? I mean, the Primal Beast, sure, that's absolutely there. You can just look to really have a good time against her in lane, high magic damage, high mobility, good amount of lockdown as well. But I really feel like they're not all that concerned about being countered for this Naga Siren with heroes necessarily, just because you're going to be able to farm anyway. So I think the main priority for Team Zero, as they do have the last overall pick of the draft, is just to make sure now that the other lanes go in a really good spot, so that regardless of how the Naga's lane goes, they're going to be able to make enough space for her to be able to, you know, effectively farm and make plays in the later stages of this game.
I think just a little bit in particular about the Razor is that the hero can be played in 3 different lanes, 3 different roles, 1, 2, and 3, and also on top of that, I think it's also one of XM's better heroes. And we've seen so far, first phase has been a lot of attention on him. Like, again, minus the Deucer, the TA was there, and that's 3 of XM's heroes. So, like, it does look like overall maybe like a little bit more of a target ban towards him. But one of their comfort heroes so far, Zero, has really been Beyond's Legion Commander. So they're actually going to ban that out, and they will pick up the Doom themselves.
How do I feel about this Doom hero for this draft? Not amazing, to be honest. Like, I know you have the potential. FY has been playing it a little bit in the position 4 role, but I don't really see that going to be the case for Ice quite so much. You know, this feels like a Beyond hero to me, and I feel like you've given so many different opportunities to be able to abuse it, both in the lane as well as the fact that it's a slightly slower hero.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to
Ah.
Sure. No
Very
issues
interesting.
here.
It's not... like, you're not really concerned about Naga into Gyro. The matchup, it's like... I think it really depends on a lot of other factors in regards to, like, Gyro like out carrying a Naga or Naga out carrying a Gyro. Like, it's definitely not one of the better carries to address the Naga. You're not the worst.
Oh, here we go.
There's Shinku's laughing.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. I mean, he is going to be setting up for so many of these kills here. And even, like, you mentioned the Gyro, but honestly, the Venge with a wave with the reduced attack damage as well is going to be really vital in a lot of these fights. And, I mean, I'm expecting to see Xingqiu land a couple of huge Echo Slams in this game as we get to see an Invoker come out as well. All right, something a little bit different. No Earth Spirit this time around. Who knows? Maybe there still is. Maybe this is being played as a support as well. We've seen that be the case with
Tianming.
Tianming, yeah, that's right. He ended up playing it previously. I think it's been played with a bunch of other heroes as well. I don't think Kaka did, but it was played core in that game by Sumail. But certainly has a lot of flex still, so not giving up too much about their draft.
It is very greedy though if this is your 3 cores. So you're going to need to find ways to address it. The Venomancer once again picked up from CZQ, which plays very well versus the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Someone who is a blink initiating hero, and it can be super frustrating with just all the damage over time and random plague wards that are out on the map.
That's the thing as well. I think the Plague Wards is the big thing, right? Yes, it's annoying for the Shaker in lane, but you don't really care about that much. I mean, what it does do is dissuade this from being like a core Shaker, right? Because we've seen that as a potential response to the Naga Siren, right? With the cleave coming through once you're able to pick up the Aghanim Scepter. So now with a Veno in the lane, you really don't feel quite so confident about it. And also it means that this Naga, this Doom that are wanting to be sitting back and farming, honestly, even the Invoker a little bit, if it ends up being played mid, the Plague Wards are going to be able to protect your objectives for a lot longer period of time, so that you're not losing quite as many objectives. And you got to say, Avenge, Shaker, Quap, not exactly the greatest objective takers right now for Xtreme Gaming.
Now, what do we make of this Queen of Pain pick? Because usually, well, there's a couple things here. Invoker, it tends to be actually one of the better heroes to play into Queen of Pain with Coswex. True, used to be. You don't have that anymore, do you? Not as much. You still get some regen?
The cold snap, basically. So
okay.
But you get cold snapped, you just blink away, right? You just don't let him heal off of it. And that's really the annoying part. Of course, Ghost Walk has a huge heal and mana regeneration component as well, but you're not really wanting to be Ghost Walking that much in the laning phase. So I'm on board with this as like an Invoker counter just because of the change to the Quas.
And now, with that being said, previously when they picked the Queen of Pain into the Invoker, they played it as a 4, and that was with the Earthshaker off lane. I do not know if they're going to do that again, but this is something that they did very recently versus Azure Ray, where again, JT was playing the Earthshaker and Xingqiu was playing the Queen of Pain.
And that was the one where I think it was a last pick Naga Siren that I thought was a bit of a gotcha pick, where I was like, oh my god, this is an amazing Naga game. And now they've just gone with the exact same strategy again that really did not work out at all. Clearly it's something that they've reviewed in their replays if they feel confident enough to run the heroes in the same roles once again. But I'm really feeling like this is a mid-quap and this is a 4 Shaker, and we're still yet to see JT's hero.
Because if it is going to be that mid Queen of Pain, again, we've been listing a lot of XM's best heroes. Queen of Pain, without a doubt, is probably his top 3. So you want to give him comfort. In game 1 versus Azure Ray, he completely took over that game. So I kind of prefer the Extremes lineup. I mean, we'll see what their offlaner is going to be. I'd kind of like a little bit of a playmaker in a way. I feel like that's some of the difficulties Zero have.
What a Veno hater. What if they went for, I mean, the lane is going to be horrible, but JT plays a lot of the unorthodox stuff. Like, could we see a Meepo this game? Could we see a Pudge this game? I mean, we saw Pudge as being one of those big counters to the Nagasar in the past, just because you've got such an overwhelming amount of AoE damage. Maybe you can be the one to buy something like a Shiva's Guard as well, just to provide even more of that slow to enable someone like your Gyrocopter to take over a lot of these fights. But with a 5 Veno, it makes it a lot more challenging. Of course, Underlord
is Timber available?
Potential factor. It is.
I'm just thinking of, because often if this is going to be an Earthshaker 4, you're looking at like kind of a range 3. That's where maybe the Enigma band stands out. But if you are going to pick some melee hero, you want someone who's going to be self-sufficient. Kind of Timber fulfills that role, can deal with the Naga illusions. It could be something they're considering. I think you have a lot of options.
Give me the Pudge. Come on.
I think that is a very cool suggestion. I really like the Pudge as well. I think that's a very cool suggestion. Fissure sets up a hook, can just be a clean combo as the game goes on.
We will have to wait and see. They do have a stack taker as well with the gyrocopter, of course. So Xingqiu, assuming he is the one that's going to be playing this Earthshaker, is going to be a little bit more freed up to get some of that farm to be able to progress into, you know, his Blink Dagger, his Aghanim Shard. This game, Aghanim Shard for sure feels like the superior one for me. You just want that consistent control. Let Gyro do the bulk of the work, and Queen of Pain, if it's being played mid, is just going to be looking to go towards that Aghanim's Scepter, just because all those illusions, that's a lot of Scream of Pain damage.
Into Invoker, into Doom. The Doom matchup can kind of go back and forth.
That's the thing. It's into the Naga Siren. That's the main one that I'm looking at. But, I mean, the Shaker feels a little odd. Unless it's a mid-Shaker. It wouldn't be a mid-Shaker, would it?
5 seconds remaining.
I think it's just quad mid and Darkseid Earthshaker. But you definitely say Earthshaker is one of the...
You think the Shaker's going to be able to be Iron Shelled and run up into this?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
That's the thing. It's definitely, regardless of the Venom, probably one of the worst melee pairings with Darkseid. What are we looking for? Still a support, I believe. Well, they've kind of gone back and they've... Yeah. True, because we don't know where Invoker's going. What do they need to cover? Just really quickly, like, what are some of the weaknesses with Zero? I'd say Catch. I'd say Suns, probably. Catch,
and they don't do anything, these heroes, for quite some time. Like, if they run at you, I think you've got decent response with the Song, with the Veno, Plague Wards, with Doom. Changing up altogether and going a Sven, huh? So where is this Naga Siren being played?
Is this a 4 Naga? Is Ice playing it? Ice is playing the Naga. Oh my lord.
I don't know what to think, to be honest, with this.
Have they gotten...
I guess they felt like they needed a little bit of extra sustain against Ghost. Like, they feel like this is a pretty good gyrocopter game. They feel like the Warcry is going to be very effective for the rest of the team, whereas previously it would have just been the Naga Siren on its own that was able to survive a lot of the early threats. What were you about to ask?
Have they gotten too cute with this draft on Zero?
You know, I'm a fan of cute. I'm just seeing if Xtreme Gaming have gone for anything crazy, and no, they haven't. I still think that the Sven lane should go totally fine, right? Up against the Darkseid, It feels pretty good. You know, you want to have the steroid heroes like the God Strength. The Darkseid is never going to take advantage of that. You've also got now a stun and a slow to be able to go into a dual melee lane setup, which also feels quite good. The Naga Siren 4, I'm still struggling to think of what exactly it does this game, you know? Like, is it going to be cutting waves? Is it going to be trying to slow things down a little bit? Is it going to be more points in ensnare? But what does that really set up for, considering, you know, Invoker doesn't really go the Sunstrike build anymore? You're not going to be able to create kills across the map with it. So, I don't know. Ice clearly knows better than me. Who am I to be able to doubt a TI winner? But I'm keen to see what he's able to do with this POS 4 Naga.
All comes down to this one game to be able to determine who is going to move over to the grand final, as they go very, very creative with this, playing the Naga 4. We have seen Naga support work in the past, without a doubt. Previous TI winner, I think AUI 2000, really the big one in particular, you'd kind of think of with some incredible Naga support. So let us see how Ice is going to be able to play this. It is a interesting draft we have in store for us, an interesting game as well. I'd probably say I feel like Xtreme's lineup just looks a little bit easy to execute, but with that being said, like you mentioned, I do think this Veno Sven lane versus the Darkseid and Earthshaker, it should go very well for Team Zero. You have some pretty good responses overall to the Darkseid as this game goes on. Invoker, Tornado to be able to dispel. If Beyond can get the Doom on the Darkseid, then it's great. But then again, if you don't Doom him, Surge is a great way to retreat. There's a lot here. Zero have some scaling too, which is something to mention. So
is this their second smoke or their first that they're going for?
I think second.
Here? Yeah, because they've gone off the map once again. Underneath the vision of the Watcher, CTY moves back under, so they're going to be able to set up once more. Remember, this is where they came unstuck in game number 2. Just that response is coming through from Xtreme Gaming. They're going to be able to dodge that gank attempt. Just walking back into the Watcher, ended up revealing that smoke. Xingqiu's in position as well to be able to block up this first wave. So, it's going to be a hard lane. The Venomancer Sven going up against the Darkseid Earthshaker, but Xingqiu definitely in the right position to be able to make the creep equilibrium be a little bit closer towards the dire tier 1 tower at bot.
think CTY as well is like 2-0 with the Sven so far through qualifiers, so just something else to add. He's had some very good performances with this hero, so if he feels like he's going to be able to get the boys over the finish line, we'll see if that will be the case or not.
Look at this lane right up next to the Dire Tier 1 tower. They've been able to make it happen, so very nice start coming through. The lane, of course, always going to naturally push when you're playing this this Darkseer with the Ion Shell. I guess CTY can sort of say a similar sort of thing with the Great Cleave.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Kari's getting traded.
Courier's traded, camps blocked up. Things looking pretty even across the board, and I mean, really couldn't expect much else after what's been a great series so far from two really solid teams.
Yeah, kind of the underdogs versus team that a lot of people would honestly be expecting to be in the grand finals, whether that be through the upper bracket or the lower bracket. So see who's going to be able to reign supreme. Interesting. What do we make of this, the Invoker build as a whole, and what do you feel like is kind of the current preferred one? Because yesterday, I think it was yesterday, was the first time I saw someone go like Exort and the right click build, which was Sameo with like the Witchblade. I think he went maybe Manta. I actually don't remember if he went Manta now, but yeah, it was like Exort early and just right click overall. But pretty much every time I've seen Invoker, it has been Crossworks.
It didn't really work out well for Smail, though, did it?
No, it did not.
I think the Wex is just way too strong right now. Like, having that cooldown reduction per instance feels incredibly vital. Invoker, one of those heroes that doesn't exactly feel the most mobile to be able to make a lot of rotations, even with power runes, just having movement speed off the back of that. And I feel like, especially against this lane, you're going to need more points in the Quas and the Wex just to be able to have the Ghost Walk so that you're never really forced to go back to the base all that often. So I'm totally fine with this build. I'm still a little concerned about what Ice is going to be doing on this top side for, the first, let's say, 10 or so minutes of the game, because it really doesn't feel like you have too much impact into the Gyrocopter. Maybe it's going to be something as simple as, like, if he went points in the Rocket Barrage, soaking up a few more of those hits, but I think Ghost is content to just sit back and farm.
I think overall, as we look at this game, like, both supports on Xtreme really do nothing versus Naga. Naga illusions in particular. So maybe the game for Ice is just to try and play as aggressively as he can in Xtreme's jungle and just take over some of the, even just cut the waves and steal a couple of camps here and there. Because like we said in the draft, like this is still a pretty greedy draft from Team Zero. Sven, Invoker, Doom as your trio core, like they need a lot of farm together.
Both drafts are pretty greedy, to be honest, and you know what that means. It's going to be not a massive stomp either way, right? Like we're going to see this game drag out to 30+ minutes just because they don't exactly have those easy ways to be able to convert team fight wins into towers. In the last real Naga Siren that I saw regularly was in the NA region, I believe, when Sammy Boy was playing it, and he looked to go the early Aghanim Shard just to be able to sustain a lot more in a lot of these team fights. I mean, it feels relatively solid, right? You pop the flak cannon, you just look to get away if it's not the right sort of fight. You get a lot of that damage over time, especially coming through from the Sonic Wave, excuse me. Now, kind of damage coming through gradually, and it means that heal can end up actually doing quite a lot.
What's going on mid lane?
No net just yet, and he's got one link.
Very interesting gank. There will be a water.
Checking if the blink skilled, I guess.
Maybe we'll get confirmation that it is now. Overall, no, but both the carries are off to a very good start. This is actually CTY down bottoms hunting JT, so just going to get enough distance away. They still want to get the kill. There's a lot of time wasted. He could just ZZQ's just going to try and do it himself. In fact, he'll consider it. Wait, hang on, what's going on? Do you want the kill on ZZQ? Do you want to go through the rift? What is going on? Oh, you got to commit now on JT. That blood grenade's out. And he's got no mana for the Gale.
What's going on, man? I mean, he doesn't want to TP back to the base. He wants to stay out here for as long as possible. But the Shaker there, at least able to soak up a little bit, but they were even able to get the pull off on CTY while all that was happening. They're still going.
Oh, he ran away from CTY.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, not going to matter. Should be able to get first blood. And he does. ZZQ lives on 60 health. First blood's going to be picked up from CTY. And in game 3, it's going to be Team Zero that strike first.
There's the laugh. Yeah, there's laugh, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So here. Only way to play. But yeah, I'm not expecting this to get much easier for JT, right? Like, CTY has been really good at being the one to pull with the Venom making a lot of the space for him. Of course, JQ feels like he needs to make a lot of these rotations happen because, again, like you pick this Quap to try and dominate the mid lane. You got to say, though, 70's been doing a pretty fantastic job. He's already up by 300 net worth. He even looks to deny his Observer that he just placed. So things looking real good so far, although he's getting dived on now.
And they'll get the kill as a result of it. Tornado is going to do whatever it can to disrupt. Even Ice wrapping on the other side. Does have the ensnare now with ZZQ nearby. They will get the return kill less to deny.
Nope.
Is there from ZQ. Beautifully done. So, who got the kill on 70? Was XM as well?
It's a bonus. And again, it is one of the advantages that this lineup does have, right? A little bit more potential for those rotations to happen. Stuns make everything easier. I really feel like, I'm assuming that's the point you were going for with Xtreme Gaming having an easier to execute lineup. It's just stun into kill into progress into that next objective. The one area that I would say they come out slightly more on top is that, again, Gyro, not the greatest objective taker, whereas as Sven, if you win a team fight with a God Strength, you can look to remove those pretty quickly. Speaking of,
it's a very aggressive use of it.
I thought that Search had gone off before the stun, but clearly just cancelling it out in time. JQ doesn't have mana as well, so he won't be able to get this stun off, I don't believe.
And he's probably going to die.
All right.
It's a wisdom room.
Wisdom, though. Pretty
Another
happy with
kill.
that.
Oh, they stacked as well at the same time. Probably not going to be able to take that extra camp that was just stacked now.
Yeah, maybe if he had the war cry, but not with no points in it. Maybe.
Might get to some of the smaller ones. Well done. All right. Pretty good use of the God Strength. It was double Wisdom Room, though, nonetheless. DY is still taunting his way inside the jungle. So, I mean, you already see the comparison of the levels. DY level 5 compared to the 3 on Ice. So, this is...
It's micro.
Oh, my God, dude.
Stop bullying him.
Is he out?
It's going to run out soon.
What is going on?
Space.
He's not even going to try and run away. He's like, I may as well just deny myself. What am I watching, dude? Would someone kill him?
This dude.
Oh, no.
Illusions.
Wait, no.
Give him a tip. Come on.
Oh my God. We got some Doom top lane as well. I know there's action in the river. They'll get the kill and beyond. Now we'll look at 7E with the TP out. XM. Not enough mana for the Sonic Wave. So that was, I mean, simultaneous plays across the map with ZZQ coming through the portal. Helps get the first kill for Beyond. And then inside the river, 7E is able to avoid the gank as well.
Yeah, not enough for the Sonic Wave. He was about, he was a tiny bit short, 10 mana short. What's up?
CTY again, man. I feel like this is every game we see on the Sven. This is Alchemist territory net worth.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of crazy, and he's looking to make it continue even further. ZZQ showing himself.
Oh, they got to be quick.
Ghost, yeah.
Because they scanned the reinforcements that were coming over, but they're further down to the south instead of where Ghost is. ZZQ will go down. They commit the Sonic Wave for it. Maybe a little bit unnecessary. They still want to stick around. God Strength will expire, but they're going to be able to cut off DY. We'll find a path through the trees. And XM wants nothing to do with this. So another kill, and they're going to... Okay, look like they were going to give it a CTY. Beyond will snag it down. Of course, I mean, you can't blame him considering the Doom once you get closer towards the Midas, but this is an incredible start for Team Zero.
One downside, no stacks really for him to be able to take on this bottom side, but all Venom really needs is levels. So they're happy to put CZQ down on this bottom side of the map. He's already reached up onto his level 6, despite not getting either of those Wisdom Runes to be able to start the game off. So, you know, if he's part of 4 kills, he's going to be very happy with that outcome. And now really comes the point where he wants to be maxing out those Plague Wards, making sure you're not losing too much of your map, because they're really going to want to start making a few of these moves shortly on Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, and who are the catalysts to make those moves, though, for Xtreme?
It's got to be around the Quap, right? Might be a little bit more of a focus onto securing some of these power runes. Right now, just getting a refill up on the top side because of how far Ghost has been pushed away from the lane by Doom consistently running at him. It's with good cause as well. Just 8 seconds left on the Doom cooldown. Look to try and chase him.
We'll have to look at what he's able to do. Sonic Wave up shortly. Kind of even also need to get track on the supports as well. I think we got to cover that incredible earth-shakeable performance from XinQ, which was against Team Aster in the upper bracket semi-finals, that game 3 where he pretty, I can't remember if we gave him MVP, but yeah.
They were equal. Yeah.
So let's see if he can do it again. About to be level 6. But this lead is really starting to grow, and CTY is getting super active on this Sven.
I mean, they see where Ghost is. That Overwatch just got a very brief glimpse of him. He might be the one that gets caught out beforehand. Just looking to yoink away some of those stacks as quickly as possible and get back towards the safety of his side of the map. I love a Sven that uses God Strength basically on cooldown, right? You want to make sure that you're maximizing. That's why he's able to get so far ahead as JT. He actually gets caught out, clipped by the Venomous Gale, but the Surge, even just the 2 points, is going to be able to get him enough back towards relative safety. But this is the issue that I had. You know, their draft doesn't do as much as what Team Zero's does. You can stand with a Sven on the front lines. You can be a little bit more active. You're a lot more durable, so you can look to yoink away a lot of those stacks. And I mean, even just a stun in the laning stage feels so effective, especially when you've got a lane dominator like a Veno to be able to play around.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really remember at least some of the other games we've covered anyone else prioritizing the Sven this much. Again, this is, at least, unless there's a game I'm missing, is 2 for 2, and if it continues up like this, might get another win on the board as well. It's a 5,000 net worth lead 12 minutes in. Like, Xtreme, they are going to have to make some incredible team fight plays. This is definitely one thing that they have in their arsenal. You know, the Echo Slam, Sonic Wave with the wall as well, but they need the levels. You really need to get them pretty fast as well, because Team Zero are going to start to continue to occupy the map. You know, we already see Beyond moving into the top jungle. You've got CTY taking, you know, where the, what's this, the well area? No, sorry, the Mighty Mine area jungle out for XinQ. So they are getting a lot more farm across the map and probably an extra kill, as well as, use the Doom. Why not put it off cooldown? You know, just easy kill, no messing around. They want to go back to farming. I mean, I think that's just a perfect example of, you know, they're fine with just getting a kill and back to farming. They don't want to commit too heavily.
I mean, the big thing that's a difference between Game 2 and Game 3 is that they didn't commit for like these hyper deep dives behind the Tier 1 tower. They made sure that that Tier 1 tower was gone so that Ghost didn't have this space to be able to just move back into the jungle and pick up that farm. Gyro is one of the better heroes at being able to just use Flak Cannon and farm it away. Doesn't have the greatest mana cost. You can look to itemize into a little bit of mana regeneration so that you can just set your camp up here. But CTY, he's basically left the bottom side of the map because there's no way that they're going to invade past your Tier 1
swap
tower.
back, Beyond. Nice start onto the Doom. He's pretty survivable though. They're gonna have to blow everything to secure the kill. They don't want to use the Sonic Wave. Oh, Echo and Sonic Wave instead using our Ghost. He showed up inside the lane. It's more of a defensive wall from JT to act as a deterrent, so CTY won't continue on, but it's an even better fissure from XinQ. He won't get blocked, but they will still be able to catch up to him. Those are the signs of life that we need to see out of Xtreme. 70's not done just yet though, but he won't continue to chase onto DY.
I mean, I completely understand CTY going in there. I mean, what did you really have to be afraid of with the Echo and the Sonic Wave being on cooldown? But they were just able to isolate him so well. The rest of the boys just weren't there to assist. CZQ, even with that TP scroll available, was just wanting to make sure that this Tier 1 tower didn't make too much damage. And you've got to say, maybe that's the time that you need to make that sort of rotation, provide some of the slows for your carry. Even just laying out the Parvis onto him could have been the difference maker. Still though, 5k. It's a lot to have to overcome.
Yep. And it is indeed.
Before is that there are far fewer places now for Ghost to farm than what he did previously. So even though, you know, he was part of that, he ended up getting the dominating streak away from CTY. He is still a good 1,500 or so behind this Sven. Of course, that's going to pick up once he's able to get into the Aghanim Scepter for himself. But I mean, CTY is going to just spend all of this time picking up his own farm.
It's a big move. And it's a great wraparound angle as well from Team Zero. It's like somehow they're able to read this though.
You don't become a legend of the Chinese region for no reason.
No.
He's just got that sixth sense.
I really like how much priority they're giving to XinQ as well. I mean, he's level 9, same level as the Invoker. And again, his game versus Aster, he had an MVP performance. He's got the Aghanim Shard, I believe, now coming out on the Courier. So we shall see now. Maybe they're going to try and potentially force a fight. They definitely want to recontrol this triangle. That is, without a doubt, the most important part of the map for them.
Love this
Plague Lord,
right? Yeah, he's so good at area control. That is one of the huge strengths of this Venomancer, right? Again, Ghost is just begging for somewhere to be able to farm right now. He can't go in these top few camps. He can't go to the top lane, and he feels a little bit uneasy about going to the Mighty Mines sort of area as well, because it may very well be warded. It's not, but he doesn't know that, and it's way too early to buy a gem to be able to fully scout that one out.
Ghost mid lane, 7E. Does he just want to force reactions? I mean, Burning Mana is even good in itself as well. That's 3/4 of his mana just completely gone for Ghost.
I think he's going to get fed over a Clarity. Yep. DY just gets one, thought it was for himself, but no. It's going to give the healing salve over as well. That's a good support right there.
So, again, we're almost in a similar position where Team Zero, considering about the scale, you've got Beyond with Midas, you've got 7E with almost a recipe completed. Do we feel like they will have the scarier late game if we do get to that stage?
I believe so. I mean, I think this game is really just going to be reliant on Xingqiu. Like, is he going to be able to land those game-winning Echo Slams to be able to turn this one around? Because when you think about it, like, the Sven and the Doom, and I guess the Naga as well, want to be in similar sort of areas. So I could definitely see a bunch of melee heroes clumping up for him to be able to have that sort of impact. And these are the sort of high-stakes games where you can, even the smallest lapse in concentration, you can forget about those sorts of things. But I mean, the Gyrocopter, we know that his impact is going to be reduced by just having a support laying out the song, by having the Sven using the Warcry to buff up not only himself, but the rest of the team. So it really does feel like a rough one for Ghost to be able to carry this game.
Top lane. Looks like they're making an attempt onto JT. They should be able to get it with a couple of heroes showing bottom. They're even going to use the Doom as well. A lot of hate onto JT's Darkseer. We do see a trade of kills across the map, though. Oh, Xingqiu revealed himself for a second, and yeah, nothing's going to stop them from getting the chase down. So just another freebie from Team Zero.
It's more about that
bottom lane, right? Beyond now. It's a bit more of a difficult kill. Yeah, that is some crazy stuff right there. No way DY lives now. He's got to be crafty with the Dukes, and XM as well is sticking in the trees, but if he gets stunned once, he might just die from 4 to 0. There's the first in the chain control. XM caught off in the trees, and yeah, Xtreme, that is a crazy attempt.
It's a costly kill to be able to give up as well. I mean, Sven, he's made this rotation down bottom. You've got all your cores down here as well on Team Zero. I guess the main thing that they're worried about, once again, is Xingqiu. Otherwise, I feel like they would full-on commit into taking this Tier 1 tower to open up a little bit more of the map and just force Ghost to be scared with where he could look to pick up this farm. You know, it's been only about 4 or so minutes since I mentioned it previously. It was a 1.5k lead at that point for the Sven relative to the Gyro. Now it's 2.5.
And he's farming up a storm. CTY always gets very active with the Sven. Blink Dagger can be completed if he wants to. Maybe he's considering about going for the Shadow Blade. Never mind. Blink will now be completed. So they are, I mean, we're probably looking at them making a play very, very shortly. You got the Doom up in 30 seconds. Where would they like to try and take a team fight, though, for Team Zero?
I think they're totally fine with, again, just keeping control over this bottom area of the map if they can afford to. I mean, you've got the Song of the Siren if you want to set up for a bunch of TPs in to be able to take this fight. Oh, they won't be able to get rid of that tower. Nice little play there by Xingqiu, using the Enchant Totem to get the mini stun, stopping Beyond from denying that tower. But I was thinking, like, 20 seconds, Roshan's going to be down bottom. You want to maintain this farming space. You got all 10 heroes down here.
Just runs out of range. They might look for the swap back, but they'll start with the Fissure instead. Beyond's not an easy person to kill off. And Team Zero, they're going to wrap around as well as CTY reveals the blink. They're going to try and bring down DY to start. It's an early commit with the BKB. Meanwhile, JT, he does get the Invoker stuck on the higher ground. We'll see how much value that's going to provide them in a longer drawn-out fight. They have separated themselves, so ISOS off for the right. Meanwhile, they have to use the Doom as well to secure the kill onto JT, but CTY is not done just yet. Another round of spells getting casted onto Ghost as Beyond can fall into the tree line, and our Ghost Xingqiu to come in huge inside here, and he'll be able to do just that. A round of spells to protect the gyrocopter, and he's not going to tick out to the damage over time, as XM still looking for more, and he'll be able to secure the kill. As yeah, I mean, that was, in the end, we saw the value. Invoker not really being able to spellcast inside the fight was probably a big reason why Xtreme to actually come out with the trade.
Surely they don't guess that he's still up there.
Opinion.
One.
Oh, random.
No.
Oh, Fisher's down. Oh, no.
Oh. That would have been an absolute disaster, man.
All right. That's a blink reveal. And pretty decent fight in the end. I mean, dude, Xingqiu's got blink now as well. Okay, let's see what he's able to do with a Philosopher's Stone as well. So he could get to the stage what we saw last time. What was it like? Agshard, blink. Did he go BKB next and then like refresher or something?
Yeah, I remember the refresher for sure that ended the game. He ended up refreshing with Echo with like 5 seconds left on the cooldown, but to be able to put a stamp on it and say this game's done, he was happy to enough to pop it.
What do you feel like are the thoughts right now in the Xtreme camp? You know, down, they definitely wouldn't feel, they don't know how far behind they are, but they know they would be behind by a decent chunk or a little bit. Do you feel like they're happy kind of with the status quo, and especially after that previous fight, or are they still a little bit concerned?
I think they're still a little bit concerned just because you aren't still keeping up with the Sven. That's my main concern. And Doom is also continuing to scale beyond this as well, right? And I mean, the thing is, you're getting into things like the Lotus Orb, which are going to provide you a lot of protection up against the Invoker, the Naga, the Venomancer as well. But I just don't feel like it's enough. And my issue still is like, who is actually going to be the frontliner? Ghost has to put himself in such risky positions a lot of the time.
Yeah.
That, I mean, even if you have all of this healing and all of this movement and all that sort of stuff, you can still be countered by a simple song.
Another aggressive play from Xtreme. At level 2 in the Echo, and Xingqiu's going to lead the charge as well. They are already starting Roche. Nice scan as well from Team Zero. So they know this movement is coming down. They're a little bit split though. Ice will be the first point of contact. It's just a quick and easy kill. He doesn't have a buyback, so it will be a 4v5, but Roche is going to go down before they can contest. It's beyond. He finds an angle for the jump in. It's going to be a Lotus Reflected Doom, and now this will make this fight pretty goddamn messy, especially with the spellcasting from Xingqiu's Fissures. Now they jump over the top. Echo Slam isolating the Invokers Xtreme. Even though they were late to contest the Ages, it did not matter, as they find a 3-for-0 trade.
What a team fight coming through by JT there. You mentioned the Lotus Orb being able to reflect that onto the Doom, so he's nowhere near as tanky, even if you were able to pop the mech or anything like that coming through from the Naga after the fact, and even just surging through Ghost to make sure that when that Doom was used initially, he had the movement speed to be able to get back to safety and still deal a good amount of damage into that fight. So, I mean, a Sven with Aghanim Scepter isn't the scariest prospect, right? You are one of those let's call it a transformative or a steroid hero that you are much less strong on the second life if you're not using all of your cooldowns on the first.
Oh. JT. Okay. A little bit frustrating. Yeah, of course he's fine. We definitely got a board game now. I mean, what was it? Max like 6k net worth. Yep. They've done a very good job on Xtreme to claw this game back. And you know, we were speaking a lot about, you know, the Queen of Pain and the Darkseer kind of being a little bit behind in regards to net worth. They definitely still are, but one person as well on Team Zero is 7E. We have not really felt the impact out of this Invoker, and it's showcasing in regards to his net worth.
Yeah, being clipped doesn't help things, but
no, not at all.
He's got the Boots of Travel now. He's got the Midas. He's constantly walking around with Wex invoked as well, just to make sure that you have that slightly lower cooldown for the Hand of Midas. So he's going to be able to catch up somewhat. But I just really feel like we haven't felt his impact in a lot of these team fights, because it's a really risky position to be in, especially now with JT picking up. Oh, did he change things up? I thought he was going to Blink Dagger, but looks like he's looking to build into the pipe instead. Because the potential for Wombo combo is huge from Xtreme Gaming, right? Blink back into the wall, into the Sonic Wave, into the Echo Slam. Everyone will die, 100-0. So you really need those BKBs to make sure that's not as much of a factor or punish even the slightest misstep coming through from Xtreme Gaming.
Even with the Aegis, though, they're not going to be too concerned, it looks like. A lot of heroes grouped around top to potentially put some pressure onto the tier 2 tower.
They've got some good vision set up top, so I really don't think they're in a position to be able to defend this all that well. Although it looks like they want to make a bit of a push of their own down towards bot. This is exactly what you want. Anytime you've got a team fight, JT is just looking to rush his way down towards the bottom side as quickly as he can. Maybe put a little bit of extra pressure in onto mid, but looks like they will be able to probably get a 1-for-1 trade. You've got a siege creep helping you out, and they see the spend TP, and that's the main one that you're concerned about. But Ghost.
Oh, whoa, that's a lot of damage. Hang on a second.
Didn't point anything.
They need to get out pretty quick, though.
Needs to move his creep.
They're all starting to funnel down bottom. Ice might be able to catch them out. Swap back, but CTY is in a great position to be able to get on top of Ghost, but he's still got the BKB to work with, and do they want to turn now? What's the call? As Xingqiu finds a fissure onto 2. ZZQ's not really the target. Meanwhile, Ice, it's a disruptive song where CTY eyes onto the Sven. If he can find an angle back inside the team fight without the BKB, he's hesitant. Cleaves down 1, tries to jump into the middle. Meanwhile, there's another vac onto 2 onto the high gun, so Ghost, he can just freely clean them up from downtown, as in the end, some great spell casting under the boys on Xtreme.
There was some good spell casting, but at the very start of that fight, I was looking at CTY. After the Aegis got claimed, he didn't have his Chrysalis. So when he made that jump onto the gyrocopter, you were missing out on so much damage, plus that potential to...
Oh, whoa, they see him.
They do.
Hang on, they see him.
No TP as well.
No BKB, blink down for 5. They're gonna cut it. Oh, they ran the other way. Okay.
Oh, can't stay for too long. They got the swap.
He's all right now.
But I mean, now we were talking about Sven staying ahead of the gyrocopter, not in anymore. Off the back of that last team fight, Ghost able to clean up with a couple of high-value kills. He's also got a Solar Crest buffing him up, so he is going to be a scary boy to have to face up against, and even a little bit of evasion coming through from the Elven Tunic. Svens don't exactly love going into an MKB, so would be a big deal if he's able to just get a little bit of that extra evasion coming through. He's already got the butterfly.
Dude, this Sanjin Yasha is a very interesting choice. I do wonder if he's going to commit with it or not, especially at this stage of the game. He's going to be very slot dependent shortly. You already got BKB, Scepter, Butterfly. I thought he was going to go Satanic next just because you disassembled the Mask of Madness for the Butterfly and then, of course, having the Morbid Mask now. But yeah, I'm very
the Doom, though, right? That's the big thing. You can have the Satanic on a gyrocopter, which is one of the good counters to the likes of, you know, the Black Holes, the Dooms, but not for Doom anymore. No healing if you are the target of it.
Maybe that's where these potential Lincolns can come into play from Xingqiu. He's opting for that instead of the BKB. Of course, you have a lot of other things that you could potentially block. You know, the Storm Hammer, the Ensnare. I've really spoken a lot.
Lincolns as well. You've got one finished up now, I believe, for the Queen of Pain.
Okay.
Who, for whatever reason, didn't buy it. There we go. It's finally coming out on the courier.
Okay, went Lincoln on Jar. Yeah, I was going to say, was very intrigued. So they've got double Lincolns now. And eventually going to be a third as well. Ice has a pretty good cliff fort to work with. Should be able to just slowly poke down the vents from afar. It is getting a bit sloppy. Very cool. Swap of XM. Of course, he's able to blink away. They will get the read of Xingqiu top. So they know it's a 4v5. Bit of information for them to work with. I don't know if they have a smoke, though. ZZQ's going to pop it as inventory. I think a little bit too late now.
Don't think they quite got a glimpse there of Ghost using the scan to be able to protect himself, but I mean, they're stalling this one out pretty effectively. It really does feel like those Lincoln Spheres are going to be the go time for Xtreme Gaming. Already picked one up on 2 heroes. Xingqiu's set to come incredibly shortly. The Lotus as well. They're not even going to wait. With Roshan still not spawning for over a minute, it's a risky move to be able to take, especially if it is a really quick respawn.
Oh, well done. Good position from ZZQ. Pops the smoke. Gets out. He didn't have any vision of the high ground, but of course he was smoked, so it looks like everyone else is starting to play it a little bit safe. I say that. C2A is farming near Xtreme.
So I'm wondering what really they can use. Like, Beyond has nothing that he can use to target to break these Lincolns, right? Like he's not going into an Aghanim Scepter. He doesn't have a Halberd. He doesn't have a Force Staff. He doesn't even have any sort of creep ability that's going to be able to break it. And I really feel like that's something that needs to change, unless you're going to rely on like ZZQ to land a latent toxicity from afar or something like that. But I just don't know if that's feasible to put that much into a position 5 Veno.
They're starting to consider about setting up a trap down bottom. I don't know if this is how easy this is going to be. And yeah, 71's out. Do they get a glimpse of CTY?
They do.
Oh, uh-oh. There's a potential for him to always BKB TP. It depends where the Venge is currently.
Buster,
I mean, he's with the boys.
Wait, what? Where's he going? Oh, he's going on to the... that way.
He needs help, man. He's going to have to BKB, I think. Oh, all right.
Dust?
Team? No one's coming down. He would try and go away now with the swap already being used far out, man. That is really close. That is, yeah, ballsy stuff.
It's the sort of play that you need to make just to try and drag this game out a little bit further, and they're going to be lucky in that Roshan didn't immediately spawn. It was 2 minutes on the timer there. We'll give him enough time to have that BKB back available, but it's already down to 6 seconds, which doesn't feel the greatest. You know, even just a really good placement of the wall of replica. I know we talk about, obviously, against this Sven, it doesn't feel as amazing as a lot of other heroes, but even just for the slow component, it's a really useful tool just to be able to seal off a big avenue of a lot of these team fights.
Oh, Eyesight, right? Xinqiu's going to be able to run into the Naga, so should be able to get a pretty easy kill, unless, oh, even Ghost popped BKB. They saw the channeling of the song, so... I do want to speak a little bit about XM's build as well. Why are we seeing the Quinapane avoid the Scepter, which was a very common build for her, you know, Bali Major, Riyadh as well, but XM is not considering it.
I'm honestly not sure. That would be the sort of thing that I would be going for against, maybe just because the Naga Siren especially is being played as a support. It's not something that you need to deal with quite so much, and it's much more of a utility style, right? If you give this Gyrocopter the space to be able to be that true hero as long as he's not getting dueled up, then I think you're going to be just fine with this.
Bottom lane? TP into the outpost, instant TP into the death. CTY as well as Blink's going to get cancelled.
They have the swap still available. Still just level 2 though, not the range for it. And they're praying for this Roshan to be coming up. It's only another 20 seconds away, but depending on how fast they take it, you might still... actually, he doesn't have the TP, right? He just TP'd into the outpost, so it'll need to be a long walk for Veno to be able to get back there. Maybe even just using the Smoke of Deceit for a little bit of extra movement speed. Here we go. Xinqiu, he's constantly using the enchant totem. Wanting to make sure he can catch out anyone that just tries to dive in a little bit too deep. And they're going to be rewarded for their patience. So, I mean, this feels amazing, right? Against Song, against Doom, against all of these big ultimates.
Yeah.
Just having that second life available, it's going to be enormous.
And we are just... Oh, Ice. He's going to Song to get XM, yeah. But nah.
Doesn't seem that way.
Oh, and they might even try and get the kill on Ice now. That Dagger Slow should help them close the distance. Xinqiu will cancel the TP. And it's going to be another death onto a support. They are going to try and get all the other lanes out fast enough, but do we... Because Team Zero completely avoiding team fights recently. Do you agree with their kind of read on the game that they are not in a position currently to take 5-on-5 fights?
Not with all these Lincolns. Like I mentioned before, beyond not having any of those Lincoln's breakers, and finally he's going to go into the Aghanim Scepter for himself. He's still about 1,500 or so gold away from being able to pick it up though, and without the Song and up against the Aegis, I'm not sure if they're going to give him the time to be able to do it. Maybe he just needs to play really ballsy, right? Like he's got the buyback available. He's got the gold to be able to do it as well. So you just got to try and push out this top lane, force someone to TP back so that they're not looking to go up into your high ground before you're truly ready to fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's a Daedalus. Yeah,
Jesus. I guess you do have some incredible high ground defenders though. Veno, Invoker, very frustrating.
But you're also playing up against a Avenge as well, right? That's going to be able to get swaps out. What did he sell? Sell his
Who's this, sorry?
Yeah, JT's Beyond sold his Midas so that he could afford the Ags.
Okay.
But can you afford to use it onto Ghost? Remember, he's got the second life.
Oh, they're going to jump straight away. Beyond. Heavy commitment for the first life. Let's see what DY wants to do. The Sonic Wave's going to push them away, so Ghost can play accordingly for this. A BKB an instant turnaround. This was a lot committed in Team Zero. It's going to be up to CTY, but he's going straight into the stun. No BKB. The chain control was perfect.
Oh, some of it's luck, but some of it is just Xingqiu predicting where a lot of the plays are going to be coming from. You can't be tipping a man when he's down like this, though, XM. That is heavily on the back of Xingqiu being able to land that stun, and even if he buys back, no God Strength, no BKB available, you might just need to give up. At least this one lane of Rax might be a second, and Xingqiu making sure that the lane is going to push in so that that backdoor gets disabled as quickly as possible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's just the momentum.
They're up
Just
against
a breath of, yeah, without a doubt.
Middle tower has fallen.
Wind has been completely taken out of the sail of Team Zero from a vast majority of the past 10 minutes, even a little bit past that. ZZQ, you might just get poked down from the flak and an XM will jump over the top. You should be okay. But they are completely zoning them away from the base. 7E, you're also too far forward. Beyond, he'll try again with the Doom, but everyone is too low to be able to capitalize on this. Another attempt wasted. Beyond's just gonna die to Ghost damage.
Dies to the damage as well. Once again, Xingqiu able to stop the Venomancer before he's able to get anything off. No Force Staff, no Parvis, no Solar Crest, not even a slow from the Venomous Gale. He has just been on point with his usage here. At least they have the Sven back. They have the Noxious Plague back up once again. But you've still got another Aegis.
They're gonna do something. Are they gonna go for the backline? Ice gonna get caught. He'll start with the song. CTY jumps in. A quick and easy kill onto the Venge. It's been frustrating for them so far inside some of the fights, but who's the target next? They want to try and deal with Ghost, but CTY's BKB is now completely over, and his health might be gone as well. But the Force Stuff gets him out of the Sonic Wave, but it's not going to matter. Meanwhile, Xingqiu also got the Invoker, who doesn't have a buyback. The Throne's exposed, and Xtreme Gaming will get their rematch versus Azure Ray in the Grand Finals.
Tapping out at the very end, and you gotta feel for Team Zero, right? They put on such a solid performance all throughout these qualifiers. Finishing third, I'm sure, is a lot higher than what a lot of people were expecting. Maybe top 6, maybe even top 4, but top 3, they can certainly deserve a lot of the pats on the back that they're going to get. But I mean, you come up against Xingqiu when he's playing like this, you come up against Ghost that really started to hit his stride this game. He was in form from start to finish. Even in the losing game, he was nearly flawless. So this is some scary form that you've been played into. And if I'm Azure Ray, you might have been able to pick up the W previously, but I don't think it'll be quite as easy next time around.
No, I don't think it will be either, but it still needs to be said that, you know, Xtreme, you were down 6,000 gold at 14 minutes in there. I mean, they did an incredible job to come back, but if Azure are in this position, how easy is it going to be for Xtreme? That is a completely different foe for them to go up against, but they will get that rematch. It's devastating for Zero. What a run it's been for them as well. Of course, I mean, you have so many experienced people on this team. You lost your first series versus Aster, but you knocked out Big Brain. You knocked out Aster.Aries, IG, and Team Bright. That was 4 wins in the lower bracket in a row. Unfortunately for them, their run will be stopped short with Xtreme Gaming.
And I feel horrible for poor CTY especially. He never got a chance to truly take a fight from like basically this one onwards, right? Like 15 minutes plus. He just could never fight. He made a lot of fantastic rotations. He had a huge net worth lead. Even just in this fight, right? He already had a 2k net worth lead over the Gyrocopter, but they always seemed to find these quick pickoffs that prevented them from taking a full 5-on-5. It was either Xingqiu with his great positioning coming through there. We see the Reflect coming through from JT with the Lotus Orb. Great timing on that. He also had the Surge to make sure he got back to safety. And once again, CTY can't fight. And basically every fight beyond this, it was just Xingqiu perfect with his stun usage, making sure that the Sven just wasn't able to right-click them down at all.
Yeah, this dude's Earthshaker is, you could even say second to none. I don't know. He's he is just so exceptional with his positioning, with his spellcasting. We said like Earthshaker versus Venomancer is very frustrating to play into. Make it even a Naga that could send illusions at you as well, but his was just the fissures, the echoes that we saw inside some of the fights, and incredible for Xtreme. Again, with the deficit they had to be able to find a way back in, and then it was just them for the remainder of the game. We saw Zero were trying, but it was never full force attempts.
That's the thing. I mean, they were always so solid with their pickoffs, right? Using the Sonic Wave to isolate someone. We even saw in that second last fight, right? Getting him outside of the Doom, allowing him to get another round of the spells off, another round of the flak cannon. And that's all they're really concerned about. It was a nice, cute little play at the very end there to be able to isolate both the Queen of Pain and the Earthshaker inside of the Song of the Siren, allowing them to finally get some sort of kill on the board, but it just wasn't enough. They were too far ahead, and we even saw at the very end there, poor 70 just feeling a little bit down about it all, and it's very understandable. They've come a long way since being in Division 2 in Tour number 3, and I think they should be proud of their performance overall. It might not feel like it today, but they certainly gained a lot of fans.
Yes, without a doubt. Some old fans coming back from the veterans and some new fans as well for them as well. But unfortunately, Xtreme, well, unfortunately for Team Zero, I should say, Xtreme, they're going to be the ones taking it. Who do we have to give? Who gets the MVP? I mean, who are the candidates that we got?
I don't know, man. I could give it to anyone. They all had game-winning plays throughout this, right? Like XM with a couple of Sonic Waves preventing the BKB God Strength, Jin-Q able to land many different stuns. Ghost, of course, keeping up in farm and then overtaking his Sven, which is incredibly hard to do. DY swaps, JT, Lotus Orb timings, and those big vac walls. Just give it to Jin-Q, man. Anyone that can make Earthshake, which I really don't rate too much as a hero, work in the fashion that he does, I think needs to be really commended. So Jin-Q, well worthy MVP, and we're going to see in the next series two of the best Earthshaker players in the world go up against each other. So you talked about how the drafts are going to pan out across the best of 3. Well, across the best of 5, it'll be the Jin-Q Earthshaker going up against the FY Earthshaker. Who's going to get it and who is going to be able to outplay the other? I'm so hyped to see how this best of 5 grand finals is going to go.
Your predictions, at least to start the qualifiers, was that Azure Ray was we're going to be able to take it and be that second team representing China. After all the games, all the series that we have seen so far, does that continue, that prediction, or do we feel like Xtreme have it?
It still holds true to me, but I would not be disappointed at all to see this Xtreme Gaming roster at TI. Whichever one makes it. I mean, this is the argument for potentially there being 2 China qualifiers, because both of these teams really solid. But one, it's got to be one. It's going to be a hype last series as well. Nothing just for seeding or anything like that. This isn't a victory lap. This is for all the marbles. And well, Lockie, I got to say, it's been an absolute pleasure casting the China qualifiers with you once again. We've followed both of these teams throughout the entire season, and well, I'm keen to see at least one of them is going to be moving on forward towards those grand finals.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, whichever team it's going to be, you could not ask for a better team to be able to represent them at TI. We've seen them, in the past. These are people who plays second, whether it is on Azure with FY Chalice and of course Somnus as well. You want to get Tian Ming his first stint at an international, and that is the same for XM as well. For he only played in the last chance qualifiers in the previous TI for Vici Gaming, so he has not had an opportunity to play at such a prestigious event, so he would love to be there. They have to get that rematch though, and it is going to be a very difficult rematch. Previously in that upper bracket final, it was Azure that took it in 2-1 fashion, but Xtreme, they are coming in with a lot of momentum. Is that momentum going to be enough though, is the big question. We'll have to find out. It's going to be a bit longer of a break. I think it's about half an hour. Of course, definitely Xtreme need a break to be able to work out what they're going to do and how they're going to tackle the boys on Azure. But regardless, we have one final series of the day, a best of 5 to determine who will be that second team to represent China at TI12. Will it be Azure or will it be Xtreme Gaming? We'll find out after the break.
And welcome back. It is the grand finals time for the Chinese region. We've been going through this region for a couple of days now, and it's finally time to figure out who's going to be joining the TI teams. I'm BCOP, joined here by Lacoste, ready to go, ready to hopefully see a close BO5. When it's a BO5, I'm always asking for 5 games that are close, and these two teams feel pretty close in terms of how good they've been so far, right, Lacoste?
For sure. I mean, best of 5 is a different beast. Just having like more room to experiment with the draft, like, because the first game of this best of 5 is definitely going to be, you know, you're going to see some wonky stuff coming out, because if you win and you pick something like really different, you're going to get into their head, because best of 5 is just a different thing, like compared to some of the best of 1s that we had in the lower bracket, and then BO3s. But the best of 5, this is the final boss, and we'll have to see who's going to get the dub. Azure Ray did manage to knock them down in the upper bracket final, but Xtreme Gaming, they are a tough opponent, and their series against Team Zero that we just witnessed looked really good. Team Zero maybe even could have pulled it off. They had like 5-6K gold lead, but Xtreme Gaming, experienced team, and manages to make a comeback in that one.
And you're going to need to be able to play against adversity to qualify for TI, and that's exactly what Xtreme Gaming is doing so far. But, you know, it's been a long road, and a couple of favorites have already been, you know, knocked out. If maybe you find yourself being a fan of, say, I don't know, IG. Well, that team, gone, out of here. Get that garbage out of here. If you're a fan of maybe, I don't know, Aster and the king of Sumail, well, they're out. They're gone. The favorite's gone. Get it out of here. Now, there's only 2 teams remaining. We'll see who ends up taking it all. BO5s, they tend to bring us our own little tiny meta, and I'm really excited to see what comes from it.
I thought you were gonna rip your shirt off.
No,
and it was like, yeah, this is it. Azure Ray.
Well, it's not delivered yet.
Delivered yet?
Yeah.
Okay, I know you're a big fan of it, but
Didn't come in
what
time.
I'm a big fan of, some good Dota, and I think this series is gonna deliver. Ever since Azure Ray formed in May of this year, there's a lot of hype about this team for a good reason, because you know, some of these players, they have gigantic fan base in China, but not just China, also in the Western world. These are the players that you like want to watch play. You know, Somnus, Chalice, FY, and some of the like newer ones. Lu, he's like more experienced than Tian Ming, but Tian Ming, he's a position 5 player that really grinds it out. I checked the leaderboards. He's number 18 right now, which is pretty impressive for a position 5 player.
Yeah. Is that China leaderboards or C? Because I know a lot of Chinese players are playing C right now. Yeah, it's definitely been weird with, I think all of the Chinese top pros have migrated over to SEA leaderboards, so they've been doing a lot of that. And taking 18th is always a pretty solid approach, especially, like you said, when you're a 5 position. But there's a lot of named players here, and it's kind of insane. So, you know, it's interesting to see what Azure Ray and Xtreme Gaming is going to be looking for, but you know, looking for things is what we're going to be talking about next, as, you know, a lot of these picks have been kind of similar within the draft and everything like that. We've seen Gyro be pretty popular. We've seen Nature's Prophet be very popular. And here are the most contested picks throughout the qualifier, as this is, you know, not a surprise seeing this. Maybe the one surprise to me is the Primal Beast, but the few times we've seen it, it's been okay. The one time I think it really struggled was up against that Silencer.
Yeah, he has a couple of bad matchups. He doesn't like to play into heroes like Clockwork, but yeah, these heroes are the ones that got buffed. I think the one that stands out to me the most is Brewmaster, because most of the games that I've seen Brewmaster play, he lost. He wasn't managed. Like, he looks good in the laning stage, and then afterwards he really falls off. And we can see the most picked heroes for both of the teams that are going to play here. Razor, I think that's the big one for Azure Ray, because Somnus plays it so well from the mid lane. Vengeful Spirit, not really a surprise there, considering the hero is really strong at laning. We've seen like some position 2, mostly position 4 and 5 Vengeful Spirit coming into the play. The hero field is really good right now, because you can scale that. Once you get that Aghanim Scepter, you have like damage reduction, you have Swap Vision, one of the better heroes in the game to stack with. And also Queen of Pain, Xtreme Gaming. This is kind of a standard. This is one of his better heroes for XM, I would say. Just Queen of Pain, we saw it in the previous game, the last game of the previous series. He popped off.
Yeah, so it's especially interesting to see Queen of Pain be such a popular pick with maybe it not being picked elsewhere, but he popped off after kind of falling behind quite a bit. That team in that last game, you know, Team Zero had like an 8K lead. They were really putting the hurt on early, so we'll see what they can do. We're going to get into this first game draft for game number 1 of this BO5 in just a moment, but is there anything in particular you think you want to see? Is there any surprises that you want to see come out in a BO5 draft, or is that maybe, you know, everybody's going to be keeping it pretty standard overall?
No, there's going to be a lot of experimenting coming into this draft, especially the first game of BO5. I mean, this patch still hasn't been figured out. Like, when we watch different regions, like NA's also having qualifiers at the moment, and you can see like the variation of the picks when it comes down to Western Europe, Southeast Asia, South America. It's just going to be like completely different picks. Some of the picks that we've seen on the screen are going to be there, but I feel like there's a lot of experimenting to do, because this patch, a lot of things changed, and I feel like you can get away with a lot of position 4s, mostly 5s as well. Like the offlaners can also look completely different than what we've seen in 7.33.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of variation in terms of like supports. I feel like the last few patches have been like, here are the handful of supports that are good, and everything else is not exactly that great. And it's always interesting to see what teams are trying to prioritize coming into the first pick, because it's that lone first pick and then back to some bans. And Clockwork being the first pick here for the side of Azure Ray. So, you know, there's been variation. Some teams are even willing to pick up their mid first. We've seen a lot of Embers in that first pick. But both teams, it looks like, as of right now, both supports, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Azure Ray did play Clockwork 2 times, once on Tianming, once on FY. They did not lose with the hero. It's a very stable, like 4-5, who does give you initiation. Also, like you can choose where you want to fight because of the cogs, vision. There's not many like vision heroes still like left, because some of them got nerfed, like Beastmaster, for example. He doesn't have Hawk available. And Xtreme Gaming, they're gonna take Morana. Like the thinking here is, do you want to ban Ember Spirit? Because we've already played Ember Spirit plus Morana. Other teams also showed that they can play it really well. And also having something to get away from the Clockwork. So that's always going to be good. Like, this is the most important thing. Like, you see Clockwork, you don't want to pick heroes like Shaker, who gets dumpster by it, Ancient Apparition. So you also want to put Clockwork at a difficult spot where he doesn't have, like, the clear target to go for and kill it with his combo.
Yeah, so what are you looking for in terms of what they can bring with the Morana? We've seen a lot of Morana Ember. That seemed to be a very popular duo from a couple of those lower bracket teams, one of which I know was Team Bright really liked that Morana Ember combo. So, you know, you get to the end of a bracket, you're in the best of 5. I'm wondering if these two teams, with the success they've had, they're obviously both, you know, here for a reason, if they're pulling anything from other teams and maybe looking for a combo like that.
They had OD plus Morana. It was like very specific in the game when they played against Team Zero a few hours ago. It's also great setup. It does allow Morana to have a much better game, like post BKBs or like even pre BKB. So it's like, when I say pre BKB and post BKB, does that mean 100% of the time?
Yes.
Okay, so that's really good. I mean, only if you don't have BKB available, it's always going to be potent, and they are removing Doom. On the other side, Azure Ray removing Glycan. No really surprise there. The big one is this Viper pick that Azure Ray decided to ban out, because Xtreme Gaming, they did play it 2 times, but didn't win a single game with it.
Yeah, but the what if is there, right?
Yeah, what if it's like this game that gets the dub? I think it comes down to them wanting to have like a really good laning stage for their mid lane. Like, they don't want to have, you know, Somnus getting dumpstered in the lane. Also, maybe they want to pick that Razor again, because Viper could be... Because it was always like that, where you... Oh, you're getting your damage stolen. We're just going to put Viper there, and he's going to square up and still be able to punch back and maybe even kill you. So potentially looking out for that Razor pick on Azure Ray.
Yeah, it's also a question of what do you want to show early in these 3 picks. Like, it's always very interesting to see what teams are willing to show in like the second and third
Well,
pick.
what's JT doing? JT is going really mad about this one. He's very active. I like to see this kind of energy.
Very adamant again about getting that Mars, I think, because he was very adamant, and then they picked his hero.
I think like what's been said there is, guys, just pick me Mars. You know, I'm feeling myself. I just won against Team Zero in the second game with it. I want to play it again.
Right. Yeah, if you're definitely like, a lot of people have said that lower bracket teams coming into a lot of these have the benefit of have the advantage of being warm, having the momentum, and kind of feeling what they're doing well with right at the moment. So you play well with a hero like Mars, you want to get it out there again, especially a statement game like game number 1. So OD, this feels like an interesting pick. We have seen this hero dumpster and get dumpstered.
Yeah, hero has been buffed like a few times in a row. I think the hero also, it shuts down some of the tanky heroes that are picked up still, and it's also their save against the combo. You try to go with the arena into arrow combo, there's gonna be OD, and this was instant pick with OD Rubik. It felt like they picked it at the same time, so they knew exactly what they're gonna go for. Rubik, FY, no real surprise there. I think this game's gonna be a treat to watch because you'll have good spells to steal, especially if you manage to get your hands on the spear. That's the biggest one. Sure, there's Starstorm, Arrow is also fine, but you're going to be looking for Spear.
Yeah, and it's of course going to be, well, everybody's always hoping for an FY Rubik, so everybody's looking for a potential treat here in that. And when you have like those playmaking spells to steal, I feel like that's when FY really obviously just kind of comes out of his shell. He did go to an interesting build the last time we saw him on Rubik. He went like a more supporty mech kind of thing, not like that blink dagger and anything more aggressive to play with. He knew his role a little bit more, and it wasn't as flashy from him.
It was a good choice from him. That was the series against IG when they were playing against Zeus, Phoenix, Nyx Assassin, a lot of magical damage, so he wanted to tank up as much as he can. Tianming did go for pipe on position 5 Clockwork, so they have a really good understanding what needs to be done to get the win in the end. And we talked about XM's Queen of Pain.
Yep.
It's getting picked up there. Also one of the old school counters to Clockwork. If you don't have enough lockdown, like you don't care about his initiations, and that's the big one. That's a big boy.
It's the first Treant Protector pick.
I don't remember the changes to Treant Protector other than his Leech Seed getting buffed. Oh yeah, the Divines now are treated as trees, so you get the benefits from it. And the search radius got increased from 150 to 200, so a little bit of a buff. It's also definitely a tanky hero to be killed. Gonna provide him with like strong position 5. It also gives you a lot of team fight, keep them in place. Xtreme Gaming team fight looks really good. Azure Ray really lacking in that department.
Yeah, this is very pick-off oriented for Azure Ray, right? Like hookshot's very pick-off material. Now this is more team fight. That's exactly what they needed, a Brewmaster. But that's something you were talking about earlier in the draft, right? Like Brew, it's popular, but it's not winning as much as you'd like.
Yeah, so far in the qualifiers, he's sitting at 44% win rate. It's not as bad, and we've seen this exact matchup yesterday 2 times. Anti-Mage against Brewmaster. Seems like Brewmaster really struggles against it, doesn't have any mana to work with, and what the hero wants to do is put some early pressure. So they just banned it. It also could be potentially a Medusa pick coming up with this anti-mage, so might just like use this ban for like 2 good things, even though there is like Mars, which is great against Medusa until Medusa gets like a Silver Edge to be able to break him.
Would you ban PL next if you're Azure Ray? If you're thinking about going Medusa, that is, like, would you want to get that out of there?
Yeah, I just want to see what they ban, and then we're going to have like a clearer picture what they want to go for. Because right now, with the heroes that they have, even if they put the pressure, they can't really close out the game. They can't just go and kill the towers because Brewmaster OD doesn't do it. OD doesn't also build into Meteor Hammer anymore. You're going for most of the time a different item build, so you're gonna be definitely lacking in that department. So it needs to be something that has some kind of a tower pressure, and I see Templar Assassin. That would definitely be a great pickup for Azure Ray because it's a Deso builder.
5 seconds remaining.
So final ban for Azure Ray. Interesting to see what they want to get out of here, as both teams looking for their position 1. We were thinking maybe they'd get rid of that Phantom Lancer. They could, well, I guess not. Not much Illusion Gaming left if you've taken out the Naga Siren already for Xtreme Gaming. But who would be another Diffusal pick? And they go Terrorblade. Terrorblade's been a very popular 1 position. We've seen it a lot, and banning out that Drow last, Drow not exactly the most contested hero in this qualifier.
It's just a good counter to Terrorblade because you pierce through the high armor. There's still like Morphling available, but you're picking Morphling into OD. I'm just trying to figure out if there are better picks right now for Xtreme Gaming. Because this Faceless Void ban, maybe they could have used it themselves. This is good. I think this is fine in terms of damage that they have on the ground. It's pretty much Sanity's Eclipse. If maybe FY steals like a Sonic Wave, Scream of Pain, but other than that, it looks like a really good Slark game to start with.
Yeah, so both these drafts finished. It's definitely battle of the coaches. Lanham and Fenrir are the coaches for these 2 teams, so it's interesting to see the drafts. These guys know each other so well. I think a lot of these players know each other really well. Like, this is just such a familiar matchup when it comes down to the finals, so it's exciting to watch. I think there's always been this big comparison between Lu and Ghost, especially because they've kind of broken onto the scene of the Chinese region at the same time, and it's game number 1. I'm kind of favoring, at least based on the way they've been playing, Azure Ray like 55-45.
Yeah, but I do like what they have. Like this Slark, this is 24-pick Slark. Every single time I see it, it feels really good for a good reason. Like, he can't be locked down. This is like... Plus, you also have a little bit of extra protection coming up from the Treant Protector when you're in trouble. You also have high armor. Treant Protector is going to give you some extra against TB as well. So, yeah, I would say that Xtreme Gaming has slight advantage in this one. Maybe I'm slightly biased also because I'm not the biggest fan of the Brewmaster. Like, the hero, if there's a guy that can make it work, that's definitely Chalice, but we'll have to see. I think we're in for a treat. We said that there's going to be some experimenting coming into the first game. There definitely is. We see OD, which has been slightly on the rise since he has been buffed in the last couple of patches, and the Treant Protector and also Slark as the last pick. So yeah, let's hop into it and see how it's going to be played out.
Yeah, and when I think about this Brew 2 for Chalice, the one thing I kind of remember is definitely those LGD days, because there's a lot of times where they put a lot of pressure on Chalice, and he had like that sacrificial lane with the Brewmaster. Azure Ray don't exactly play it like that as much as LGD did back then, and obviously it's a way different game from then to now, but I'm interested to see how his lane goes, because every time I see Chalice, it is a conversation that I have in my mind where it's like, is he going to be playing back to that style of, hey, I'm just in this lane, get anything I can out of it, and I'm kind of in the sack lane?
We've seen Brewmaster not having good laning stage in a lot of the games that he's been played throughout the qualifiers. And also, like, one hero, like we said, XM on his Queen of Pain. This is his signature hero, pretty much. not enough lockdown. So these heroes could be roaming around freely. It's Queen of Pain, Slark. Both of them are very maneuverable in a fight, that if they can't lock them down, it's going to cause them a lot of issues.
Now, is that kind of the same case, though, for Xtreme Gaming? Like, their lockdown isn't exactly amazing either. It's based on an ult for Overgrowth and, like, Spear if you can get it with the arrow.
They're really good at resetting, so they can go in, bait maybe some of these big spells, because even though, let's say, you don't have Arena, you don't have Sonic Wave, but if they don't have Meta Sanity's Eclipse or Split, you're going to be winning that fight, because your heroes are just much stronger after that.
Right. So see how the lanes end up going. Obviously, I would say the most important lane at the moment is looking over towards mid, Somnus against XM. These are definitely two of the best mids in the region, and XM, when he's on a signature hero like this, it's made to be interesting over in this lane.
Yeah, XM getting harassed a lot already. Both of the mid laners getting a deny on the range creep. Queen of Pain starting with Scream of Pain, went to secure that one, but didn't happen in the end. And I also want to see how much Tian Ming is going to be able to do with the Clockwork, forcing DY in the bottom lane to get the leap level 1, which is not that bad. I think it's fine, because like the trade you get is 40 mana against 90. Clockwork doesn't have that much mana to work with. And also, I've seen Mirana's getting leap level 1 and being able to kill the couriers, because there is a courier coming out underneath the ward right now. So let's see if DY wants to go for it.
Yeah, he definitely senses it. One of the things that's a little bit difficult for Clockworks, though, when they hit the level 2 on Xtreme Gaming, is, yeah, you're in their face with a battery assault, but it sometimes lines you up for a spear arrow combo. And they've got the blood grenade. They're trying to get a kill. They'll leap forward on Tian Ming and have that last right click to get that kill. So, you know, you want to play this aggressive style with this hero, but things like this happen where you end up giving away first blood.
And if this was a pop game, you would get flamed. You just got killed by Mirana with leap level 1, and they're getting level 2 faster. So Mars is available. Spear, God's Rebuke. Loot needs to be careful. If they execute the combo, they could get him really low, maybe even get the kill. And Tian Ming tipping DY. He's like, okay, I didn't expect this one. First you dodged my battery assault, and now you got the kill. And there's the tip back from DY.
So, a couple of G's coming out. Blink's voice line getting used. This top lane, I've been looking at a little bit, and Azure Ray is trying to play aggressive as well. Constantly throwing those Fade Bolts out. You're trying to use that Cinder Brew combination. Trying to open up this camp as well with where the creep equilibrium was. And of course, I just have to say it once. You don't have to look at it. Weak hallucination. That's it. I know. 2 minutes. Here we go. All right.
System.
There we go. I just had to. Ghost. He's in some trouble. The telekinesis, the blood grenade, and now Jinkyu's going to put the Nature's Grass down, but he's putting some right clicks on an FY. Might get a kill beforehand. It's Jinkyu who gets credit for that, and Ghost is able to walk it away.
Yeah, very good turnaround potential on their heroes. That's why, like, you have to use everything, and if you don't get the kill on Slark, there's going to be Leech Seed. This has been buffed, like extra 5 damage, extra 5 heal on level 1 is not too bad. I want to see if he puts a second point in it, because I think that's the correct play in this lane. It's also noticed that Jinkyu is playing this position like 4-5 Treant Protector. They wanted to have Mirana be played as position 4, maybe just for the laning stage, so that she can get away from Clockwork.
Jinkyu is one of those supports who plays super greedy too.
Yeah, I think he's gonna switch. Like, after the laning stage is done, he might need to invest in some extra sentries, extra regeneration for Slark, so that Ghost has good laning stage, and then he can switch to his own thing.
Oh, every time I talk about how greedy Jinkyu is, I think about that Weaver game. But granted, that was a Weaver game where he could have bought anything, but he did. He did buy anything, and he went super greed. Ooh, Courier.
Radiant's Courier.
That's going to be taken out there, and you talked about that leap potential with getting that Courier, but he didn't even need it. He just had to be in the right place at the right time with that ward over on that high ground cliff where the Couriers usually come through. So, 2-0 right now for Xtreme Gaming. And TB, though, for Lou, his farm's looking pretty good. 23-2.
Clockwork is securing his lane, has magic stick charges, healing lotus as well available. I don't think they're gonna get the kill on him, especially if there's Tian Ming in the lane with 2 points in battery assault. JT is not gonna feel too comfortable. It's more gonna be about trading, and there's a courier snipe again.
Yeah, that's the second one going down.
Has been killed.
Been very unfortunate with the couriers coming over, but this deep ward's not one that's really going to be dewarded. So getting a lot of information out of that and getting a lot of gold for your team with these courier kills. Always a good feeling when you're able to just swipe some couriers like that. Something, you know, we've taken some time off from talking about, but this mid lane, Queen of Pain behind a couple hundred gold, but things are relatively even overall.
OD also made an adjustment. Somnus picked up casual Ring of Health just so that he can trade in the lane, sustain. This is the hero that doesn't buy into bottle, and I don't think he's gonna go for Helm. Like usually it would be this Meteor Hammer, but seems like he wants to scale, wants to pick up Hand of Midas. So it's gonna need to be someone else that makes the play. They do have Ruby Clockwork, which is a good support duo to make plays around the map. All they need is levels, so eyes on 7 minutes. Who's gonna pick up those XP runes? Tian Ming. Again, unable to lock onto the target. We'll pop the healing salve here as well to be full HP. Mars bringing in Soul Ring. He's very tanky. Full 100 HP, 10 magic wand charges. Pretty difficult to take down.
Basic ward. It's always a shocker. Oh, that arrow missing the catapult bottom.
I just saw it. He missed the arrow on the siege creep, but
yeah,
you didn't have to do him dirty like that. It was not shown on camera.
I didn't know. That's where my camera was. I'm not a hater. It's a pretty big, significant thing there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, he's gonna go mid, and
wait, it's got haste.
Somnus. XM has Blink available. Level 5 needs one CS for level 6. DY is going for solo and getting soloed.
That was bad. And then leaving JT bottom to die here with a rotation from FY. One right click and a Sanities. That mana allergy is deadly.
Yeah, it's really good. Also, how much did he have? Stealing 300 mana.
Get that guy an EpiPen. They're gonna put a lot of damage onto this tier 1 over bottom too. Like, yeah, the glyph is here, but the meta, he's got a decent duration on it. Let's say put some damage on. But
I know what EpiPen is because I worked in pharmacy. For people out there, it's like anti-allergy pen that you need to have just in case you have like some severe allergy. That's the joke, B-Cup. I have to explain everything, you know.
No, you just let the people laugh. Wisdom Rune for FY and DY. The Ys getting it. Oh, 1 for 1. It's been a curse for a couple of the games we've watched, getting both of those first Wisdom Runes, by the way. The last few games we covered, if you had gotten the first 2 7-minute Wisdom Runes, you lost.
Pretty much. It definitely felt like it. It's a 2k gold lead for Azure Ray. I almost said Xtreme Gaming or YBB. For
Arena. And that's bottom. They're going to try and line up the arrow. That's what they do. Only level 5 here for Lu. He's still tanky. Gets blocked a little bit, but the cogs are there, and now he's able to survive. JT's in some trouble with the battery assault. They've got an illusion running forward, and maybe JT dies, but he's got a wand, so he's not terribly low on health. He throws that spear, and DY gets the last hit on a Tian Ming, but he saves the TB of Lu, and that's the most important part.
That's what matters. He's very tanky with Terrorblade, going for all these like smaller items, picking up Bracer, now brought Infused Raindrop, has Magic Wand, and the Belt of Giant Strength. So actually what makes the difference, we'll have Sunder available soon. So they could go for the play maybe on JT, but he's at half HP, so you're not going to get like the full value from it.
Keeping it even so far. I like what it's looking like right now. Bottom lane, JT taking a lot of damage. Lu, he's got that Sunder just in case. They're TPing in a +1. DY coming over. JT, oh, the leap into the cog. So, well, the leap doesn't really do anything. And now they've got a Sonic Wave that hits on a Tian Ming. They'll get the kill there with an XM rotation. But again, Lu, he gets another kill. He survives. The meta's going to work out for him to get some more farm as well. And he's sitting top of the net worth. That being said, Ghost is having a good game up top, too.
Tianming very happy with the trades that he's getting. First, he saves his Terrorblade, then he manages to get the XP before he dies, forcing the Sonic Wave, which also means that his carry is going to be safe. Chalice just hit level 6 on Brewmaster. They didn't play aggressive yet, but the Slark is also level 7, so a bit of a difficult kill to get on Slark. Maybe they can get some
Another arena.
Let's see if he can survive
And
this
another
one.
spear. Well, he's got Sunder this time around, and again, he's still so tanky. They bring a +1, they throw an arrow out, and well, that's it.
They might go.
Yeah, can they turn this into something a little bit more? They've got themselves a Thunderclap. They go to the Sunder, and now they look for the damage on a JT. That's so much damage so quickly, and they've got the Cyclone onto this Mirana. DY, he doesn't have any leaps for 9 seconds, so he's in trouble and probably just dead, and he will fall to Chalice. So a good rotation with the +1 addition of this Brewmaster.
If they wanted to kill Terrorblade there, they need the Sonic Wave. That's why I said it's very important what Tianming did there. And you can see Lu, just like big fan of his itemization, investing everything to be as tanky as possible, understands the matchups. And the first rotation from Chalice, something that I always say about Brewmaster, this first rotation, first primal split, it needs to be good. And so far, looking very crisp. You got 3 Urn of Shadow charges, you got some extra levels, and that's gonna be full Spirit Vessel done in a second. Spear stolen.
Level 3 Spear stolen. What's another one of those spells that needs to be like first time usage perfect? Because like Primal Split's definitely one of them.
Let me go through the hero. Hook from Podge. If you missed the first hook.
First hook?
Yeah, it's...
Does it count if it's on a bounty rune? Like, is that a good hook?
No, you need to hit the hero. You gotta build up that confidence.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta do the, what, I think, I swear it was like you and Fogged playing, and it was like a hook. You're trying to get him on that cliff up in the top dire triangle. Secure that first blood right by the Obs cliff. But it's always got to be good first hook. There's that siege creep going down. Look at that. That arrow lands. This tier 1 is not long for this world. We'll see if they can get the deny. Starstorm used and a Nature's Grasp down. JinQ only level 5, and they've got XM behind him if they can get a catch, but not looking likely as they're playing it a bit passive and allow that tower to go down. So bottom tower gone, mid tower gone. The map opens for the side of Azure Ray.
So far, so good. Like, all their movements have been very good so far. From Azure Ray, this also leaves Chalice in the top lane, who's going to have another Primal Split available. Spirit Vessel charge, as we said. Ghost has been farming. He does have Echo Saber, does have Occult Bracelet, the best item you can find on Slark, gives you that mana that you need to farm up with Dark Pact. Going for Diffusal Blade next. Once you pick up that Diffusal Blade, it's also going to be...
Ooh, Spear from FY.
You want to be fighting then.
From quite the distance, too. Dark Pact, Spirit Vessel placed on the Ghost. So those 2 charges left on that. Had Primal Split if they wanted to make the move. Maybe looking for a +1 if anybody was going to come through the Twin Gate, but nobody doing so. Trying to hold on to this spear as long as possible. Uh-oh.
Pause at the same time. It happens. It happened in the yesterday's game when IG played. I think they paused and unpaused 3 or 4 times in a row.
Well, you know, the reasoning you see here, but, you know, if you want to know what happened, watch back and watch the VOD. Right now, where do you think this game's at? It's a 1K lead for Azure Ray, but is it enough of a lead? Do they need to really be building off a perfect laning stage to make this game work, or are they just not pressuring the Slark enough, you think?
Slark's having a complete free farm, but so is Terrorblade.
Tianming.
I just want to see those first rotations from Slark.
Jump in, Shadow Strike. Land that arrow. Spear actually doesn't hit the tree, but it's not going to matter. XM gets the kill there onto the Clockwork, but it does force heroes down here. 4 of them, to be precise. Leaving a lot of space for Somnus, who's got this Midas, and looking to pick up that Force Staff. Well, he'll be working on that top lane. Ghost now. Terrorblade coming from behind. Lose here. They still have the Spear. Ghost Dark Pacting, and they go to the Moonlight Shadow, so he's able to use that and the Shadow Dance to escape. But it looks like another tier 1 tower is falling for Xtreme Gaming.
And the full combo, Moonlight Shadow Dance. Slark gets out of the trouble, so that's going to be on cooldown for a minute. maybe it gives opportunity for FY and Chalice to try to get the kill on Slark. The spear is now gone, so he needs to steal another Somnus. He's chasing. Jin-Q still level 5.
They've got FY off to the side. He's also searching, but getting through these trees, he will steal the living armor. Not a bad spell to steal, especially if you're looking to skirmish early on, and that's something that they've been doing. They've been looking to fight a little bit, especially to take these towers, but see how safe Chalice is. He's got Primal Split available, and Ghost's off to the side with Jin-Q. Mid lane as well. But taking a look up top, they've got the Astral Imprisonment. Can they get anything from this? Chalice with a Thunderclap. Jin-Q in trouble, gets that level 6. Goes into the Overgrowth, but there's the Primal Split as well as the Arena down from JT. This isn't looking like enough to do anything. Maybe it's a save for Ghost, but the Arena won't catch anybody to, well, secure them with a spear afterwards. And, you know, Arena's up, and he's free to do whatever he wants.
Blink reveal from JT. Ghost trying to play aggressive, knows that there's no Sanity's Eclipse, so... Can they catch Tianming one more time? Yeah, he looks very dead here, but look at the play. They did not want to commit with the Sonic Wave. Can't really blame him. I mean, you use Sonic Wave again like that, that also means that you're not going to get the kill on core. JT,
gotta deny him. Blink God's Rebuke, but they have the Astral Imprisonment, XM, and Ghost coming over. Chalice doesn't have a Primal Split for a minute and a half. Now Somnus going through the Twin Gate. Nope, Arrow, it lands. They've got the silence, they'll get the kill. And that's an early Orchid from XM, with Ghost now having that finished Diffusal in just a couple gold.
This is their timing. 15 minutes into the game, Diffusal Blade finished, it's nighttime, Slark has night vision, you want to be fighting right now, XM needs to replenish his mana, also Orchid reveal, there's going to be another arena in 15 seconds. Now they need to start fighting. For the next 5 minutes, I want to see Xtreme Gaming completely running at them, pushing out the base. Problem is, Terrorblade's always going to get one lane pushed in with his illusions.
And we've seen Ghost, his farm's kind of been slowed down with the pressure they put on towards top. And that's allowed a lead here for Lou by about 1,000 golds. And he's going to finish off this Manta soon. Now he's going into a Butterfly. Moonlight Shadow, they're setting up over bottom. They see Lou. This would be a big kill to get. They're lining up the spear. They've got the Pounce leashing. Now he's got no mana. So the spear lands. The arrow's unneeded even though it's thrown. And Ghost gets a kill onto the leading hero. So Lou ends up dead. They've got the cogs. They'll look to get out of the Twin Gate, but the Pounce over the cogs. That'll leash him up. They'll get another kill.
Keep doing this. This is what Xtreme Gaming needs to do. This is a big kill. Terrorblade, like, he doesn't like to play into Slark. He's not going to have the tools to just deal with the Slark. Focus him down. There's not a single silence. There is like instant lift from Rubik, which is only level 1. There's not that much AoE damage other than Sanity's Eclipse. So Slark's gonna be fine. As long as he can get the Shadow Dance off, we'll pick up the shard after he gets the Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have that extra survivability, can play much more aggressive. We'll have a little bit of extra presence from the global, this living armor from Treant. And yeah, Jin-Q, whenever he plays these heroes that are like not as flashy, you don't really feel like it's hard to make Treant look flashy in the first place. Maybe there's like Kateomi. I think he's one of the best, if not the best Treant player in the world when he was super popular as a pick. But other than that, because you just picked up the shard, so upgrade to Nature's Guys, going into Blink Dagger next.
Radiant's bottom tower is
We saw a lot of crazy plays for him, but of course, Katomi, he was getting free farm. Like, they would open up a lane for him, and he would just farm so much with that hero. It was kind of insane what the team was willing to give him whenever he had the Dream Protector.
For a good reason. He pretty much always delivers whenever he gets the farm.
Yeah. They're setting up towards top, but Twin Gate, Azure Ray, they're going through it, and they're going to try and maybe wrap around and get something out of it, but Lou's got to be careful. He's under the tier 1 tower, but that doesn't mean you're safe. Especially if you get your mana depleted, there's got to be a faster reaction from Azure Ray. They're going into Lou. They're going to TP over to the tier 1 tower, but they've got the arena as well as the spear. Now Chalice coming in. Can they save him? No, they can't. Lou's already dead with the overgrowth being used by Jin-Q. They put their attention on the JT. Sonic Wave hits on a Somnus. Ghost gets the kill there. They look over at FY. They're cleaning up on the side of Xtreme Gaming, and this will be JT dying. That's one casualty for Xtreme. Now a second with DY falling. Chalice trying to do all he can with this primal split.
He's gonna clean
the
up.
Brewlings are going to go back to form, and Chalice, he's in trouble. He's right in front of of Ghost. The Pounce of Leech is under the tier 1 tower. He's got some help from XM. Shadow Strike, but pops that wand, gets a little bit more time. The Orchid's on him. There's the Dark Pact. They'll get a 4th, and Chalice is gone.
Very difficult fights. 2 times in a row, Terrorblade dealt pretty much 0 damage. Like, he doesn't get the meta off, dies instantly. And this is the timing that we mentioned. Like, this is the time to strike because it looked good for Azure Ray, this like 3-4k gold lead that they had. But the heroes on side of Xtreme Gaming are much stronger during the nighttime when they're taking these fights. All their items also synced up because you have something to control this OD with. He sold. Somnus sold the Ring of Health. He's like, I need my items. Like, this was just for the laning stage, so lost a little bit of a gold there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Right next to the Queen of Pain in terms of net worth, but yeah.
Yeah, that happens if you sell your items.
Yeah, get that half back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Slark also finished Aghanim Scepter. Now he has Ghost
Double
Scepter.
pounce. Ghost, telekinesis. Ooh, a hook shot from Tianming does not land on anything. They've got the dust, the Dark Pact. Can they get the damage? No. He's got the living armor, and they've used the Moonlight Shadow. Ghost, when he's feeling himself, he does play really aggressive, and he turned right back around and looked at FY for a moment, but now TP from Tianming. This is happening over bottom because Somnus is dying. They've got the arena down on a 2. Now Ghost in the top lane also trying to maybe stop these TPs and stop this retreat over to Chalice. But the right clicks are in. The spear is there. They get themselves a 2nd kill. And both of those kills go their way while Ghost gets the tier 1 tower up towards top.
Ooh, he stopped Tianming's TP, so they're splitting up them real nicely. OD, not a hero that you can afford to get some of these like random deaths. This is the hero that plays really well when he's ahead, but I would say pretty similar with Axe. Like, Axe is one of the heroes where you're like, oh, I'm dominating, and then you die 2 times, and you're like, oh man, what the hell happened? It felt like I died 5 times, and I only died once or twice.
His net worth has kind of really slowed down, and Queen of Pain, who is right next to this OD, but Sanity started. Cogs, all right, XM able to blink away, so that doesn't really work out for a kill.
It was nice play from XM. This Orchid value, silencing up OD, so he couldn't get the Astral, couldn't get any damage done with the Arcane Orb. Nicely done by XM. Not the usual item that you see. It's like very matchup specific. Maybe when you play against Puck. As Queen of Pain, you want to pick it up. DY?
They found themselves DY. They'll get a kill there. Chalice getting another one. He's 4-2-2. He wants a Lotus Orb. He wants to be able to purge that silence from the Queen of Pain. So 4K lead right now, and smoke from Ghost as well as XM. The double core smoke. They might be able to catch Chalice or force a primal split, either of which is going to be okay. He actually switches off the Lotus and goes to Radiance, but look at this jump in. They've got the kill on the Chalice. There's no way he survives this. All 3 cores on him.
And their ward on top just expired. Chalice is like, yeah, they have vision on the high ground, so there's going to be sentry ward placed onto this hill, and they're not going to find anything. But they're going to find something here. Tianming finds one deep observer that was placed earlier. Arrow
yeah, but Ghost is coming over. Pounce, Cogs, Arena as well. But nobody spectating inside the arena.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Arena stolen.
Yeah. If he can get in. He's got Force Staff, though, and he's going into a Yule, so he doesn't exactly have like that blink initiation. So, we'll see. What they can get done on this one as they go into Roche. Also, Mars looking for a Hex. Blink BKB Hex. Not a bad combo.
Like instant stun, because Spear, maybe you can dodge depending on the vision, but cannot dodge that Hex. And Ghost picked up the shard, so we'll have extra survivability for himself. I don't know if they're gonna take this fight. There's double damage up and running for half duration on XM, and seems like they want to fall back. They saw that double damage, they're like, yeah, we can't get there in time.
Yeah, forget that. So, 4K lead. Sark sitting at the top. Blue trying to farm his way back into this one, and He's got that Manta. He has the Eagle Song and the Quarter Staff. He just needs that Talisman, which is only 200 gold away.
Tower is under attack.
So, let's see. Is it going to be enough to get back into this game? Because Ghost is having a really good one, 5-0-4. And with this Aegis on him, they haven't been able to kill him once. Killing him twice is going to be rough. Hook shot comes in, but they're going to try to go with the arena from Amfly. But it's just the supports in on this. They're going to need a +1. They're going to blink over to the side, looking over at Jinkyu. They go to the primal split. The right clicks come in, but the arena comes out from JT. Sanities is down. FY ends up dead. Somnus in trouble with DY on him, and the right clicks coming out from Ghost means they'll get themselves a second. Overgrowth, Sonic Wave, Chalice in trouble. He needs to really get out of this one. The Brewings, though, are back to form. The silence is there. The spear connects. They'll get the kill.
Rocket snipes him. Like, they used everything. They try to save Jinkyu's Sonic Wave onto primal split. Lotus Orb to remove like the Spirit Vessel plus the Cinder Brew, and a little surprised how they entered this fight because there was no Lou. Lou's like, yeah, see you guys later, I'm not joining this one. They try to go on Slark, maybe take the first life of him, but he's super tanky. There's also gonna be like some kind of help that he's gonna get from his teammates, also holding the Aegis. And they don't have enough stuns. Again, they don't have any combo that Slark is really afraid of.
Yeah, Slark's not really afraid of much, and he is just free to do whatever he wants. He's about to have the BKB as well. It's been hard to kill him pre-BKB. Post-BKB, again, I've been saying it feels like it's impossible, and it's going to just continue to get harder and harder.
They're going to have 2 BKBs soon available. One on Slark, one of Queen of Pain. Just a recipe await for both of them.
BKB soon for Somnus, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
feels a little bit late. BKB next on the list for Lou. So maybe their BKB timing can help them out, but only if they stay within, I would say, this limit of net worth behind, right?
Very difficult. It feels like they need double BKB. They also need some extra control. I don't see like any control being built. They have like 2 Force Staffs. Chalice is going for Hand of Midas. This is a recovery Midas 25 minutes into the game.
He wanted so many different things. He had Lotus queued up, Radiance queued up. Now he's going into the Midas.
That's the problem with Brewmaster in a games where you're losing. Playing from behind, you don't know what to buy on the hero because nothing really feels good.
Is under attack.
What does FY have right now? He hasn't actually stolen anything in the moment.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You're going to take the tier 1 over mid. This Aegis still has 2 minutes left on it. So fighting for the side of Azure Ray does not feel advised until they've got this double BKB timing. They've almost got the BKB available on Alu if he buys out on it. Ended up stealing
There
God's
it is.
Rebuke.
Perfect sync. 2 BKBs at the same time. Now you have 3 of them. Because Chalice got his in the previous fight and now sitting on 4,000 gold. Let's see who they can find.
They might find Lou. Pounce, leashing, arrow away. There's the cogs. Arrow misses. Hook shot over to the Terrorblade, but the blink to follow it up. Coming in from JT. Follows both these heroes. Lou, he's got 9-10 wand charges if he's able to get that away. But they go to the primal split. They focus their attention on the Ghost. The Lotus Orb is on JT, and I think that's it. Azure Ray should just back away from the fight. They'll Cyclone and they'll leave.
Could have focused down Terrorblade. Ghost decided to go for Tian Ming instead. And they do have Gem available on Slark, level 17. This primal split is slightly annoying for Slark. He's the one who's getting controlled. He's gonna get his mana back in 40 seconds.
Mid, Jinkyu is super tanky. He's got Blink. He's looking for Ags. And this isn't really going well. Pounce, leashing, Ghost, not a lot of mana to remain with this hero. Somnus spots him, Astral Imprisonment. They've also got Chalice there. Can they time the Aegis right? Can they get the kill on a Ghost when this Aegis expires? But there's still 20 seconds left on it. Sonic Wave comes off from the side. They've got the silence on a Somnus, and now they're going to look over as Ghost got the Lotus Orb on him. But Astral Imprisonment, is this timed up right? 10 seconds remaining, and that's going to be Ghost still surviving. They get the kill on a Somnus. They're going to look over at XM with a BKB, but he's able to blink out. So they get the escape. It's a 4-man smoke from Xtreme. There's the Aegis expiring. So Ghost is going to be full health, full mana, and potentially looking to jump back into this one. Nature's Grass down on Tian Ming. Pounce comes a little bit short. Ghost now Without the Aegis, maybe playing it a little bit more safe, but he's up at the high ground. GQ off to the side. They've got the telekinesis. They'll catch the tree, but the Blink Arena on the 3 from JT. There's XM coming in. They get the kill on FY. They've got XM backing away from the fight, though, with the silence on Asanis. Ghost going in, getting the kill on a TM Ming. They drop down the Sanity's Eclipse. It does nothing to Ghost with the BKB. They pounce away. Right clicks in. Son is trying to get a kill here. But, ooh, Astral Imprisonment, BKB, and he's out of it, but he's away from the team, so...
Can they maybe
got the scan?
Somnus, he's very far away. They're gonna use Moonlight Shadow as well. That was double buyback. One from Somnus, one from Tian Ming. Still, Terrorblade, like, this is the first fight where you could actually feel Terrorblade dealing damage because they wanted to take the fight. I feel like if Xtreme Gaming does not want to take a fight, they don't necessarily need to commit. They see this meta, they see this split, they could fall back easily.
They chose to play in Tormentor. This will be going down on the side of Xtreme Gaming. And they get that shard for DY.
Extra leap charge, a little bit of damage, can use Moonlight Shadow, can use leap during Moonlight Shadow, so decent upgrade for position for Mirana.
11,000 net worth lead, 22-10, and Blue not using the BKB in that fight. Now going into the Silver Edge. I just don't know. This Slark just feels like he's just too far ahead.
He
has this Mage Slayer.
Focus down Terrorblade because he doesn't have anything to deal with this butterfly, so he wants to kill the rest, reset multiple times, get those shift stacks going, and then go for TB. After his BKB, his Manta style is down, no more meta.
Chalice has this Midas, but I mean, unless they hold this game for what, another 20 minutes, it feels like this Midas is just a waste. Even if they hold this Midas, like what's next on Brewmaster that could do anything?
Brewmaster is not gonna scale. Like he definitely needs another like 2-3 items, maybe some like Hex, Refresher, AC, these type of items to be able to be more tanky, be more annoying in their face. But for now, it's just like Primal Split, maybe dispel this Living Armor, be annoying, throw Slark into the air. And that's about it.
Okay. Some aggression with this smoke from Xtreme Gaming. And then into the Moonlight Shadow. So they'll cross mid and maybe find themselves something with FY off to the side. He's got nothing stolen. Chalice's Primal Split again. Now back to queuing up that Radiance and actually lose the one near where these heroes are coming over from the side of Xtreme. JT, his blinks, his arenas have been on point so far, and this telekinesis just too far away from the rest of Azure Ray.
Also not giving away Spear. There was one time where he gave Rubik's Spear, but that's about it.
Yeah, long time ago. A minute till the next Roche. This is... looking like it should go to Xtreme again. They're already going around, securing the pit, waiting for it to respawn. 45 seconds. This time, you know, there isn't that double damage available on the Queen of Pain, but the advantage here for Xtreme just feels insurmountable.
You can let them get it for free.
Yeah.
Xtreme Gaming plays down Observer Ward. Jinq
Smoke breaks. Dust is there. But they're going to jump in. They're going to go for TM Ming. They've got the Astral Imprisonment for the save. They go into the Metamorphosis as well as the Primal Split. They've got DY on the cliff. He's got 3 leap charges ready to go. They use that Sonic Wave early on. They've got the vision on the Ghost, but there's the Blink as well as the Hex on the backlines as well as the Arena. They've got themselves the control on Asomnis. He's in trouble. Astral Imprisonment onto himself. The right click's coming in. The Overgrowth's going to be used here by Jinq to keep the control on Lou. JT's in trouble. Hook shot down the line. The Senate is going to be dropped. They get the kill on Asomnis. They're still looking over as DY ends up dying to lose Illusions. Ghost, though, with the BKB in trouble. There's the Primal Split keeping with him. They get the kill on a Ghost, and this is Azure Ray's chance to come back into the game. Spear from a distance that FY has. Can they get the kill on a JT with Chalice here? He's already dead on his screen as it's a Fade Bolt finish for FY.
Oh, a little surprised that Xtreme Gaming decided to take that fight before, like, because they used everything. There was Primal Split, there was Meta, there was also Sonic Wave onto them to try to disengage. But I feel like they could just fall back. It was JT who jumped in, and the rest of the team was not ready to come back into the fight with him. I think they could have kited slightly more, but Terrorblade actually dealing damage. Last 2 fights, it really shows. Rocket will get him out of the pit. So this one...
Dust was used too.
Let's see. DY, he's gonna TP, but yeah, I don't know if they can contest this unless they bring the numbers. XM, he's gonna TP with the bots. BKB in a second. Roshan.
That's gotta be now.
Low.
It might be. They've got the arrow. That'll hit an illusion. They've picked up the Aegis on Alu. DY, though, still here. Moonlight Shadow. Are they looking to fight after this? Jinkyu, he's got Overgrowth in 10 seconds. They're looking to find the proper timing as Lu, he doesn't have Metamorphosis for 40, but he does have this Aegis. Ghost comes through the Twin Gate. Now they're going to have the Diffusal. They'll look over at Lu to try to get the kill. Mage Slayer on him. Overgrowth used. That just came off cooldown. Now they're looking for the arrow. They've got that kill on a FY. They'll take the Rubik, who does have buyback. The hookshot comes in, but it's not going to do a lot. Lu still getting chased with the BKB. They're trying to take the Aegis out of the hands of the Terrorblade. And now, with the right clicks and Ghost in the Shadow Dance, they have the control. They'll get the kill. They'll take him out. Buyback comes out from FY. They've got Terrorblade coming back in 2 seconds with the Primal Split used by Chalice. Now, can they get the control to turn this one around? With Somnus coming around the back, they've got the BKB coming out from the OD as well as JT, so now he's on the run. Rocket Flare granting them a little bit of vision with a Primal Split from this Chalice Brewmaster, running out in just a second. The blink away, but XM right into the hands of Chalice. They stole the blink from FY. Maybe he can get some control, but the TP out from Jinkyu is in time, and they get the buyback out of the hands of this Rubik, and they get the Aegis there too.
Yeah, so it like the trade-wise, there's been, like, Kurapane deals a ton of damage. This is also a fight where she doesn't have enough mana to use the Sonic Wave. But Lu, he's been getting the punches in. Like, you can feel the difference. Last couple of fights, there's also Bounty Rune that is being pinged out, which is going to push Terrorblade to his level 20. So extra duration on those illusions. In terms of scaling, like, I feel like Xtreme Gaming's lineup scales better into the late game because you're going to have... like Mars with the refresher, you're gonna have like Treant maybe with the refresher after he finishes off Ags. Slark is insane in the late game. Queen of Pain, level 25, 2 seconds less on Blink. And what's Brewmaster going for? He was thinking about Radiance, but
he's thought about so many things.
And yeah, refresher wants to have that. The double ulti.
Man,
Triple Midas.
That's a way to get the gold back. I thought Xtreme had this game kind of on lockdown with the lead that they had, but they took a pretty poor fight over in the bottom lane in those trees, and it just opened up a channel for Azure Ray to come back. And they took advantage.
Why are not connecting? Like, he's missing some of the easier arrows. Maybe he's afraid that, they're going to get Astral, so doesn't want to go for, like, arrow that is pretty straightforward, so wants to wait. But most of the time, you'll see them not connecting onto the target. His next item is going to be Dagon. To deal well with Terrorblade, like instantly kill one of the illusions.
Zap the illusion once, then Dagon. So, 3K lead here for the side of Xtreme Gaming, and it's a Hex next for XM. And then you've got the Hex available on JT. And like you said, he's going for the refresher. So Blink, Arena, have the refresher, make the Venn diagram, have the Hexes out there. The control is definitely looking a lot better for Xtreme Gaming as the game goes on, and they've got these refreshers coming out. Do you think Jinkyu should commit to this Ags, though?
I think he will. We'll see in
I do too, but...
seconds.
Would you rather him just go straight refresher is the question, because it feels like the Ags maybe is not the best call in terms of just 3,000 gold spent, but he does it anyway. He buys out.
He's very greedy, so you know that he's going to do something different. There it is.
So now he'll have the Eyes in the Forest. He'll have those Eyes of the World. Bottom lane, Lotus Orb, DY. Trying to get away using those leaps. Has no more leaps available. Jetpack, they've got the vision. They'll steal the Moonlight Shadow. That feels like a good one, especially if they want to fight off this pickoff. Whoa, no, that is not what you want.
I guess what the reason why he's going for Ags and Treant is for them to have better vision, and then they can pick off, because their lineup is all about picking people off. You have Mars with the Hex, soon double Hex, Queen of Pain, as well. Slark wants to go for the pick off before he does anything. He doesn't like just want to go in the middle of the fight instantly.
Now the net worth lead, I mean, with that pickoff has settled it even. This is reminiscent of what we just saw Xtreme do to Team Zero. So Primal Split committed.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
And commit that early. He does have Refresher, so
Dire's middle tower is under
he can always refresh. Cyclone into the air, nobody following it up yet. White Shadow on cooldown for the Rubik, as well as for the Mirana. Pouncing in, trying to take out these Brewlings, has a Panda on the back line. It's this Storm Panda, but they're taking the mid set of racks. So you need to be careful. They go to the arena, and now they've got the BKB. JT leaving it. Pounce not connecting. Lou, now he's silenced, and can he survive? They go to the Refresher. They've got another Primal Split. They've got the control on a JT. They're going to use that Void Panda to pull him back, but he pops his BKB with another arena. He's got a Refresher of his own. They go to the Sunder, but Lou didn't get a lot of life out of that one, so he pings to go back. Arrow connects this time on FY.
Not sure
They've got XM on him. He'll get the kill.
He pings get back one more time.
Yeah, the second he sundered. Yeah.
DY managed to get the arrow on OD instantly, but they lost both melee barracks and range barracks is on 28 HP in the mid lane. So if they do it one more time, all they're going to be left with is range barracks, and then you can potentially play against mega creeps very soon. A little bit of a primal split push action going on. That Refresher on one side, and then TB going for the mid.
No FY. He bought back in that fight over bottom, so he's dead for 40 seconds without it. They have the Refresher. Oh, Refresher Gaming in this one.
It is available on TB. 45 seconds until meta. Does have everything else available, so
no
we'll wait
second arena.
GNQ setting up vision.
They've got a double damage on XM. They're going to try and even up this lane in terms of racks. They'll go for the tier 3 tower. They've got FY up in 10. Nature's Grasp, Blink, Arena, Spear coming through, but the Astral Imprisonment save from Somnus. They've got the Pounce. It's the second one now hitting on the TMing. They'll get the Clockwork out of the fight, but he does have buyback. They're deep into the base. Right click's coming in on a Ghost. Now the buyback is used. He's got hookshot if they want to continue to chase. Chalice moving forward. Telekinesis is there. Sanity's Eclipse. Now they go to the hookshot, but I believe it was blocked. They get the kill on the DY. There's the Blink as well as the Overgrowth coming into Somnus. He's going to be forced to into the CODs. XM with the double damage. They've got the right clicks. They get the kill on a Ghost. They'll take him out, but they're going to lose TMing for the second time. He's dead for 78 seconds with the Blink away from XM. He'll TP out, but the chase is on for JT. If they can find anybody in this Moonlight Shadow, but the 4 staffs forward.
Seconds, it's the same
Blink in 4.
on the Blink dagger. Let's
Ooh,
see.
ooh, into the trees. They saw him. Chalice. It's going to help get that vision. Arrow comes in, lands on a Chalice. BKB force from JT.
Ooh, this Stormcrafter revealed his positioning because it procced and they knew instantly where he was. But he's going to get out of the trouble. DY with the buyback. Primal Split again.
Yeah, he's not afraid to use this Primal Split. And he's got Refresher in 20 seconds, so technically it's only on a 20-second cooldown for the moment. They go for the tier 4s. Azure Ray trying to finish off the game.
They try to combo Arrow.
They don't have Ghost. He's got buyback, though.
He has to use it.
You gotta think that he's gonna use it immediately, but no, they're gonna let these tier 4s drop. They're gonna go for the throne. There's the buyback. He's gonna be TPing over to where the racks are standing with the BKB being used here by Lou, but they've got the Astral Imprisonment. He jumps in on JNQ, thinking about going to the Overgrowth, but he doesn't have it. So it's not gonna really matter. They go to the arena. They've got the spear. They get the kill on a Lou. They hold on for a moment, but they've got this Primal Split, and these Brewlings doing everything they can to take this throne.
It's just a buy time. 70 seconds. Maybe Terrorblade doesn't need the buyback. Roshan is available. It's on Radiant side for another 2.5 minutes. This is the big one. The Aghanim Scepter.
Wow.
Ghosts having a good laugh. Yeah, these level 20 talent on Brewmaster, the Brawling HP, make the difference because you can't like burst them. You also don't have Battle Fury carrier, so you're going to have a hard time dealing with them. And there's going to be AC coming up on Chalice pretty soon, so there's going to be even more tanky Brewlings, more tower damage.
They don't want to use this buyback on Terrorblade, and they've got one tree, or three trees over here with the Eyes of the Forest. So a good amount of vision for the side of Xtreme Gaming, but it didn't help them when they were trying to retreat.
Yeah.
Blink in, Hex, Arrow from FY lands here on a JT. That's a long stun. Hook shot now to follow it up. They're going to go to the BKB from Ghost. They haven't gotten anything out of this. 10 seconds now. Blink in with the Shivas from XM. They've got Moonlight Shadow. Maybe they're looking to re-engage on this. They're going to look over at Somnus with the BKB. There's the Blink into the Overgrowth. They've got the Pounce, but it's not going to leech. They go to the Sanity's Eclipse. Arrow thrown again by DY, but it's not going to land. They go to another arena. They've got the Aeon to speed pop by FY. Hex now on to Somnus. He's surviving. Sonic Wave comes out. They get the kill to Somnus as well as FY. They're both going to buy back. Now they're looking over at Lou. He doesn't have a lot of life remaining. The Astral Imprisonment comes out from Somnus. That'll get control here on a Ghost. Can he get the Sunder? Oh, the Lotus! It's perfectly timed. They're going to make sure that Ghost doesn't lose anything. Now they've got the silence out of the Clockwork. They've got the silence reflected over on the XM. The damage on the Luba, the Metamorphosis, the damage is too much for XM to handle. He's forced to buy back with the Astral Imprisonment coming out from Somnus. Now, JT Blink in with the Hex. It's on to Somnus once again. You got to remember, he bought back, so did FY. Tianming dies, but the right-click damage from Lu is way too much for Ghost to handle. He already used the buyback. He's there for 2 minutes. They look over at Jinkyu. They've got the Primal Split. Astral Imprisonment locking down JT. They get the kill on Jinkyu with 2 dead. Now he's going to buy back, but they'll get another one here on JT. This Mars is gone. Blink away from this Queen of Pain. They're looking to get DY out, but FY's right on XM. Short duration arrow, but it's a lot of time to get the telekinesis. XM gonna blink over to FY. They get the gun to DY. Somnus on with the double kill. 3-0's dead on the side of Xtreme because they bought back on Jinkyu, but he can't get back into the fight.
It's gonna be a long time without Slark. That's a full minute and a half. Looking at the Glyph situation, they do have one available, but you have the Naked Throne. Jinkyu is already prepping, using that living armor, trying to do as much as he can, and we can see like how much Queen of Pain did in the previous fight. I don't know if he's gonna be able to do as much this time without a Slark. Like, your front line is not as good.
Right.
He will buy back. Refresher in a minute and 30 seconds. Arena available. They just popped a refresher on someone.
It was
Brewmaster.
Chalice.
Yeah, he's going in. He wants that Primal Split.
Hex again. He's got the Primal Split. He can use it whenever he wants. Jinkyu waiting off to the side. He's waiting to find that perfect moment to go to the Blink with the Overgrowth, but they got to take care of these Brewlings. They go to the Blink as well as the arena. They've got the BKB, but the Terror Wave comes in. Doesn't hit on anybody, but it gives him a moment of having that Metamorphosis. The damage coming out of Somnus, but the throne is exposed. Overgrowth finally in from Jinkyu. They're got the damage on Somnus. He doesn't have any mana remaining, and now they've got the Glyph. They go with the hook shot. It lands on XM. The Connors are going to push him away, but the Blink gets right onto Lu. Lu's in trouble. He's got the silence, but the damage coming out from the Terror Blade is too much for him to handle. Lu, he'll get the kill, and they'll take the throw. And they'll get game 1 for Azure Ray over Xtreme Gaming.
Oh, what a game. Like, this is the first game of the BO5, and exactly what people want to see, and both of the teams kind of delivered a little bit back and forth action. Xtreme Gaming, in the end, falling short. But I feel like they had this one in the bag. It's just like the execution was not as crisp, and yeah, Primal Split, like the way they opened it up, then the refresher on 2 sides. Brewmaster, like, there's a good reason why people like to pick this hero. Sometimes you do struggle. If he went for Radiance, I think it's a completely different game. They would not have refresher. Also, itemization-wise, Aghanim Scepter on OD, which gives him this like huge barrier that they cannot burst him. This is pretty similar to like having Aeon Disc, but a bit of a better version, I would say. And also Aghanim Scepter on Treant, I don't think it paid off. Maybe with the refresher, once they use their BKBs to try to get rid of it, and then he goes in with a second ulti, could have made the difference, but in the end, Azure Ray, they prevail and they get the dub.
Yeah, it looked like it was all Xtreme Gaming to start this game. They had about a 9,000 net worth lead, and this fight over bottom is what really just starts to turn it around. You know, Ghost is in pretty far, and he finds himself going in for Lu, and it's just, it's so aggressive moving forward, and they get the Aegis, but now they've got to retreat.
It seems like the big one for me was the fight near Roshan, like near this cliff, where JT decided to jump first, and the rest of the team did not follow because they saw Terrorblade with the BKB, with meta, using it also Primal Split. So I think they could have waited, and that would secure them the second Roche. but a lot of messy fights, like these arenas, double arenas, and then you have Terrorblade as well, who packs a punch. He did struggle. Lou did not have a good time. Like, he was on top of the network for a really long time. Then those 2-3 deaths really made the difference. And after his positioning improved, he was the one dealing the most damage in pretty much every single fight.
So we're taking a look at these fights as they really started to turn here for the side of Azure Ray, but they were close fights. Like, there were points where I wasn't sure which way the game was going to go, especially like this moment right here. Somnus, another good arena.
In action, like he becomes super tanky and still dies in the end, but it takes them a lot of time to be able to kill him. And the stolen Depth Shroud. Ooh, there it is for a second. Didn't do much, but yeah, like Tianming. Look at this hook shot. Just being able to keep them in place for a relatively long time. XM blinks in, but way too overzealous, like thinking that they don't have enough damage, blinking into 5 heroes. I think this is the kind of a play that you need to make, considering you're pretty much the only one who does have buyback on the team. And that forcing that buyback from Slark changed how the game has been played, because without Slark, you're gonna struggle with the damage. You also need someone to be very aggressive in the front line, try to bait some BKBs, bait some other spells, put them in a difficult position, and the game here, it looked very over.
Yeah, it's definitely not the spot you want to be in when Slark is dead for 3 digits on his screen, and then they just move in forward. And it looked like maybe they'd be able to make a last stand, but the damage from Lou is just too much for them to handle. This Terror Wave doesn't exactly clip on anybody, but it gives them the Metamorphosis duration, and you can just see the damage that Lou does in the last fight and this one. It is so overwhelming with this Terrorblade, and he got to this point of critical mass where they just weren't able to do anything to him. And even XM here, he tries to blink on top of Lou, but just gets ripped apart, and they end up taking game number 1. A good comeback, a good mental boost for the side of Azure Ray, coming back from a pretty significant deficit. And for me, I want to say MVP, it's kind of a hard choice, right? Like, FY did a lot of control. Tianming's hook shots were on point. The Lou staying confident, going and getting the damage out of these kills, but Chalice had the control, and I think he read the itemization right.
Yeah, if he goes for a different item, I think the game is lost pretty much. Like, Radiance wouldn't make the difference, but going for that refresher is what made the difference, and a bit of a split push action. He was also the one, like, putting either Slark or Queen of Pain, like, thrown into the air multiple times. So the fight is 4 versus 5, and they don't have enough damage to kill those Brewlings when they use the split with the level 20 talent. So yeah, I definitely agree with Chalice being the MVP of this game.
Yeah, Chalice just doing so much, and, you know, I kind of made fun of the fact that he was going Recovery Midas for a split second. I'll take that back, Chalice. I apologize. Worked out, and, you know, the refresher was the right call, and it was really just his control and his play. You can't give him this hero. He is too good at playing Brewmaster. It really is insane.
Yeah, micro.
It's just perfect.
His micro skills. Like, the first rotation as well that he made was very on point. They got the double kill, they got the tower, then he rotates to the mid lane, they get the second tower from it as well. I think Brewmaster needs to go. You do have like 3 bans, depending whether you have a first pick or the second pick. And then I think this hero just needs to be removed because he plays it so well.
Yeah, so game 1 goes the way of Azure Ray. It's a BO5, so they're not 1 game away, they're 2. But we'll see who ends up getting this victory in game number 2. Right now, with a 1-0 lead, Azure Ray should be feeling good. But we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back here to the grand final of the Chinese region for TI qualifiers, as it's Azure Ray against Xtreme Gaming. Game 1 going the way of Azure Ray, and now they're looking to make it a 2-0 as game number 2 is underway. And coming out of that game 1, what needs to be switched, Lacoste? Because we said in the previous game, get Brewmaster out of there. I wouldn't be shocked to see it. If it doesn't get banned here, I wouldn't be shocked to see Azure Ray pick it like first up, knowing that it might be banned.
Yeah, I mean, they also did a very good job protecting this Brewmaster in the last pick, removing Anti-Mage, and then they removed Drow Ranger for strictly because of the TB matchup. Also, like, Brewmaster doesn't like to play into Drow. This long duration silence is what makes the difference. But looking at the bans, Azure Ray, they did ban Primal Beast in the first phase and Earth Spirit, but let's see if they decide to switch things up a little bit. Xtreme Gaming, they're like, you know what, we'll get rid of Nature's Prophet.
There's the Primal Beast ban.
And there's the Primal Beast again. It's a respect ban for sure.
I just wanted to mention, we were taking a look at the cameras for Xtreme Gaming. It looked like a lot different of emotion here. Like, you look at JT, and you can kind of like sense that it's not
a happy face. So
no, it's not as bubbly, that's for sure. Like, he does not look happy, and it's a BO5, and one of the biggest things that I think it does get talked about, but like, emotion is a big thing in a BO5, and it's something that we see in all the true sites, right? Like, how to handle your emotions.
He was very hyped in that, like, during that pick phase. When they picked up Mars, he was like, yeah, let's get it on with. Give me Mars, I'll win you the game, guys. He was on point. Maybe like mid-game initiations where they were not on the same page. I'm not going to say that it's on him, but like the rest of the team felt slightly disoriented. And Xtreme Gaming, they will pick up Earth Spirit.
Invoker, there was a response.
Invoker's just been like really good mid laner. We've also seen teams play it from a different role. It was Tian Ming yesterday, I believe, who played it as position 5. So it's very doable. Because all of the players on side of Azure Ray are extremely skilled, and like, I wouldn't even be surprised if they can flex this Invoker across every single role.
Yeah, there's some of those heroes that really do that, and I know he doesn't play for Azure Ray, but Jinkyu is one of those guys that I remember throughout a couple of seasons of the DPC, he loves to play like those weird position 4s. We've seen him in the past play Void Spirit in the 4, Ember in the 4. Like, he does like changing it up a little bit. FY can kind of like, we don't see it a lot with him kind of going into those weird flexi 4s.
He's more stable as a position 4. Maybe you'll see, you know, Doom being played as position 4, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's not as much of a stretch to get Doom into a pos 4 though, right?
It depends on the matchup as well. That's why, like, you see some of these flexes going on, why Jinkyu like loves to play these weird position 4 heroes. I don't think it comes down to him saying, you know what, guys, this game, I'm going to be playing position 4 Void Spirit. It's just that they see it's a bad matchup, and they're like, yeah, Jinkyu, can you play it? Sure thing. Okay, bro, you're playing Void Spirit, and they're going to get a better matchup for the mid lane.
So, face washed, ready to go. Can you play this hero for us? Yes, I can. And the bands coming out of Darkseer, as well as that Lycan. Techies has been a focus of a lot of bands, but I don't believe he's been played. Yeah, he's been played once. So
throughout the whole qualifiers?
For Chinese qualifiers, it says he's been picked once, and he's been banned 13 times.
Okay, yeah, DY played it once, so that's what I have on my screen. Is a little surprising. I mean, some of the heroes got nerfed, some of the heroes got buffed in the previous patch, but Techies, he's still in a good spot. And also for Xtreme Gaming, this Earth Spirit most likely is going to be Jinkyu's heroes. We've seen 7E play Earth Spirit 2 times in a row. It looked very good also from the mid lane, but I think this is like Jinkyu. Because when he was on Treant in the previous game, you couldn't really feel you know, the Jin Q magic happening because it's Treant Protector. It's like, wow, he used living armor. Good job. But on Earth Spirit, you can look flashy. And these are the type of heroes that he shines the most.
Wondering if they're going to go back to the Rubik here for Azure Ray. You know, it's been very great performances from FY thus far. He really does look back with this hero. It's just been super impressive from him. A couple of spear steals that he had there that were quite nice.
I'll say that FY only throughout his career didn't look as good when he was playing on Elephant and when he started to play for Azure Ray for like 1.5 days. Then you got the old FY vibes again.
Yeah, I would say the short stint with Vici that he had was kind of not that great. But yeah, I agree with that. Like that Elephant time was just, it was not good for anybody. It looked good to start, and then it was bad for everybody.
It was just like the team was not working out for some reason.
Yeah, too many big heads on that team.
Yeah.
But, back to the TB for Azure Ray. And, you know, this has just been the popular carry pick. They can ban around it. They ended with that ban on the Drow, and Xtreme Gaming, they say, hey, you don't want to take that brew for Chalice. We're going to take it here for JT. Both these players are really proficient with this hero, and it offers quite a bit of control. And we've seen already in this series what a Brewmaster can do.
It's going to be a lot of running at you with Brewmaster and Earth Spirit. So they're going to have to show whether they want to pick a carry hero because they know the matchup already. This is like not an opening that we've seen through the qualifiers, picking up your position 1 and position 2 as your first 2 heroes. This is something that has been done before in 7.33. Like some teams did prefer to do it that way, but in this one, I don't remember seeing it yet.
Team pick.
Okay. Phoenix getting picked, it does leave Snapfire in the pool if they want to go to that.
Mirana, probably, +1. Terrorblade doesn't want to hit the egg in the middle of the fight. There's Alacrity, so maybe someone else could do it. Like even Invoker could do it since he's a universal hero right now, so he builds into more like damage items. You're gonna see like Pike, maybe some power treads. It really depends. People are still theory crafting with what seems to be the best build on Invoker, whether we're talking about Class X or Exort, and also just the itemization wise, like what feels the best for most of the games.
Radiant team pick.
And they go to the Undying, so both these teams having heroes that maybe Snapfire or Mirana could do well against. Undying having that Tombstone save, although we saw the Tombstone save yesterday feel kind of counterproductive, right? Where it's just like the Tombstone was there for the Blink duel, but the Tombstone was always killed, so you were stunned anyway. It extended how long it took to kill that person, but only for like 2 seconds. Like it really wasn't this crazy great save, but that was also, of course, in a game where the team that had the Undying was very far behind.
It was. Undying's still a good hero. It's just that he got nerfed, like his early presence, because he was, back in the days, he was all about early game. It's like, yeah, I win my lane, then I'm just like Tombstone pretty much. But now he does have save with the Tombstone. Some of the numbers got tweaked. And there's the attack speed. So they went for a bit of a different route. Press the attack against the egg, and also a bit of a save. So something against the Earth Spirit, against the Brewmaster as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I was just speaking of that Legion. Now you have a save and you have an attack. That Blink duel. I'd like to see something. Well, they have Sunstrike. Maybe something a little bit more to just confirm the duels. But if you get off to a really good start, like all of a sudden you've got Blade Mail early, you got a couple early duels, you start to really go off to the races.
I also made a mistake. I lied a couple of seconds ago. Like press the attack doesn't give attack speed anymore because it's like it's just so weird for me to get used to it. Yeah, because they swap the abilities. But yeah, you still get it from overwhelming odds now. So at least that's something. But you can't use it on others. And they will pick up the Morphling. Like, there's so many times throughout the Chinese Dota where, oh, you have Legion commanders, so we're going to pick up this Morphling who builds into Lincoln Sphere. They don't have many abilities that can proc the
10
Lincoln's
seconds
width.
remaining.
Great against Terrorblade matchup as well. You turn into TB,
5
you have
seconds
Reflection, you have Meta, you have Illusions.
Azure Ray kind of have this advantage. They've got the last pick, and Xtreme are kind of in this position where, you know,
Radiant team
they're
back.
potentially going to pick their mid, or they're going to swap it out and go to the Earth Spirit mid, and,
Radiant team back.
you know, expecting that this Invoker won't get played by FY. Not that it does a lot, but it could theoretically be played by FY. Doesn't necessarily have to be the matchup, right?
Exactly.
Like, this is
But
tough for
I
Xtreme
feel
Gaming.
like this is gonna be mid
Invoker.
unless they want to shift things around, because
They're banning mids.
It's a good like Storm game. You have very limited amount of control. Puck as well. That's why they banned it. I want to see maybe if they throw in like a casual Storm
10
ban, because
seconds
Phoenix doesn't like to play into. Neither does Brewmaster. The only control you have is Earth
5
Spirit.
seconds
That's
remaining.
pretty much it. And you have double save. Azure Ray, maybe make it even triple. They're really good at resetting multiple times. Tombstone with the shard later on.
Xtreme Gaming
Legion
has
Commander,
turned to pick.
also with the press the attack. Terrorblade Sunder. Invoker with like EMP, zoning tools. Tornado.
So, banning out Sky and Puck. So, trying to maybe, if they are picking a mid, which they do in the Pango, so they confirm that Pango pick. They wanted to protect it against this Puck, and they wanted to protect themselves from the dual Skywrath Mystic Flare. There's still a Rubik to be had if they want to go for it, as well as the fact that they go to the Shadow Shaman. So this is something we've talked about for a little bit. We've been wanting to see it. We had talked about like Kaka going for something like this, where he made Lion very popular. That's his like go-to with the Shadow Shaman. And I like the Shadow Shaman pick. Like, it's control, it's push potential, it's good aggressive damage in the laning phase as well. So
I like their draft a lot. I feel like Azure Ray checked every single box that there is. It's like Shaman, I wanted to see this hero, a big fan, but hero was not in a good spot, and now he received a decent amount of buffs overall. Like, the big one is Hex giving extra damage on the heroes, like some extra healing as well on his shackles. He packs a punch. And also, there's going to be so much damage on the ground. You'll have, like, Shadow Shaman wards. You'll have Undying with the Tombstone, TB illusions, like random spells from the Invoker, which makes fight very difficult for Xtreme Gaming to take. They felt like they needed some extra control to be able to threaten a kill on Brewmaster, because, like, in the previous game, we've seen if Brewmaster does have a free roam, if you don't threaten a kill with some silences, some instant hexes, he's going to get the split off and make the team fights much more difficult.
yeah, so this is going to be the first pick for Shadow Shaman. We saw, Treant Protector get his first contest pick at that first game. So things still opening up here for uncontested heroes, and this Shadow Shaman, it's going to be interesting to see how FY plays with this, because it does set up where you could like Hex, Shackle, hold off on the duel, and then, use that stacking correctly to just lock down these heroes for such a long time. And I'm interested to see how FY plays it in the lane as well. It really should be interesting coming into this one. I love that line, H2 owned. Big fan of that.
It's a good one.
Ready to see what Xingqiu brings with this Earth Spirit. He is a very flashy player. It's something we talk about FY doing as well. Xingqiu, one of those times that I'm always reminded of is that Snapfire play that he had with the Shard and the Blink, and he scatterblasted 4 heroes. Like, he is always willing. Yeah.
That stunned people and pushed them back.
He's always willing to make those aggressive plays, though. Like, he's never afraid.
Look at XM. He's like, if you get close, or if I see projectile towards my observer ward, I'm gonna deny it. Because they have the sentry. I believe that they saw sentry. For now, he's just gonna keep it to see if they're gonna go for it, to see what's happening in the river, and we'll deny it.
So, 1 deny there already. Chalice also has 1 CS.
The battle begins.
So he got a sentry ward. And bounties will be 2 apiece. So, No early fighting, no pre-horn skirmish going on. FY setting up with this Legion, and this could be a lot of damage. Is Shadow Shaman still second highest base damage in the game?
Well, with the changes to universal heroes, I'm not sure anymore, but his damage is pretty high. Treant Protector, still numero uno. Shaman was up there. One thing that Shaman always struggled with is like, what do you buy as your starting item? Most of the time it was Boots of Speed, because he's also very sluggish as a hero, and also what do you skill? Ether Shock. Before it was only one target, so this was buffed in 7.33 that you can use Ether Shock on multiple units, so he's much better at laning. And I love the build. This is 5-6 tangos, healing salve, and some extra stats on FY, putting the pressure in the top lane already, securing some early CS for Chalice.
So see how this mid lane goes. Is always interesting to see Invoker, but I've talked about it a lot, this XM Somnus exchange. But DY in trouble from FY. The lower lettered in the alphabet hero, or player, doing more damage. So he's doing his thing, and you can already sense, you know, that early 72 damage coming out from the Shadow Shaman. You really can just kind of walk forward and put the hurt on. Jinq and TMing just having their own creep wave over bottom. That got pulled into each other. Weird place to have a lane. Tell you that much. But Lou, again, like, he's just trying to find the openings, trying to find the farm, and he knows the team has faith in him, and that's exactly what they had in him in game number 1, and he was able to pull away with it and accomplish what he needed to help his team take that first one.
Belt support's very happy about this trade because they are getting level 2. Tian Ming will get level 2 after this wave, so now they have second ability available. I could see First Blood happening in this top lane because there's a lot of kill threat coming out from Azure Ray.
JT TPing back to the tier 1 tower. So he's forced to TP back with his first Metamorphosis usage, and they are looking over at DY. They are playing hyper aggressive here. Really just behind the tower. And Ghost handed over a Tango, but things are kind of rough for him too. But he's got 11 CS. He's A-okay with this. Blood Grenade, FY slowed up on the run for a second. But there is Shackles available for FY if maybe there's a turnaround, if they do see that DY gets low again.
If Ghost uses Adaptive Strike, there's going to be an opening for Shaman to use his Shackles or just go.
Ooh, yeah, there it is. But he got the shift off, so he'll be fine. Chalice now having to run from these right clicks of Ghost. But early Shackle usage, these Fire Spirits continuing to come in, and still getting the CS for Chalice. This is kind of tough. Things quieting up a little bit, but Somnus, you take a look mid, it's even with XM. We'll see where, if maybe Shadow Shaman comes over mid. He's one of those supports that I think would be solid for rotating. He's got the control, he's got the Ether Shock.
Maybe waiting for Boots of Speed, and then he can move around, or he can TP rotate if there's an opening. And they're setting things up on Somnus, so I can see White TPing here as soon as he sees a roll.
Yep, and that's exactly what he did. Swashbuckle to get some distance. Cold Snaps there with a Blood Grenade, though. Jinq in trouble, and they will go to the Shackle, but Somnus not committing where maybe they could have gotten a kill on that. Boulder Smash hits on 2, Shield crashes there, Somnus throws out a Tornado that lands on both Jinq as well as XM. Ether Shock and the right clicks, XM with a Swashbuckle, the uphill hit, but not enough damage, and a salve will be popped as FY survives, but Somnus has to get this Water Rune with 80 health.
Backpacks everything. XM has another Swashbuckle plus Shield Crash combo. Thing about Quaswex Invoker is you don't have as much regen as you did before, so you're now like a normal hero. You have to buy regen of your own or get some bracers going. Tian Ming will take that Watcher. XM playing very aggressive on a mid lane, level 3 Swashbuckle.
He needs to be careful on Somnus, but XM, he's very happy with this trade. Tornado comes through, and that'll be that. But meanwhile, again, JT still running. TMing, he doesn't have enough for the decay just yet. He sees a courier, which he will kill, so he's always happy to get that. We'll grab that and moonwalk out of there. And again, FY kind of showing up. Shield Crash is going to put him forward. But the instant TPs from both supports of Xtreme Gaming send Azure Ray packing the other way. And that will be Somnus TPing back to base.
He needs to go. He didn't have any mana, any HP left. Jin-Q. Let's see if he decides to be the one making a rotation to the mid lane, because his spells are much better than Phoenix's. Both teams keeping them on their toes. Still no first blood for 5.5 minutes. JT is going to be able to run away.
Yeah, meta used.
He's having a really rough time. He's sitting at 1.2k net worth. Oof.
Never want to see that. Courier dying, Blood Grenade, as well as a couple other things. Clarity, I believe, a Windlace. Shield Crash, Shackle, no mana left on XM. EMP did the job. XM's got 4 charges in the wand, as Somnus now going to try and pick up this regen rune. But Swashbuckle and the roll, now a Sentry, that's down with the kick. They've got a Blood Grenade on Somnus. This should be first blood, but TMing comes in with a Rolling Thunder used by XM. Oh no, can't get up the steps. Shield Crash onto the high ground. They're still looking to get first blood now onto TMing, but he's got the decay. He's got 16 strength.
These E-gamers, look at them go. First they like deny the sentry, and then they survive. It was Pango, like if he manages to connect the roll, but you could already see the positioning from Somnus. He wanted to get bounce uphill, and also Tianming, he knows the spot where Pango can't go. Not allowed. With the vehicles, you can't get in there.
Yeah. That was really well done with the positioning. So, still 7 minutes in, Wisdom Runes, no first blood. It will be Jin-Q stacking and getting this Wisdom Rune. So, double tasking. And the other Wisdom Rune will be picked up there by Chalice. So, he's looking to get that level 6 as quickly as possible. That's something we talked about during the draft is, you know, getting off to a quick roll with duel and having that duel damage. And he's going to the early Blade Mail. Wrapping around looking for JT. They've got the Tombstone down, the Shackle on. JT in trouble. Lou doesn't have meta, but he's not going to need it. TMing's going to get first blood on JT 7.5 minutes into the game as XM makes the rotation. He's got Rolling Thunder in 10. These Azure Ray heroes stay a little bit too long. Shackle connecting, Swashbuckle over, Blood Grenade, as well as the right click from TMing. He's now got a double kill. He'll pop a Clarity and the wand. He's trying to run the Rolling Thunder, and he'll get bounced into a grave as XM finally gets on the board for the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Oh, it's a really rough game for JT. At least he got some, you know, tower denied from it. Level 4 on Brewmaster, 8 minutes into the game. He has less amount of gold than Shadow Shaman. Less amount of gold than Undying. Earth Spirit has more farm than him.
Oh boy. Yeah, that is a rough spot to be in. And looking kind of like an unrecoverable spot, but I don't want to say that too early. Although he lost his tower, it's been denied. Like Lou again is going to have this free open lane. And Chalice now hits that level 6, but he'll probably just stick to farming, and if anybody comes close, maybe get a duel. He might even use the Twin Gate if they get too far forward. They've got the Shackle. JT in trouble again. Thunderclap, Ether Shock, high five coming in for TMing. That's not what he wanted. Blood Grenade as well as the right click from Somnus. He'll snipe that kill, and they'll snipe that courier. That's cornucopia.
That's a big one. Like, nothing's going correctly for Xtreme Gaming in the second game, especially the bottom lane.
Chalice, though. Oof.
Okay, at least that's something.
Yeah, blown up with that adaptive strike. JT's gonna TP back down here. He's only level 4. Again, a Shackle. Look at the damage coming in. Jin-Q in trouble. Ether Shock again. Boulder Smash lands. Lose level 6. He's got Sunder if need be. They're also moving over mid to go in for XM. So Swashbuckle away with the EMP down and constantly putting pressure on. You know, this is something that Xtreme Gaming was trying to do in game number 1. Was pressure, pressure, pressure. And, you know, they're not the Zuttons, so they're not getting away with it.
They will need to play around Pangolier. XM, he's getting his bottle refilled.
Tombstone's down. Well, they're going.
Time Chalice. Well,
Duel.
I first him. Or
They're going to roll in. They've got themselves the kick. They won't get the dual damage and now press the attack. Chalice on the roam with Ghost coming over. Rolling Thunder, Adaptive Strike a second time. That Chalice will die to that.
as I said, they need to play around Pangolier. Everyone was ready. Even Ghost decided to TP in to help him out. Most importantly, no dual damage. They get the kill. So this is Chalice dying 2 times in a row.
Bottom lane, Hex on a JT. Shackle there. They're smoked up, trying to make their way over. There's no Tombstone available for TMing. Double Decay hits. Cold Snap out on XM. And Shield crashing on a bunch of these heroes. Now the roll in from Jinkyu. Tornado lands on it too. The Boulder Smash goes across the bow of a couple of heroes, but XM dies to the Shackle of FY. Jinkyu looking as rolls up in a second if he can get away, but they've got the Hex, and now they've got the Decay. They're getting in front of him so he can't roll away, and Lou will get credit with that kill.
Oh, handled it to them. I don't think Pango should have died. Had Swashbuckle available. Maybe he was trying to find the perfect angle, land it on multiple heroes, but this is going to bring both supports from Azure Ray to level 6. So you'll have Flash Golem and you'll have Mass Serpent Wards available. Brewmaster still level 5. JT needs to find some kind of XP somewhere. Going for the mid lane right now. That seems to be the safe choice, but he also has no HP whatsoever. 1 EMP, 1 Tornado is going to get him to kill. Like Cold Snap into Urn of Shadow, so he needs to fall back.
So pause from Ghost. There's level 6 available on both TMing as well as FY. You were just saying there's no level 6 here for the JT. There's no 6 for the Earth Spirit. And we're 12 minutes into the game. Like, this is insane that the offlaner is not level 6. Meanwhile, Chalice is almost level 8.
Buy Tome of Knowledge on Brewmaster, lol. This is one of those situations where you would want to have that available.
New top lane. They were looking for Ghost. They could just drop the Serpent Wards here. Meta used. They might even just get the tower with meta and then go to the tier 2. Could they want to try and put that kind of pressure on?
Nah, it's way too deep. I think you rotate to the mid lane, use those Serpent Wards, and get the kill, open up the map from that angle as well.
They're rotating in. Xtreme Gaming, they don't want to let them in or let them leave. What I should have said.
As soon as XM picks up Diffusal Blade, this is going to be the big timing for them. Because right now, you have Supernova available. You would also want to have Magnetize. It is a lot of damage between these 2 heroes. Brewmaster finally hits level 6. He was thinking about getting Hand of Midas. Now has Urn of Shadows, has enough money, but doesn't buy it yet.
Finally level 6 for JT. Next Wisdom Rune for both teams, of course, will be in a minute and a half, so I would expect JT is going to fall back to pick that up. And Blade Mail soon here for Legion Commander, who's yet to have any dual damage. Not that it's that late in the game to get yourself your first dual damage, but we've been saying you do want to have that early advantage and start to get that snowball rolling down the hill.
Other than laning stage, Chalice didn't really do much. The score says the story 0-2-0. He's been farming well at the early stages of the game, but then kind of killed his own game with that 1 gank, then going to the mid lane, trying to get the dual damage. So now he's in recovery mode.
Back to the Midas. So, let's see. Lou. Got this early Yasha, has that Dragonlance. Tiaming's here, he's level 6. He's going into the mech, so that position 5 sustain is always nice when you've got a 3 who's looking to get the damage output. JT in trouble, and he is not gonna split. He's just gonna die. He holds the split knowing he was probably dead on his screen anyway.
They ganked him with Terrorblade and Undying, like not
no control.
Typical duo that manages to get control on Brewmaster, but since he's such a low level and doesn't want to use
Tombstone to the high ground. They've got the Diffusal, the chase is on for TMing, the Boulder Smash is in, and he'll end up dead. The thing is, too, though, the fact that they get that kill into JT and they put the pressure onto the Wisdom Rune, it forces Jinkyu to pick it up. And we were saying that JT really wanted to get that Wisdom Rune, but he doesn't have a chance to do so because he was dead. So duel out onto Ghost, not having that damage, but it's Serpent Wards down over mid.
Interesting.
And they'll take the tier 1 tower. Yeah, that was an interesting, maybe trying to catch him full agi.
Maybe with a different item, some Tumbler's Toy, but has Faded Brooch on Chalice. They drop down those wards in the mid lane as expected, open up the map even more. And Tianming is tipping JT. He sees his items, he sees that there's nothing in the inventory, going for Hand of Midas.
Recovery Midases again. So he'll try to recover, as he is finally ahead of all the supports in the game. But not by much. So 2000 is the lead, but again, Ghost is having an all right game. He's gone to that early Lincoln, so he's not caught by this duel. He's able to move freely throughout this, and you know, he doesn't want to get hexed, but there is a lot of Lincoln's breaks, and that's going to be an issue.
They do, but also forcing them to maybe waste Hex or waste Shackles, Ether Shock, whatever, just so they can like get close. It also gives you a slightly extra time to maybe get your shift off.
Right.
He's farming. He's at a good spot, but so is Lu. Like, Lu is the true carry of this game, pretty much. We've seen Terrorblade carry the games he's off. Like, he's been involved in every single kill on Terrorblade. This is 6 kills we're talking about.
Stack here. Alacrity, the Tombstone. They're going to try and take the farm for Somnus. Despite the fact that he's 2-0-1, he's behind the Pango at the moment.
Big stack being taken by Azure Ray. It's been a steady 2k gold lead. This
For a while.
Master usage of Hand of Midas is getting them back into the game. Morphling's farming up. So is Pango. Pango's in a good spot. This like XM needs to be surviving long enough. If he doesn't get multiple swashbuckle shield crashes in a team fight, I don't think they win the team fight.
Do you want him going for this Blink Dagger straight up first, or would you rather see this Axe?
I don't know if he needs the Blink Dagger straight away, because you have Earth Spirit, who has roll maxed out, but we haven't seen Jin-Q getting much involved. The game slowed down. You also
He's going Axe first item, by the way.
You said that with confidence. I thought he bought something. Oh, you meant Earth
Jin-Q?
Spirit?
Yeah, Earth Spirit.
Okay, that's...
Sorry, because you said Jin-Q, and I was like, yeah, he's also going Axe. I looked at his inventory, and he's got the point booster already.
It's a good way to save people.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's very interesting to see, and Chao's going to get here with a duel. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. He almost missed it. Blade Mail comes in and gets the Primal Split. So, unable to get the dual damage again. So, he was able to get into the Void Brawler stance. So, that extra time that wasn't there for the duel allowed him to get the Primal Split off.
Yeah, these are like... these Brewmaster players, they know which stance to stand in to get like the most value out of it. It's a very complicated hero, but status resistance from that stance is what made the difference.
Because he looked very dead, but the little delay on getting the duel off allowed him to get to the Void Brawler stance. Roll in, looking for Lu, but they've got FY. Serpent Wards committed on this. Do you want to come close to Lu with the Serpent Wards here? Rolling Thunder, and it was XM committing to the Blink Dagger. Supernova's going to go off, and they've got the control. Can they get the kill before he's able to get a Sunder off? Yes. They'll take out FY. It costs them Jin-Q. Chalice comes over. He has duel in 2 seconds. Press the attack. Maybe looks for DY, but the slow, he can't quite get there, and he's unable to really make the move. So that leaves Tianming dead to rights on his screen, and they're going to blink over, looking over for this Legion. Swashbuckle, Somnus in trouble, mech popped, and eventually Tianming will drop. But well done by Xtreme Gaming, just making the, taking the energy of the pressure that Azure Ray was putting and the forward movement and turning it back on them.
Yeah, Pango's doing so much. He had Arcane Rune available in that fight until it got dispelled by Tornado, so multiple swashbuckles, very annoying. Like you see, like you get hit by 4 of those, that's 160 mana gone. And Chalice, before the Blink Dagger, he's having a hard time initiating. Now with the Blink Dagger, I think it's going to be a different story. When it comes down to damage that they have during the duel, at least now, there's only 1 point in Exort, so the Sunstrike damage is not really there. Also, like burst damage that they can throw in, there isn't any unless you're playing like close to the Invoker with the Spirit Vessel, Cold Snap, maybe a Meteor.
So net worth lead swaps over to the side of Xtreme Gaming with that fight. XM pulling away in terms of the mid matchup. He's had a really good game since he picked up this Diffusal Blade.
Is under attack.
He's all over the place.
And he's already got the point booster.
Yeah. So he can be also like another form of initiation. Maybe the reasoning behind the Blink Dagger is he wants to stop Shadow Shaman from getting anything off in a fight. Sometimes you do struggle if you like get caught by Hex, and Hex is maxed out, so that's extra 20% damage on a target. This has been added in 7.34, which is a nice change to Shadow Shaman. When is Lion getting this kind of a buff?
Next patch. Talk to the big man. You could convince him more than anything I've said about changes to the game.
We're writing down your ideas, B-Cup. We're gonna
JT,
one.
TMing. They've got the Hex. They'll go for the duel. They've got the damage. Oh, no. He's able to get the Primal Split off again. The Serpent Wards were down. They go to the Supernova. They start to evacuate the pit. The Rolling Thunder comes in. That's going to bounce up FY into the air. They get the kill to the Shadow Shaman. They'll take out TMing. 2 heroes dead. DY on a killing spree, by the way. Somnus dusted. Roll comes out from Jin-Q. Luz coming in. He might want to just leave. They had the silence. Somnus in trouble, and he's going to end up falling to Ghost. Ghost just moving forward and forward and forward as Chalice is trying to get out of this one, but the Yule's up into the air coming out from DY, stopping him from going from the Twin Gates. They've got the Swashbuckle. They have the Shield Crash. That's going to be 4 dead. They're looking over at Lou for the full team wipe. They land the roll. Lou's in trouble with the Geomagnetic Grip getting the silence, and it's a double kill and a full team wipe for the side of Xtreme Gaming.
And it's also going to be Roche.
Whoa.
He is a professional Chinese player, also known as Dual Yoinked by this Yule Scepter, because he can't do anything. Like, there's 0 damage on Legion Commander. I think you're supposed to scale in this game, but it never really happened. And again, you see now Morphling, like the real damage coming up from Morphling, has Manta Style to remove some of the stuff thrown at him. The Spirit Vessel has the Lincoln Sphere as well, and we're gonna see that again.
So,
like, they drop the Tombstone, they drop
everything.
Serpent Wards, but they don't get the duel off, they don't win the team fight. I believe he was also, again, in this Void stand, so the status resistance kicks in, and they managed to clean them up. So they're fighting away from both Serpent Wards and the Tombstone, and then afterwards, after losing 2 supports, they don't have much control. Also, Lu got silenced, so his meta didn't come in, like, at the exact moment when he wanted, and then after that, like, you can see him falling back the Serpent Wards, but they're way too tanky and they just don't have enough damage.
So Lu, he's the one who ends up dying last, and that completes the full team wipe. Man, things are
Radiant's middle tower.
falling apart for Azure Ray. A good considering the lane that JT had, the fact that he is now almost even with Chalice is one of the most shocking things ever.
Power of Hand of Midas, that's it. And also, he didn't die for a long time. He didn't die for like 6, 7, 8 minutes. Going into AC next, wants to tank up as much as he can against those right clicks, against Legion Commander, Shadow Shaman, Serpent Wards. Usually you don't want to get into like AC early on when you play against Terrorblade, but I don't mind it here too much because he's just going to be an aura for his team. He understands that the rest of the team can carry, specifically Morphlink with the Aegis, and also Pangolier having a blast of a game.
So, you know, they've been dueling JT, and I understand why. If he just goes to the split and they cyclone him up, you're never getting dual damage, but they have no dual damage right now. And every time they've dueled JT, they have been ready. That's an illusion, guys. Every time they have dueled JT, he's been ready with the Void Brawler stance. Every single time.
Yeah. Make sure you have that stance on to be able to protect yourself. And Pydas really paying off. Like, he's, as you said, almost has the same amount of farm as Chalice.
Blink in on the Somnus, roll across. They've got the silence. Somnus in trouble. The Sunray is on him. He's going to Ghost Walk, but he's dusted. He's done. There's no way to get out of this one, and XM's got himself another kill. XM has been holding this game up for Xtreme Gaming, and it's allowed them to come back into the game. This is a great performance from XM.
So far, so good. They need the BKBs up. It feels like they cannot get controlled by Earth Spirit. And speaking of Earth Spirit,
oh, Jinkyu's got that axe.
Remnant upgrade.
Oh, now the duel. Can they get the kill? Maybe this time. Rolling Thunder. There it is. First duel damage. 28 duel damage. 25 minutes into the game, but you're losing FY for it. There's a double damage on that Pango.
So now you'll have something against the duel. Anyone who gets focused down can be saved by Earth Spirit. Maybe later on he picks up the shard, so Geomagnetic Grip can grab allies as well.
Yeesh.
That's going to be an extra layer of save, the kick. How many saves do you want? The answer is yes.
Oh, Cold Snap, XM, Chalice. He doesn't have duel, but he pops that Blade Mail, and they've got the Meteor down. This is a big kill to get. Want to go into TMing, though.
That's a massive kill that they...
Over top, Lou in trouble, gone. JT is here. They've got 3 heroes. They lose XM, but they gain a kill on it onto Lou.
Dire's bottom tower is under
That's
all over
huge.
the map. It seems like when you're making this type of... Maybe he felt secure because he's farming like really far away in the outer ring. But they made a nice
They
move.
still might have a +1.
Oof, manages to blink out.
tower is under attack.
FY. No Courier, he's looking to get a BKB. He knows what's at stake here, but he's only got 300 gold, so there's so much that he's going to need to get in terms of farm.
Are fortified.
Not going to be easy, that's for sure. Look at where TMing is right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He might, I think he might just be dead here. Roll, and they're going to kick him under the tower. So he is in no man's land now, and Jinkyu showing off the power of this Enchant Remnant.
It's it's so massive, like how far you can kick him.
What was... I want to say it was NA Dota, where...
Of course it was.
Yeah.
They invented this. They invented Dota 2.
that's what I'm saying. Please, wait. Ooh, hold on. I'll wait. Sunray, another kick. FY, shackling, but dead. It was a Medusa that was like, I want to say it was Yoar. Medusa that they had like a 25,000 net worth lead, and they got the late Ags on Earth Spirit and enchanted him, kicked him into the throne, and they ended up winning the game.
It's pretty similar, like any displacement tool, like Toss, Mars, Skewer, Horn
For the
Toss.
well.
Like we've seen it happen so many times where you feel like, you know what, we're gonna win the game, and a couple of those high ground pushes, you fail short, and suddenly the game feels very awkward, and maybe you're on the clock, they have the better late game, and you lose the game. So feels really good, especially when you play it from ahead. So Jinkyu in a really good spot.
He's going into the Lincoln, so he's going to have that save of an item. He's got the save with the Enchant Remnant. Of course, you've got Primal Split with the Cyclone. It's going to be Octarine Core for JT. Let's see if he goes Octarine Refresher. Meanwhile, Ghost now 2,000 net worth ahead. Basically 3,000 net worth ahead of Lou.
Under attack.
But there's the BKB. I don't know if that's going to matter all too much. But a fresh BKB is always a positive. As he's going to head bottom because the rest of his team is here. Cal's trying to go into a Heaven's Halberd, and they're looking for a target to duel, but that's not too easy. It is really just tough for them to get anything. TMing's going to be spotted. Guardian Greaves, Tombstone on the high grounds. And it will be Ghost who turns into this Undying. They get the kill on the JT while all is said and done. For a kill on a TMing, he turned into the Undying and dropped a Tombstone of his own.
Morphling's massive. He's sitting at 20,000. 30 minutes into the game, he's going to have Butterfly really soon. Plus also save, like playing Morphling with any kind of save has to feel great. Plus you also have Lincolns on your own, and there's going to be another Lincolns coming out from Jinkyu. He's been
Trying to
farming
trade
it
tier
up
twos.
nicely.
Dire's bottom tower is falling.
Tier 3, now there's the Glyph.
Structures are fortified.
And a Tornado TP back. But the Butterfly is in for Ghost. Roche potentially up in 30 seconds as well.
Chalice getting initiated on.
Yeah, they want to get this kill, the TP attempt. And he is out with that BKB. They're just escaping, and now they're pinging the Tormentor. They want to get themselves a shard. Switching off of the Octarine core, by the way, on Brewmaster. He changes his mind to go to the AC, but we've seen this with Brewmasters. Chalice was doing it just last game. He had Radiance queued up. He had Lotus queued up.
Yeah, like your second item doesn't feel like second, third item, whatever you want to call it, doesn't feel as impactful as maybe your third item, because like the synergy between the second and the third item comes in very clutch. And who got it? It was Shadow Shaman who got it. I think they would want it to have on Tombstone the upgrade, but Tianming has a decent amount of farm, sitting at 6k, even though he's the lowest one. Has full Guardian Greaves, which is not bad. Also has a bit of extra cost range with Psychic Headband, so might save up and buy that shard.
Almost a Hex on DY. He's 2,300 gold away from it, but he's already got 2 components.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
The question is, who can you really get out of this? Cinderbrew down, and maybe they could catch JT without this Void Stance. But he goes into it, Void Stance immediately, and he doesn't even use the duel. He knows when it's coming. Just the spider senses on this guy is insane. Roll in with the pull from the Void Panda, and they've got Chalice in a hard spot. But the Tombstone is down from both teams. The EMP is there, and they've got the Cyclone onto FY, who blinks away, missing the Swashbuckle, so they're able to get back towards their Tier 3 tower. This Brewing, the Storm one, at least taken out, and nobody dies on either side. That was really well done by both teams to disengage there.
JT's like very quick turning
He
these
knew.
stances. It's a lot of buttons to click. Also, when this was introduced, because before, like your muscle memories, you have 3 of them. Then you need to like click more times, which could make it much more difficult. But it seems like Azure Ray, they want to take a fight. They know that there's no primal split, but still, you know that there's a high ground board, and it's being pinged out immediately by Somnus.
They're still going, though. They want to find anything they can. They'll find FY. Guardian Greaves popped early in this fight, but the wave form over from Ghost. They get the kill into FY. They're going to pop that Supernova. Can they get the kill here onto the egg? They will. All right, they pop that out. They buy back on Tianming. Lu trying to fight. They go to the duel. It's going to be on the Xingqiu. Can they get the damage out? The right click's coming in from Lu, and they got it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner coming through for Chalice, but Lu now trying to fight. Going up against JT, who again doesn't have that primal split. XM throwing these swashbuckles in. Somnus with not a lot of health remaining. And the side of Xtreme Gaming, despite the fact that Xingqiu bought back, they retreat for a moment. But knowing that Roche is going to be up soon, might feel the need to fight. Blink up onto the cliff. Tombstone dropped onto the high ground. Ghost running away. They've got themselves the reflection. They'll miss the tornado. Roll up there from XM. Right click damage coming in. But he's got the swashbuckle to get some distance between him and the side of Azure Ray. Blink over. Chalice. He doesn't have duel, but they're going to enchant Remnant. This Brewmaster. They're actually going to kick Chalice the other direction. And now Chalice is in some trouble with Ghost going in. He's got the damage. The EMP is going to be down. They get the kill on Chalice. They've got the disarm on the 2 of these heroes with the BKB pop by Ghost. So Chalice turning around, but he doesn't have a lot of mana remaining. The roll in from Xingqiu. He's playing aggressive. He's got the kick on a Loon. Now trying to run away, but Xingqiu, that roll doesn't go off, and the chase is still on. They miss the decay. They land the tornado. They've got the Sunstrike on him, and they'll snipe him. As he bought back, he'll be dead for 75 seconds while the team waits, and Roche is available.
I think Xingqiu wanted to kick, saved XM, sorry, JT, but kicked Chalice
instead.
Which got him killed, yeah. And
To be fair, he also rolled in again after that.
Yeah, that's true. But this second Roche now belongs to Azure Ray. I'm still getting confused like by the logos, because
YBB old logo. Oh, they come in
Graded
after this Roche. They're going to get TMing. They're going to get FY. They've got the supports trying to leave. And yeah, DY, he's, well, trying to get something more out of it. Somnus, BKB, not a lot of mana remaining. They're looking for the Rolling Thunder. Somnus has to get some distance, and now he's trying to run. Waveform from Ghost. They've got the Diffusal. They have the Gen. They'll have the Vision. They've got the Control because they've got Ghost, who turned and morphed into the Shadow Shaman. So he had Hex, which he used on the Shadow Shaman, and he had the Shackle that he got out on Somnus.
Yeah, Ghost Walk is not going to save you against the Ghost. He's going to find you there. But this gem pickup, the earlier one, caused them a lot of issues on Azure Ray. First, you can't hide, as we've seen, as an Invoker, and also maintaining their vision. There's still this high ground obs from them placed near the Roche pit, the one that like you want to take the fight where Morphling is right now. That's like half the duration already there, and they still didn't manage to deward it.
So after a fight like that, they've got the Aegis on Lu, but when you're able to kill Terrorblade once with Metamorphosis on, he's not exactly that strong without it, at least at the moment. Especially if he's singled out.
Yeah, Morphling deals so much more, and Morphling got that level 20. Waveform attacks targets, plus Daedalus. This is the big combo where you can use Waveform.
Blow people up.
Like, yeah, you might kill Shadow Shaman with one Waveform, one attack.
Sometimes it's one dagger and I'm kill, but now it's just you get soaked in a Waveform and you're done.
Are you talking about your Blink Dagger, where you blink in forward into 5 enemy heroes, or talking about the Stifling Dagger from PA?
Can you stop live watching my games? Thanks.
It did happen yesterday.
With me?
Yeah.
Shut up! Stop! You're embarrassing me! Oh gosh, I meant Phantom Assassin Dagger.
Yeah, I know, I'm just kidding.
Come on. Please.
They need another set of items. Somnus, he's very close to it and just picked up the Hex, so you'll have like multiple Hexes. If they can survive long enough, and speaking of surviving long enough, that's not it. That's exactly what we said is gonna happen. One Waveform, one attack.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is under attack.
that's gonna be a lot of damage. That was 1,700 damage done very quickly from Ghost. JT sees Chalice. He's got that gem. Ooh, good TP. F-wise, he wants this BKB, but him surviving feels rough.
Dire's middle tower is under
As we just saw, that waveform really does him in.
And into Satanic, the Terrorblade needs his MKB, which he does have, but he also needs, I would say, slightly more HP. This is where Satanic is going to come in clutch. He might also change his mind if he feels like, oh, there's one fight, I need more damage, so we'll go for Daedalus. Spell Prism picked up by Morphling. So extra CDR, getting closer to level 25, that 40% waveform cooldown, and then you can maneuver so much easily in team fights and get the damage done. Morphling talents are insane.
Yeah, they're pretty broken. So, Ghost, he's got this morph timer with it being for TB, and they 5-man smoked on the side of Azure Ray. Place down a ward, they'll go for a scan. They don't catch anybody with those two options. Gaming looking for something here is JT. He's still in that Void Brawler stance. Now finally switching over to something else, but whenever he puts himself in like these weird, potentially jumpy spots, he's in the Void Brawler stance at all times.
We saw the power of it, so can't really blame him. Just having that status resistance feels nice against the Hex initiation, against the duels.
Yeah, 20% status resistance is, you know, they start to take away status resistance from a lot of things. You're seeing why. Status resistance is not okay. Silver Edge in full from Lu, completely buying out. And he's stopping JT, who is just being that brew rat a la Niu and taking that tier 2 tower top.
Ace put the power of AC, and he's going, like, look at what he's doing.
He wants more.
Pulling him back. It's a lot of damage. Remember the combo when people played Invoker plus Brewmaster and went for this kind of a split, and then they had to slightly nerf it, but
JT?
he almost killed it.
All right, well, he's dead. He'll drop a gem. I don't know. That's, I mean, they're also looking to fight again over in the triangle. They got the kill on JT. He doesn't have buyback, so he's dead for 74 seconds. They're going to go and get themselves the duel, as well as the meteor down on XM. Oh, he survives. Enchant Remnant Chalice is going to lose the duel. Oh, Ghost comes in. He's got the help from Jinq with the Enchant Remnant. They finally get the kill on XM. They're going to look over now at Somnus. They drop down the Serpent Wards with the Geomagnetic Grip hitting onto FY. He's silenced up. They'll take out Somnus as well as FY with the Waveform coming out from Ghost. It's a kill for FY with the Serpent Wards getting the kill on a DY, but the rollout from Jinq and Ghost on the run. They've got TMing as well as Lu here, but not much in the arsenal of Lockdown.
That's pretty massive. Like these saves that they can do, there's still no Shard on Undying, but this Enchant Remnant has been causing a lot of problems, and JT maybe slightly too greedy there. Sure, you dealt a lot of damage to the tower, but you're also not there with the team. At least Ghost is having a blast of the game. Didn't die a single time. And looking at the neutral items, there's like 3 Spell Prisms on side of Xtreme Gaming. Just CDR, it's that's good. Plus, Brewmaster has Octarine Core, which puts Primal Split in 90 seconds cooldown. And 30 seconds duration with the Shard, 32, so less than a minute if you have like the full duration of it.
Man, this is... I mean, now, also, by the way, XM got 38 dual damage. He's one duel.
That he has more than Chalice for us.
Yeah, I looked. I gave a look. This isn't working out for TMing as well as Chalice. They're going to need a +1 there.
Under attack.
So Somnus will come over. He's got a Hex. He's going into the Hurricane Pike. He wants to get some distance. Ag's being built for Lu. He is farming at a crazy rate, and I know Ghost is ahead of him.
Okay, he popped,
the
Greaves, gets underneath the threshold, so doesn't even get it in the end. He tried really hard. Chalice is the one who picked it up, so that's going to be upgrade to Overwhelming Odds, some extra armor, and longer duration, so you'll have like more attack speed. This has been, after they changed what Overwhelming Odds and Press the Attack do, Shard has been buffed because you get like longer duration attack speed from the Overwhelming Odds, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah. So now they're going to smoke, knowing that Roche is available soon. They did Sunstrike to check the pit. There was nothing there, a little bit early. Maybe even looking to see if somebody is setting up in the pit. It's going to be a short respawn time, so only 10 seconds remaining on that one. And they, again, have another high ground ward, or have that cliff ward over by the Roche pit that's near... in between the tier 2 and the tier 1 spot. They scan and they don't find anybody.
That ward on the high ground just gives you way too much vision when it comes down to Roche fights. And again, Somnus pinging it. Guys, they have Observer ward there, so let's not take the fight underneath their vision.
This is the third Roche. This is Ag's Blessing.
So they sent up the vision on their own high ground. And one Observer ward in the river.
Ooh, Blink, Thunderclap. Goes into the Terror Wave. He's got the fear. It's going to be on a DY, and that stops him from getting it immediately with that egg. They hit the Tornado, and I think they were looking for FY to get themselves the Shackle, but they get the kill on the JT. He's going to buy back immediately with the right clicks coming in on the Supernova. Can they get the egg? They go to the Sunder and explodes. All the Enchant Remnants! They're so good on Jinq with this Earth Spirit. They'll get the kill on TMing as well as Lu. They'll take away the streak. They go to the duel. They get the kill on a DY, but now the right clicks coming out from Ghost. They've got JT right back into the fight with a buyback. He'll blink, Thunderclap, and get the kill here on a Chalice. They take out 3. They buy back on this Brewmaster. Roche should be theirs if they want it, and they are right there ready to go.
They used everything on JT. This status resistance, like Shadow Shaman tries to use his abilities, so they like, I believe Invoker also used the Hex, plus Shadow Shaman, plus the Shackles and the BKB. So you use pretty much everything that you have in the arsenal. He bites back, comes back into the fight, and now Roshan on the menu for them. 45 seconds without Terrorblade, Morphling, and
JT things.
You have enough damage. And JT is going to go for another tower.
Stun, Cyclone, all the while. This is going to be Ags picked up for Ghost, by the way, as he's going to be able to grab that. They're 3 heroes having to deal with 4 pandas. The math ain't mathing.
You still lose a tower.
Yeah.
Okay, this hero has to go. If you don't have the first pick, I feel like you, considering that this is becoming the hero of the series and we're in best of 5, you thought that you could counter it once. Every single team seems like it's not working. This game's not over by any means, but it looks like Xtreme Gaming are having a much better time, and we're gonna see that replay again. Look at the Void stand.
Oh, they give the Ags blessing to Brewmaster.
Look at this.
Oy.
Beautiful. That is in the end. So they used everything, and then Ghost is gonna come in clutch and pretty much clean up. Supernova explodes at the perfect timing. And the fight here is already over. Even though they have like the tombstone vision from it on the high ground, it's really not doing much at this stage of the game.
End up getting the kill there onto the Legion at the end. They ended up having to buy back here on JT, so that if they can get the kill, maybe they could turn this fight. But they're down 20,000 net worth, and they're going up out of the high ground. A tier 3 was taken by the Brewlings, so very overpowered. And this is just the companion now.
Yeah. When he brewed up, that's 80% status resistance with the Void stands.
Glyph used. And Rack's dead.
It's that easy.
Yeah, it really is.
And you can keep repeating that. You do have Aegis available for 3.5 minutes. You already almost took the tier 3 tower top.
FY? Oh. And that's the companion again, throwing a stun over into FY. Tornado is going to be well off the mark. They got to be careful. Ghost is ready to move. He's got an Aegis. He's not scared. JT, again, this Earth Companion looking to find something. He's actually pulling the creep wave over. They've got the Hex. It's going to be on a Ghost. They're going to try and get the kill. They've got the Terror Wave to follow it up. They go to the duel. It's going to be on the other side, but they've got themselves the Enchant Remnant as well as the Kick Away. That's actually pulling Legion closer to the side of the Dire. They get the Aegis out of the hands of Ghost. They wait for him over. They get the kill on a Chalice. He doesn't have buyback. Tornado comes in. Sunray over with the Supernova off to the side, but it's not going to be close enough. They go to the Hex. It's going to be on the Earth Spirit. They get the kill on a Jinkyu. Now they drop down the Serpent Wards with the BKB popped here by Ghost, though. He's moving forward. TM Ming off to the side. They get the stun as well as the Cyclone. It's going to be onto the Terror Blade. They'll buy back on Jinkyu. They'll get the kill into TM Ming. Ghost, XM, DY, Icarus Dive, as well as the Rolling Thunder. They've got the control on Alu, but Lu's able to get this BKB off. He's got Thunder in just a couple of seconds. This Ghost is going to be waveforming up out of the high ground. EMP is down. Roll comes out. They get the hit onto FY. They'll get the kill onto the Shadow Shaman again. So, now, 70 seconds without FY, Tornado thrown over. Ghost is playing a better Invoker than Somnus is at the moment with the right clicks coming into the mid-tier 3 tower. They'll take it out very quickly, and they've got the Hex on a Ghost one more time, but the roll comes out from Jinkyu. They're going to kick over Somnus. Look how far away he is. They'll eat the cheese. They've got Jinkyu in trouble. They have the stun, but do they have the control to get the kill? Roll lands onto TM Ming, and the waveform will get the kill. They get the kill on a FY. He's not going to have buyback. Cyclone up into the air on Alu. They've got the Swashbuckle with the bashes, and there's the damage to get the kill on the Terror Blade, but no, the Tornado. It's not going to save him. 100 seconds without the TB. They get the full team wipe. Nobody has buyback, and that should even up the series as they call GG on Azure Ray, and Xtreme Gaming will take game 2.
A lot of performance in this second game. I mean, the way this series started, it could have been potentially a 2-0 for Xtreme Gaming, but they're playing really well. Like, the way they're playing around each other, and MVP of this series, like, most definitely has to be JT because of his recovery, what he did with the Brewmaster, those void stances when he's brewed up 80% status resistance. So let's say you have like 10 seconds of disable as Shadow Shaman, it's only going to last for 2 seconds. So that's pretty neat. But Ghost also had the performance of his lifetime pretty much on this. Morphling didn't die a single time in this game, which is pretty impressive. He ends up the game with 20-0 and 11 score.
That is insane. So yeah, I gotta say that it does feel like Ghost has to be the MVP, but in terms of like being able to turn a game around, JT's my MVP. He was slaughtered in his lane. It was not fair. He was level 5 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he was the second lowest net worth hero in the game for a really long time. But also Jinkyu, DY, like everybody on the team played their own role to almost perfection. Because when it was needed, XM was the one pulling the weight and getting stuff done. Picked up this diffusal blade and went for the pickoffs. Also, these duels were like not really connecting, and some of these enchant remnant saves. Jinkyu,
that was impressive.
One of the reasons why he made the name for himself playing this hero.
Yeah, that was a crazy crazy save there, and he is just super impressive. And then you just see the damage of waveform attacks. It's so disgusting, the damage you do when you get across a couple of these heroes. It's gross. Really, it's just disgusting.
It really is. It makes the difference once you pick up that data list. It really is a game changer. Even though they had a lot of damage on the ground, like this beautiful Supernova. One thing I like about Dota, and what I liked about Dota for like good 20 years now, is how some things can seem broken or seem OP, like super strong, which makes the game like really fun to play. Like this Brewmaster now, like there's so many things that you can exploit. Find something that feels like a bug, but it isn't, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. The Enchant Remnant feels like it is definitely
It's a
bug.
feature, so.
But it is a feature. Jinku just doing so much. I understand that he dies there, but it's buyback, and he was able to pull the Invoker later on in this fight out of position completely. Just the rolls that he was able to accomplish, the cheese too. I believe, I don't know if he eats it or if he passes it over. I just heard the hump.
He gave it to Morphling, even though he ate it with the Spirit Vessel on, still got the full value out of it. And in the last couple of fights, Lou, unable to do much, because you have this Brewmaster, the Earth Panda, sorry, the Wind Panda, throwing you into the air with the Cyclone once or twice, and then controlling you, pulling you back in, stunning you with the Boulder. So a bit of a difficult task. You have to do a lot of damage to your BKB duration. If you don't, you're gonna get controlled.
I think, by the way, you can stone the Supernova, which is insane. That was done in like one or two of the fights. You're talking about features that are bugs.
I haven't noticed that, so I'm going to demo mode right now as we speak.
Yeah, that is insane. And yeah, Ghost, I gotta say he's the MVP just with how much he did. But JT, comeback player of the game, for sure. You know, that's usually a yearly award, comeback player of the year. But it's just, man, yeah, Ghost he plays so well. And Jinku out of his mind. Like, again, it's so hard to pick MVPs sometimes. But yeah, all right, you know what, JT, he got it. We'll give it to everybody. You know, participation medals all around. But seriously, JT had like 4 or 5 deaths early on in the game, and it was insane. And he ends up with 6. He ends up 2nd net worth on his team, 3rd in net worth, I think, overall. Like, to have such a recovery of a game, and then also the ratting that he was doing with the Brewlings was insane. Like, he was so amazing to come back.
I just tested it. You cannot enchant Remnant the egg. It sounded like it's super OP.
Super OP?
Yeah. So maybe it looked like it because you can like drop it down on top of Supernova and kind of removes the way Supernova looks, but you cannot do it.
Okay, so, well, it's even at 1 here apiece. We're going to at least 4 games tonight, and we're going to be coming back with Game 3 in just a moment. So we see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back here to the Chinese qualifiers for TI. We're in the grand final, and it is 1 apiece. Means we're going to 4 games at least, and I hope you guys got yourself a snack and you came back to your screens, maybe washed your face a little bit. But this has been a very interesting series. It's been the series of Brewmaster so far, and coming into game number 3, we'll see if this hero gets banned in the first phase, because it has been the hero of the series for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. I think if you don't have the first pick, this hero might need to go. And I also did some extra testing because we were discussing it while we were off camera, because it definitely looked like he did it, like he enchanted the egg. And when I tested it, it didn't work, but then we figured it out. Like, egg needs to be deniable. So you need to have like 2 hits left, and then you can enchant Remnant to the egg, which is pretty nuts to think about. Feature, by the way, also.
Yeah, features that feel like bugs for 1,000. Thank you very much. Like, that is so ridiculous. What a insane little play there, and that ended up being what
he definitely did. Like the way he used it instantly. So maybe that's the big combo that they tried to, you know, execute. One of the reasons why Jin-Q also went for the eggs, because like you can't kill it. Like what do you do? Like the egg's gonna explode.
Yeah, it's guaranteed, and you don't need that extra supernova hits to keep it alive. Like, they know how to focus it. They were trying to do so the entire time. Like, in the fight that he does that, it's metamorphosis from the TB, and he's just right-click spamming it. Like, he really wanted to take it out. So let's see what we get in this third draft as they go and ban that Earth Spirit. We'll see if the Brew makes it through, because if it does, it's just, that's insane.
Earth Spirit gone. Azure Ray is like, yeah, this caused way too many problems. Jin-Q had like super good performance on it, and now you have to figure out what needs to go. Let's see if Azure Ray wants to remove Brewmaster straight away. I mean, you can maybe remove it in the second banning phase, because you have 2 bans left, unless Xtreme Gaming wants to like first pick it. That's one way to deal with the Brewmaster. Doom has always been the counter to the hero if you're the one getting the first jump.
So the question now is that Doom 3 or Doom 4? Because they could still go Brewmaster Doom, which would be kind of insane. Like, Brew is the hero of this series. I don't know if you can just ignore it, right?
Radiant team back.
They go Undying. So they'll have DY on the Undying and potentially have the Shard eventually to have that save. We've seen the strengths of this hero throughout the last like year and a half. It feels like a strong hero for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think he even picked up the Shard on Undying in the previous game. Might have picked it up like right before the game ended, but not lucky enough. Sometimes unluck happens. You don't get it from Tormentor. Not blessed by Gaben. He decided to go for different items. Instead, get the Guardian Grease. Let's see if this time Xtreme Gaming wants to pick it up early on.
Ban of that Rubik. Well, let's get that out of here. FY not getting a chance at that Rubik, and I think maybe banning it knowing that that first pick is there for Xtreme Gaming as well. You don't want them to be able to steal Doom.
This is also a flexible pick for Azure Ray, because there was, what, 3 games where FY played it. It was played almost, yeah, it was the only time. Like, all 3 games were played by FY. Chalice didn't play Doom at all throughout the TI qualifiers.
We'll see where they want to put it. Now you've got another pick in a second after that TA ban, and they go into the OD. OD has been very popular recently as well. We saw what it could do in game number 1 for Somnus. This time, XM's on the OD, and that, you know, he played the Queen of Pain. We said that was one of his signature heroes.
5 seconds.
I believe OD is not as up there for him.
Yeah, there was a Viper ban when they played against, when they had OD. In the first game, not sure if like Azure Ray wants to snap pick that by any means, but this is going to be very difficult to target the heroes. You have Astral Imprisonment later on when Undying picks up the shard, so he can also provide save. Let's say you try to focus someone down, Astral into Tombstone into another Astral. Azure Ray will get the Clockwork for themselves. So still not revealing anything. They did play Clockwork by Tian Ming, and also FY played it. So keeping things open for themselves, at least for now.
10 seconds remaining.
At least hoping to for the moment, and they go to the Lina. Lina is a mid we've seen sporadically. You know, it's only been picked twice, but it's been banned a bunch. So I'm interested to see this. The Lina is an interesting pick with the changes that were made. So
I think Lina is really good right now. Also having any kind of a setup for your LSA feels nice, so you'll have Clockwork for that. Also a hero that can outrange OD, so that's always going to be good. You see him running close to try to get that Astral Imprisonment. You stun him. Spellcasting Lina just feels really nice with the Aghanim Scepter, Shard, Ether Lens.
there's that
Deals
Mars
like a
again.
ton of damage. Her like also the buffs, the Dragon Slave, the overtime damage, the burn also cancels the blink daggers. So that's a bit of a, I wouldn't say bit of a. I think that's a huge buff when it comes down to chasing people, so they can't blink out.
Also, knowing that Rubik's already banned, you feel safe throwing that spear, not giving it up to anybody. And there's the Mirana. That's that same combo that they were trying in game number 1. I don't dislike the combo. You also, you have multiple avenues for it, right? You've got Astral Imprisonment, you've got the arrow, you have the spear.
10 seconds remaining.
It's pretty nice.
You have so many setups for arrows this time. Astral Imprisonment, Spear, Arena. DY didn't have like the greatest performance on Mirana in the first game. Had a couple of those missed arrows. If they don't want to play this, like if they need a position 5, I would say it's a really good silencer game to stop, like, because what they want to do is drop down the Tombstone, Arena, and then follow it up with some kind of a combo. Silencer has always been good against these kind of combos that do accomplish much, so being a combo breaker feels nice, but I don't know if they want to do it. I think they already picked their heroes that this is going to be 4-5 Doom and Clockwork. Again, Terrorblade, because why not? They have to ban Morphling. Like, this has to be Morph ban 100%. Because they banned the Drow Ranger 2 times, but did they ban Morphling? They didn't. No. So in the first game, it has to be Morph.
Brew not making it through at all. Or, well, not being picked yet.
Seconds remaining.
Not making it through would be, it was banned. So, let me speak on my
5
end.
seconds remaining.
Still potentially a pick for Azure Ray.
Yeah, I would say so, right? I don't think it's really that bad. And then there's also the strength of, like, pushing with it as the game goes on, which is pretty insane. Oh, Xtreme Gaming taking a lot of time here thinking about what they want to ban up.
Extreme Gaming's
They banned that TA with and now of course they've got that Templar Assassin, but the last time they played the Lina over mid for Azure Ray, they picked TA safe lane, which has turned into another Terrorblade pick. So they banned the Witch Doctor. Again, still thinking maybe they can go to another support, having this Doom. It's very flexible in the fact that, it doesn't have to necessarily be played by FY.
5 seconds remaining.
So they're still thinking Extreme Gaming banning out Witch Doctor in the last phase. I'm just wondering, like, why Witch Doctor over some of the heroes that they played so far in TI qualifiers.
Enigma ban. So banning some of these FY heroes. This has got to be Morphling, right?
I think it does.
Seems very simple
10 seconds remaining.
to get that ban.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
we'll see what they want.
Maybe they think they have enough with Doom, Clockwork Lina to blow up Morphling, but considering the performance that he just had on Morphling, maybe it's much safer to ban it out.
Yeah, agreed.
Radiant team picked.
So there it is. There's the Morphling ban.
Took them a little bit of time. I think they didn't think too much about the Morphling ban, maybe. Maybe they were just thinking how to finish off their draft.
Yeah, you've got extra reserve time. Might as well use it to
10 seconds
kind of think about what you want. In this last pick, I guess the discussion is
5 seconds remaining.
definitely there in terms of like if you want FY to be in this 4 position Doom.
They banned out Chalice's Witch Doctor from the offlane, so they think it's Chalice who's missing. I wouldn't mind seeing something like, Night Stalker, maybe, even though it's a good Legion command. It's not that because you're playing against OD again. Maybe Legion Commander's a bit of a stretch, but...
There's that silencer you talked about.
Okay. They go with... Because I thought it might be out, considering the bans that Xtreme Gaming did. It is that combo breaker that we did mention.
So when picking this silencer,
10 seconds
that
remaining.
you're gonna have a higher farmed Clockwork, right? Like, is the plan maybe Ags for that hero? And PA is the last pick. I'll let you talk about that as well. Ooh, it's off lane Chalice silencer.
That's my favorite. Here we go.
Whoa! Okay, never mind. I was gonna say silencer 5. Disregard everything I just said, as that is a core 3 silencer.
It's been done before. I mean, something that people play from time to time. It's very rare, but it does happen. And it's going to be Silencer Doom offlane. Maybe I would prefer if that's Clockwork, because it does give you much more of a kill threat. But then again, you're playing into Phantom Assassin. She can blink away from cogs, so it's not that great. Blink away from Battery Assault. So it seems like they're just going to do, the standard Clockwork TB and then Chalice Silencer. That's why I got slightly confused. I stood away from Silencer because it felt really good overall, but then I thought maybe they're not going to do it to position 5. They already have Clockwork, and in the end, they're going to do it. They also picked up Phantom Assassin into Terrorblade, which is like the highest armor hero in the game, and the Phantom Assassin is physical, so... A bit of a question mark there. Maybe they think they can make it work, like keep the tempo. It's not all about like carry to carry matchup sometimes. It's all about like the composition. Also, right. Lina, one of the heroes that doesn't like to get jumped. And what better than to have Phantom Assassin jump you? So,
minus the Undying, this is the same draft Xtreme Gaming used in game number 2 against Team Zero. So, this is... something that, maybe there's a little bit of comfort with. They've already played something like this today. Like you said, it's against the Terrorblade, a lot of armor there, but we'll see. Because they were up against the Gyro in that game in terms of carry. So it will be interesting to see if the PA can kind of succeed in a game like this. I'm also interested to see the lane chemistry between a Silencer 3 and a 4 Doom.
There is none. It's very hard to find it. I think they're going to lose that lane. This is Undying plus Phantom Assassin. So Silencer, if he gets jumped, like level 2, Blood Grenade, Tombstone, 1 dagger, Silencer's donezo.
So we'll see how aggressive both teams want to play. We've talked about the aggressive behavior of Xtreme Gaming and how they do it, especially when Ghost is on this Phantom Assassin. He's not afraid to get involved early.
The battle begins.
So FY and Chalice, EY getting a 3-man decay to start. The arrow misses, but FY's in trouble. They've got Somnus going to the Dragon Slave, the damage on a DY, and he'll survive thanks to the 3-man decay. He has just a little bit of life left over.
He was so tanky there. Also, some of these arrows, like early on, DY had a bit of a problem in the first game landing those. Those Astral Imprisonment, like, you gotta check those numbers up.
Somnus already down below half health. Maybe they could take advantage of the fact that, you know, DY is not here in the lane. They'll put some pressure on the Ghost, despite the fact that he did get that first blood. And is DY getting anything dropped for him? He is. It's some tangos. Okay. So Ghost's going to have another sack of tangos to work with as he's eating some harassment here. FY just stepping forward with that Scorched Earth. But you can see Somnus really struggling with that Astral Imprisonment coming through from the OD.
Already down to half HP after that first blood. JT's courier. Maybe JT's doing this on purpose because he knows if he cripples himself in the early game, like he did in the second one, he's just going to make a great comeback and become the MVP of the game.
Yeah. That's all you got to do. Just repeat anything that works, even if it didn't work in the beginning. TMing going to try and get a pull off here. Xingqiu just using that arrow to kill up one of those creeps, so that'll be okay. Top lane. It's the Arcane Curse early on with that Scorched Earth, so that damage over time is definitely high. About to hit level 2 on the Silencer. See what he wants to pick. FY. He's got Devour now at that level 2, so he'll pick that up here as Ghost jumps in on Chalice. They go to the Tombstone. This level 2 jump, the Arcane Curse. I don't know if it's enough. Blood Grenade trying to get a Tombstone. 125 gold there for Chalice. And FY can't return the favor. Maybe even thinking about going in while over mid. OD was trying to get a kill there onto Somnus, who just escapes. But the chase is on. They still want to go. FY trying to fight back. He has the right clicks and the Scorched Earth ending, meaning Ghost is going to get a double kill. And he's got all 3 kills for the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Oh, exactly as I said. You know, they get level 2, Blood Grenade into Tombstone. They find Silencer. Don't ask me how I know. I'm a big fan of off-lane Silencer. I think I experienced every single matchup ever played out, so I know that it's not good. So now you're going to struggle even more. They hit level 3, they bring some extra regen. Maybe DY needs to get potentially a trade kill or just go back because right now he doesn't have much mana or HP to work with.
This is... I mean, this is a great start. DY could just sacrifice himself if he wants, right?
I don't know if he wants to just straight up die, because let's see what he's bringing. Okay, he's bringing a healing cell, so doesn't want to die. By the way, DY, it's written in the name Undying, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's only so many heroes that you can play that have something of your name in it. For everybody, I guess. I don't think there's Unfying or anything like that for FY. XM ahead of Somnus by a solid margin. We'll get the difference in experience.
Back because of what happened at the first blood.
Tombstone.
Rune.
Blood Grenade thrown over to FY. Chalice on the run, the Stifling Dagger, the right click's in. He's got another Stifling Dagger in a second, but they don't want to make the move. Although he turns around and that's a... What? He turned,
exploded.
dagger and decay and die.
This is a type of a lane that I wouldn't mind seeing him pick up the full Orb of Corrosion because things are going so well. He's involved in all 4 kills, but maybe he also wants to get to Cornucopia as soon as possible because it's a very expensive item. It gives you good amount of regen, some extra damage as well. So maybe save it. You can still go back for it later.
He's still
I was thinking because he does have, 1 healing salve available. They're going in again.
FY.
Forcing out that Scorched Earth and backing off.
Yeah, level 2 on that Scorched Earth. But still, it's not that easy of a move. FY is already down here on half health, and Phantom Assassin may be thinking about jumping back in because he's got the South. Arcane Curse comes out. DY, though, he's fine. He worries little about the aggression from Azure Ray. We're yet to get on the board. All 3 lanes seem to be either winning or going okay for the side of Xtreme. They're winning over mid, they're winning top, and JT, he's fine.
Things are looking really good for them. I mean, you gave Phantom Assassin the dream start. First blood, a couple of extra kills. By the way, FY, he ate Ghost. I see Frost Attack on Doom. For a second, I thought he ate Phantom Assassin. And what is he bringing? Yeah, that's going to be full power charge for now, because he does have that healing salve. So adjusting his item build accordingly. And Chalice, He has a lot of CS, 22, but when it comes down to net worth, it's looking okay-ish, pretty same
Tombstone again.
enemy off lane.
Blood Grenade, Double Decay, they're always standing next to each other. They're going to try and put some damage in on a DY for a second, but they focus the Tombstone. And, ooh, denied by DY, so no gold given up. Salve used again by Ghost. Another Double Decay, and the Rocket Flare, the right click, the +2 there for Chalice as he hits that level 4 and has that 1 in the Glaives. So they at least turn it around, but that means right now XM, with the help of Jinkyu, is able to kill off Somnus mid.
First rotation, now they get it right. Astral Imprisonment into Arrow combo. Let's see if Jinkyu rotates to the top lane, tries to help out slightly, because I see Tian Ming still sticking around the top lane, so they want to have another kill.
Yeah, TPing in DY, passing over another stack of tangos here for Ghost, and they're also bringing the Mirana in. FY doesn't have a lot of health to work with, so he can be very vulnerable. He's got a healing Lotus, but that's it. Decay and the leap, Chalice, Starstormed, Infernal Blade. Ooh, gets the +2 on Jinkyu to start. Oh, good LSA to land on a 2, and there's the Laguna Blade. They clean up in droves for the side of Azure Ray, and that will change the vibes because they turned it around.
I guess they didn't expect Somnus, that he's going to be the one rotating to this lane as well. So multiple heroes here, and that's going to secure some damage to the tower as well. Somnus running back once his bottle refilled. Arrow, not going to
earn Starstorm. Maybe if JT had thrown a spear there. He's only level 5 now, level 6 on Lu. Top lane again, they want to go for Ghost. Ghost is in trouble. They're going to bring over... Oh, no, they're not. XM. He didn't commit to the go.
XM is like, I'm going to die if I TP there. Good luck, Ghost.
Run away if you can.
He's going to need to find a way. I see on the minimap a lot of allied dots, a lot of radiant dots around, but he's going to find a way how to get out of the trouble. And I think at this moment, FY is just memeing. First he ate the Ghost, now he ate the Chalice because he has speed aura.
Ming, by the way, looking for that rune, but it's going to be the double damage rune picked up for XM. By the way, straight up Sunder used by Lu onto Mars, so JT was put down low on health, but didn't do anything with it. He just healed up. That was it. After the pristine start that Ghost had, like, he loses his tier 1 tower before Lu does, or before they take the tier 1 tower top. Like, that is a real big way to turn around how this is going for the side of Azure Ray. They've got the LSA that use the Laguna Blade. They'll have the damage on a DY. They'll get the kill, and maybe they could get a Tombstone out of this if they can get the vision up, but instead they'll just walk away from it.
Yeah, they're getting the kills. They got the tower map opened up, so they planted some deeper vision. Ghost still in a good spot. The most farm hero in the game, and XM plus Jinkyu will team up one more time, get the kill without even using the sanities. One thing about like Dire is it's much easier to farm. Like I think you can get away with greedier like carries on the Dire because you have Mighty Mines. The HP region got buffed, so you have extra 7 now compared to the old 4, and it's a pretty huge area.
So while farming in the Mighty Mines, the rest of the team comes over from Xtreme Gaming, and XM is here. Jinkyu only level 5, doesn't have the Moonlight Shadow, but he's not too far away from it. FY coming over, he's level 5. They go to the Global Silence from Chalice, and they're going to catch XM.
6.
Oh, wow, off that last creep. They're going to get a kill and a +2. Chalice, his game has morphed into something A-okay for him.
That's the perfect timing. Chalice getting level 6 immediately, and then dropping the Global Silence. So XM, his like first rotation, not really successful.
Anything but. Another game where they're able to like lose somehow able to just farm around everything and not be touched. They've picked this TB 3 times in a row. Like, I get it. I do get it. And I know they lost game number 2, but Lu is always farming so well.
He knows how to farm, especially on these like illusion-based carries.
Right.
I mean, he played
Hook shot misses
3 times in a row now.
Arrow combo, Doom used onto this Undying. They're going to get Chalice. They'll take him out. DY gets credit for that kill, despite the fact that he is Doom, and they're chasing for one more. FY is going to be caught out as well. So Ghost getting another kill and taking out a spree, so that's a good amount of gold for him. You know, YBB during his, not YBB, Lou during his YBB time and his Xtreme Gaming time, one of the things that happened when he was on a team like that, it was very punishable to focus your attention on him. And he's really getting away with a lot, and I think that's the team around him just making sure that he's able to secure his farm and his lane. And that really makes him into such a great carry.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing with better teammates. Like, this is just a massive upgrade.
You know, that YBB team, of course, he got promoted with that team, and I think that's what really gave everybody an eye on who he was as a player. So, that's what really got him just the presence of mind and get into the team like Azure Ray. Because I think there were other carry options when they chose him, but, you know, they have a lot of faith in Lou, and I don't think it's been misplaced so far.
Yeah, Lou looked pretty good. Knows how to farm, knows when to join. It's just that maybe in this particular BO5 series, because he played Terrorblade 3 times in a row, you're very cooldown dependent. Without meta, you're not going to be going around and doing stuff.
I'm wondering how long this is going to last. Hook shot over mid. They're going to try and get the control here on the DY. Chalice looking for another +2. LSA and Somnus getting the kill there. So Chalice will get himself to 8 permanent intelligence stolen, and he's looking for a 4th staff to start off.
How offlane silencer. Hope it becomes meta, so I don't get reported every single time I play it.
Yeah, I did have this Overwatch case.
Yeah, that was this guy playing offlane silencer.
Yeah. Griefing was the Overwatch case.
5 reports immediately. Look at him. Damage the tower. This hero has everything.
Tumbler's toy, by the way, to jump on a JT, get the cogs, but they've got themselves the Astro imprisonment. They go to the Laguna Blade to start this off. They can hit the Dragon Slave, but the spear lands on a Somnus. The Global Silence is just not in time. So Chalice gets caught. He ends up dead. So does Somnus. Good turnaround for Xtreme.
Chalice's positioning not really the greatest there. He was the one like sieging the tower. That's why I joked that he has everything. Like he needs to stay back and use the global silence because like 5 was already over. He got caught by a combo. Let's see again.
Astral Arrow.
Hit it.
The AA combo. They land that Sanities. They go to the spear. TMing is in. They're trying to get a kill here on XM. They land the hook shot, and Lou's going to come in and clean up at least on XM. But he's got to be careful. He doesn't have Metamorphosis. I don't know if that's going to matter with Chalice over here in the Arcane Curse on a DY. TP out from JT. LSA not in time. But Lou's got a double kill, and despite the fact that, well, he didn't have meta, Terrorblade got involved and got 2 kills. That's good gold going the way of Lou.
Using a reflection and rest of the team slowing them down, keeping them in place. And this is going to be another tower secured for them because they open up the map early on. So now, like the bottom tower falls every single time whenever Lou plays Terrorblade, and he played it every single game so far in this best of 5, like they kill it relatively early on.
Lou caught a glimpse of the Phantom Assassin and Ghost, so they used the Moonlight Shadow. Has that Battle Fury going into the Death Zone next, so that farm's going to catch up here to Lou, who's going early Scotty as he gets a Yasha delivered. I guess you could have the Scotty queued up, pick up the ulti orb, could always audible into a Manta, right? They've got the Ensnare, they're going to doom up Ghost. Cogs push him back. They're looking for the Infernal Blade, and there it is. They'll get the kill on a Ghost. They'll get the +2. They look over at DY with the Metamorphosis, and now the right clicks. They've got the Rocket Flare to can a couple of these heroes. DY trying to run from TMing. As they'll look over at the Tombstone. Lou's going to get a bunch of gold for that. And they've got the Cogs around DY, who kills TMing, but Chalice is here to try and collect his +2, and he will. But Lou gets the killing spree. Chalice gets the intelligence.
That's what Chalice comes for. Doesn't matter what he brings, he just wants to collect that smart. PA, she might be the hero like her and Troll with the lowest intelligence gain in the game, so gotta be very careful because like how much, at least her abilities don't cost a lot of mana, so that's a good thing.
How much int would it take to steal from PA where he couldn't use a dagger? That's what I need to know. Now also queuing up the BKB, so the thought is there as well to go BKB post Battle Fury.
An interesting build from Somnus. He's the one who picked up Blink Dagger immediately after Aether Lens. to be able to close the gap, follow up with the Clockwork Initiation, get in, get stuff done. Blow the full combo onto someone.
He might do this to XM if he's not too careful. They have Global Silence. They'd have to pop it first. So he could blink an LSA. They've got everybody coming through the Twin Gates. He might just be dead if he's not too careful. For Staff Astro Imprisonment, but now they're going to look. As they move further, they'll get the Ensnare from FY. The Sanities is dropped, and XM's just dead anyway. Good job by the side of Azure Ray to make that movement.
Oh, that Sanities didn't even clip Lina, so she did not become allergic to mana.
Jinkyu also in trouble. Hook shot lands. Somnus is going to have the LSA to follow it up. The Dragon Slave is there. The right clicks are enough.
This Somnus guy, I'll tell you what, it's pretty good at Dota. Moving around the map, getting stuff done, faking his abilities, and then forcing a couple of leap charges, and Tianming on point with the hook shot.
Yeah. No, Somnus is very proficient with this hero. One of the last times that I did see Somnus play... Oh, this Lina, hold your thoughts, or hold my own thoughts.
Cooldown, and
they're going to try and go and get it out, and they'll use it onto the Phantom Assassin while they chase JT. XM back into the fight. The Global Silence was used. They've got the Tombstone down, and that will be the gold collected here by Chalice. 200 for him. Astral Imprisonment on a TMing. DY, though, he's getting away while the rest of the team, the LSA, it's going to land here. They've got themselves an Obs as well as a Sentry. The Spear comes through, but it's only going to be on an Illusion. JT still surviving. There's the Starstorm. Astral Imprisonment coming through onto the Terrorblade. Arrow lands on a Somnus, but he gets the kill on a JT. Low, Spirit Vessel on him. Stifling Dagger gets the kill. Laguna Blade, though, Ghost in trouble. Blink in front. They look to get the kill. Last words there. Somnus takes out Ghost. They're still looking for more. They're in front of Jinkyu with a battery assault. The Mirana's in trouble with a 4-staff coming out from XM to save his life. Still, though, DY salving himself, running away, but they have some help. FY coming around. He's got that ensnare. They will chase, and maybe they can find him.
There.
Yeah, that's insane.
Cornered himself in this area near the bridge. They even had Sentry, but he was out of range, and now he's gone. I don't think they're gonna catch him here.
They're not gonna go through
Rocket
the gate.
on cooldown. Tianming, they're chasing him.
Oh, I lied.
Staying.
They do go through the Twin Gate. They don't have hook shot for 20. JT's actually spotted here. He's got a Blink Dagger in just a second. Goes to the God's Rebuke. DY is just soaking up a lot of this damage. They hit the Tombstone down, and DY now just decay. TP from FY. JT, he's got Spear in 2 seconds. XM comes over. The 4-staff into the Astral Imprisonment. The weight on that Spear. So chasing through the Twin Gates means they're going to die. Well, at least Tianming does.
DY, that trusty shovel almost killed him before you could die to Kabold. We've seen that happen multiple times. Now he almost died because he was digging, and he dug out one mango. But what a nice play. Like, this whole sequence of what happened in the last 45 seconds for DY is pretty amazing.
And they're going to get Roche off this. Big Aegis to get. So, I was talking about that Somnus game. He was playing Lina on RNG. He was going up again. It was when right-click Lina was the thing, but OD was coming in. He had a Satanic. They were down to their, last defense, and he got a Rampage. So, there are magic moments that come in from Somnus on the Lina. That's for sure. In a different sense, though, with, of course, the right-clicks, like I said. Hook shot. JT. Chalice is here. Chalice starting to put out the damage, and he'll get that assist as JT falls to Tianming, but he also gets the +2. So, loving the +2. Always happy.
For the scaling build, he picked up Blink Dagger as his second item. So
wants to travel next for Somnus. Ghost? Uh-oh. Arrow. Decay, the jump, the kill. Tianming, dead. This is keeping Lu to farm, top of the net worth. And I believe, bought that other ulti orb, buys the point booster. He's got Scotty ready to go. And he's going Butterfly MKB next. Sees an Arcane Rune, he'll pick that up too.
These two items are just to counter Phantom Assassin. Wants to protect himself against right clicks, and also wants to have something to deal the damage, the Phantom Assassin. But for now, Ghost in a good spot, does have Orb of Destruction, Desolator as well. That's a lot of minus armor, so whoever gets initiated on by Ghost is most likely gonna die. If Lina gets jumped, she's straight up dead. There's no other saving tools other than Global Silence. Maybe a Force Tap from Chalice, but that's about it. Yeah, DY is like, please, if I ever offended the Dota gods,
Hey!
I apologize, and he gets it. Because there's a big difference what it brings to the table if you have Mirana with another Leap Charge or if you have Undying with the Tombstone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, putting the pressure onto the tier 2 tower.
Fortified.
So, you know how I always love talking about glitched items?
Here we go again.
Weak hallucination with the Rubik, but Somnus has Crystal Rift on his Lina. So there's little crystals coming out. You can't really see them that much, but that like blue line as well. That's
$45,000 right there.
yeah, probably $10,000 billion for that one item. It's a cool one. No, it's not very popular. UI spotted. Rocket Flare's there, Moonlight Shadow, but they're under a sentry. Hookshot into the creeps. They go to the Stifling Dagger. They've got the Global Silence. They get the kill on a TMing. They'll look over at FY. The crit is there, and they've got the Arena, but the LSA as well as the Doom. It's PA in trouble. Ghost trying to go into the Tombstone. Uh-oh. He is in trouble still, and back into the Tombstone, still surviving. They get the kill on a Somnus. He's got an Aegis. It doesn't matter, and he'll survive. That's insane.
Play. He left after 3 seconds and then
went back in.
The Tombstone, so negated the damage coming out.
Oh.
This is the first page red play right there.
Jesus. Okay. It's just so ridiculous. Some of the things we're seeing in this series are insane. He had a sliver of health. He doesn't even have to use the Aegis. And now he's about to have a BKB.
He's back to full HP. Aegis still up and running for another minute. Maybe they can take another... See that again because it's such a cool play. Tianming getting in, hookshotting these small camp, and then Arena on top of them. He gets inside.
1, Mississippi, 2, 3. And then he like leaves for a second, goes back in.
This is my house. Nobody enter. And he gets out like the last tick. All it took was one tick for him to be able to live there. And Dota is a beautiful game after all. All these
features that feel like bugs.
Definitely looks cool. And now this goes to level 16. So coup de grace. Soon to be level 3. And that's going to be 450 crit damage.
DY dead to Chalice. He's getting kills every now and then. He wants to go into a Hex. He's got 18 on that permanent intelligence. We're not really feeling the oomph of a silencer. Like, he's kind of just doing the same thing right now as a 5 silencer,
you
right?
Shut up. You're a hater.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut. Jesus. Sorry, I offended.
It really isn't much. It like becomes a position 5 unless you're really popping off. Because there's a big transition between like Silencer as a core where he's like doing good and then maybe he falls off, things are not going correctly, and then once he picks up like the Shard, gets the Hurricane Pike. But for now, it's going to be Recovery Midas on Chalice. 25, 26 minute Midas.
No stranger.
Scale.
No stranger to the Recovery Midas. Pitus. Ridus? Lina going for the Ags with that new ability getting activated with it, the Flame Cloak. Went 2 mobility items in a row with the Blink and the Boots of Travel. So he's almost level 18 as well. He'll have that 3rd level on the Laguna Blade at 900 damage. Magical, of course.
Yeah, that's 900 before Spell Amp. So you have like Fiery Soul, you have Spell Amp 35% from the Flame Cloak. Maybe he finds something else in between there, level 20, Spell Amplification Talent.
Okay. So a lot of math not working in my head, and I'm not even going to try.
It's over 1,000, you can say that.
It's over 9,000, I can say that. So smoke used here by Xtreme Gaming. 5-man smoke with the Moonlight Shadow. They'll place some high ground vision over in the triangle of the Radiant side. Meanwhile, the Azure Ray players are waiting on the other side of the mid lane. and kind of get a feeling for what is going on here with Ghost just on the front lines of that mid lane, farming up. Talked about the Scotty picked up. The BKB is here for the Terrorblade. Still has that Butterfly MKB combo queued. And there's that Ags for the Lina. So we'll see if Somnus can get that done. He's going to sip on this bottle to try and get back near his team, knowing Xtreme Gaming are close. Chalice blinking forward, and they start to retreat a little bit, but FY is in the trees. That Lotus Orb runs out. JT looks over. Arrow comes in and hits onto Somnus, and they're going to have an arena. Spear comes through. BKB's going to be popped. The Global Silence is a little bit late. They go into the Stifling Dagger. They're going to get the kill here on a Somnus. Look at the right clicks. They've got this Lina dead to rights. They'll look for more as Sanity's is dropped. FY falls. Goes for the double. Now a triple kill. He is ripping them apart. Lou TPing to safety just barely, and the fight falls apart for Azure Ray. Xtreme Gaming were lingering a while there.
Yeah, great initiation from JT. Rest of the team, like, backing him up almost immediately, and you see, like, Lina against Phantom Assassin matchup. We talked about that this is not straight up carry-to-carry matchup that they wanted, but they wanted to delete other heroes, specifically Lina and OD. XM, he drops that ulti, deals the damage, puts mana allergy on them, and then the fight's completely over. Like, without Lina, you're not gonna have damage. They're also taking care of Phantom Assassin so that she doesn't get doomed with this Lotus Orb from Jin-Q. JT, he's alone in no man's land.
Yeah, FY in the Infernal Blade. They've got the War Stomp. Tia Ming gets the kill. By the way, Ghost now having that Ags upgrade to Blur, so it'll make it even harder for this Azure Ray team to get their eyes on Ghost, which makes a lot of sense lore-wise for Ghost. Eyes on a Ghost, never really going to happen.
Yeah, it's lore-friendly. It's a good upgrade. Like, refreshes everything so you can jump between the targets. You have also a way of dispelling yourself, not against Global Silence, but you have BKB for that if necessary. And another layer of save. DUI just picked up Force Staff, Solar Crest, Tombstone with the shot upgrade.
Infernal Blade, but there's the Moonlight Shadow. Somnus looking for the kill. The LSA lands. They've got the Dragon Slave, and DUI will survive. Goes into that Tombstone. They're going to try and break it open to kill him off. But now the Starstorm is down. They finally get the kill into DUI. They're looking over to the side as they've got themselves the stun onto XM. Global Silence comes out, and now they've got the dust around the horn. So Jin-Q trying to leap away. They've got themselves their eyes on Somnus. They'll look for the right clicks. They've got the arena right in the mines, and they'll take him out. They lose Jin-Q with the BKB running out on JT, though. He's in some trouble. Lou continuing to move forward. He's got Metamorphosis in 18 seconds. The Mighty Mines will try to keep this side of Xtreme Gaming tough enough, but now they've got the War Stomp. They have the last word. Ghost might have gone in too far, and there's the Doom committed. They've got the Arcane Curse on it too. The Reflection, the kill, the Ghost PA is gone. BKB by Lou. Astral Imprisonment only setting up the cogs. They land the arrow, but it doesn't matter. XM, well, he's going to die to neutrals. He doesn't even die to this Azure Ray side. So Jin-Q now trying to leap away. He's got that Lotus Orb to purge off that last word, but the chase is on with Lou having Metamorphosis. The arrow lands out of the real Terrorblade, and they'll Force Staff back this Mirana.
That was a bit of a mistake there from Xtreme Gaming. They wanted to take a fight. Phantom Assassin didn't have BKB available. Both of your supports were already gone. And now Tombstone is going to drop.
200 gold.
Forcing a Glyph as well. They need the numbers. They need to have all 5 heroes. Let's see what Phantom Assassin wants to buy as their next item. Seems like it's going to be MKB, but Terrorblade with Reflection, with Scotty, Rocket Slow as well. They're not moving. They're staying in the same spot pretty much. Arcane Curse as well on top of them, and they're going to lose the first set of barracks here. Kind of unexpected.
Yeah, didn't think that was going to happen with the 7,000 net worth lead that Xtreme Gaming had, but they caught Ghost in a little bit too far. He tried to play aggressive, and, well, Azure Ray were ready for that. This is pre-MKB too, so there's going to be a timing where Lou picks this up, and I think at that point, he might just rip apart Ghost if he doesn't play it perfectly.
Money to burn.
MKB is going to be big upgrade. Just got to level 20, so Conjure Image Duration, which is going to make easier for him to push out the lanes. Xtreme Gaming, they are smoked. Roshan is available.
Psychic Headband here for the Clockwork. He's got a 4-staff. So does this off-lane silencer. He's going into the Hex.
Radiant are scanning.
26 permanent intelligence stolen. They've got the scan. They're going for Roche, but JT's off to the side, invisible with the Moonlight Shadow. And, ooh, Hex. Global Silence. That's good timing. It was post BKB. They go to the Laguna Blade. They get the kill on X. And now they're going to look over as the Doom is going to be here on a Ghost. Arena's down. JT gets the spear onto the Clockwork, but I don't think that's going to matter. The LSA's menacing, but the right clicks are in from Somnus. Roche can't swipe that kill. And now they look over the tombstone that is full with DY's body, and they'll put him into the grave. 3 heroes dead. Somnus still moving forward. They go over. They've got the LSA to that lands. They lose FY, but Ghost in trouble, or is he? Right clicks come in. Somnus, though, surviving. They go to the Lotus Orb. They don't miss. They don't hit the LSA, and Ghost is going to jump over to Jinkyu. They still get the kill there onto the Phantom Assassin. They're looking for the full team wipe. Jinkyu's in trouble. LSA lands, and there it is. The only one who's got buyback is the Mars, and he's dead for 20 more seconds. But they clean up on Azure Ray.
Yeah, it's so easy to itemize when you play against Ghost. Like, it's really written in the item. You buy Ghost Scepter, you counter him. So this is the time when Somnus actually, like, lives because of it. It looked very dangerous for him, but this time they are the ones initiating. They're the ones throwing that Doom on top of Phantom Assassin. And this, not gonna say might be it, but XM, he can't afford to die first. He also doesn't have buyback. This was their first showing of newly purchased Hex, so he's the one, like, he was the one who blinked in, and they try to go on Terrorblade, but he's very tanky. He's a big boy. 3,000 HP on top of him, Global Silence for a little bit of a backup, and this second Roche belongs to Azure Ray now.
So they get their hands on an Aegis. And 10,000 net worth lead for the side of Azure Ray, but no lead has been safe in this series.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. Both of these teams very even when it comes down to skill, I would say. It's kind of hard to predict what's going to happen as well, because they're very neck and neck.
So Ghost Scepter upgraded into the E-Blade for the Lina.
That's the magic damage upgrade as well, plus the level 20 talent, Aghanim Scepter. So that's going to be
a lot.
It's like 2,000 damage, not even, like maybe even 2,000 plus with the Ethereal Blade.
Is the spell amp additive or multiplicative? Or whatever the other one is? The 11% with the 35 and the everything, and then you've got the E-Blade.
Yeah, it doesn't stack. It's not like it's a 300%.
Billion, yeah.
Yeah, it's not billion. So MKB now finished on Terrorblade as well, and let's see how that's gonna go, because these are the fights pre-MKB, so you still have to, you know, factor that in. Phantom Assassin, she's also going for MKB of her own, getting very close to it, needs to farm another 700 gold.
It needs to be careful, he's under vision. Somnus looking, ooh, interesting spot. E-Blades himself, they go to the Global Silence, they land the Spear, it's going to be here onto the Lina. Now the right click's coming out from Ghost, they blink in, they're trying to get the War Stop, they go to the Sanity's Eclipse, they get the kill on Somnus, now they're going to get the Doom off on a Ghost. He's in trouble, but there's that Tombstone again. They're going to break it open, they've got the stun on him, they've got the kill on a Ghost. They've lost 2 for this though. Tiaming is dead, DY, ooh, 4 staff trying to get away. Eventually Lu's got the damage. Jinkyu Starstorm, Infernal Blade lands, they get the buyback coming out from DY. They have meta, they'll hit the Hex, the Spear lands, it's on a Chalice, they've got him locked to the tier 4s with the God's Rebuke hitting on a Lu, XM taking a lot of damage, but the Soul Rip from DY onto this XMOD, not looking like it's gonna be enough. They're even thinking about going into the well, but XM gets the 4 staff, he's able to survive just barely, and they'll buy back on JT. They still have an Aegis to work with on Lu.
Like, they need to get something out of this buyback. Lu, he's been almost untouched, holding the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. And look at the damage that he deals. Those buildings, they're gonna melt. No sanities for another 70 seconds.
No PA for 35. Tombstone committed. Tombstone disassembled. And he walked in, he's stunned, he's dead. Oh, blink, Hex. Oh, Infernal Blade. XM in trouble. The Spear back. Lu's going to save him. They'll get the kill on XM. He's got buyback, but it's now up against Mega Creeps. PA still not available for another 8 seconds. They go to the Global Silence. The Lotus Orb's not going to matter. They get the kill on the Xingqiu. They'll look over at JT with the BKB. Misses the spear on Somnus, who's ready to go. Infernal Blade once again. The right clicks come out. They get the kill on a TM Ming, but they need to clean up with XM and Ghost to defend. It's against Mega Creeps with the tier 4s taking damage from these creeps. They have the availability to jump in. Sanity's Eclipse still down for another 25 seconds. They've got the Hex ready to go. They'll throw a Stifling Dagger out as Terrorblade's just going to stand his ground and go for the tier 4s and open up the throne. He has an Aegis for another minute and a half.
Has another Sunder, got Hex.
There's the Hex. Can they get it? There's the Aegis gone, but Creep's still coming in. Phantom Assassin looking for the moment to jump forward, but Chalice just hitting the throne as the dagger gets thrown over on a Chalice. And the BKB is popped by FY. He's taking the attention here, but the Doom is used on a TPing out.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Phantom Assassin? The throne's gone.
The throne's gonna die in the end. They played it out.
Okay.
Whew, until the end. And yeah, Azure Ray getting the dub in this one. Off-lane silencer, that's the new meta. And I like what I see. You know, finally, I mean, this was like we said that they're going to experiment a lot in the first, maybe even second game. But even when it comes down to the third game, they just brought off-lane silencer, position for Doom for FY that is undefeated so far. 4 out of 4 games. And Tian Ming on his signature clockwork. Lu playing Terrorblade every single game. It might be the time where you remove this hero.
Yeah, it is a good game there from Azure Ray. Both these teams have been fighting past adversity, considering the fact that Azure Ray was down and Ghost was having an amazing game. But I think, again, itemization is what proves to be key here for some of these heroes on Azure Ray. Like that Ghost Scepter, we saw the power of that there for Somnus. And maybe just a little bit of, you know, missed arrows, missed spear attempts coming in from the side of Xtreme Gaming at important moments.
Yeah, this is like execution from Xtreme Gaming at this one. These are like skill shots that you need to hit with arrows, with spears. It wasn't on point. There was also like time where Ghost felt almost unkillable, like where he, like if he's the one, by unkillable I mean if he's not contested, if he's not doomed, that he's gonna clean up everybody. But very entertaining Dota coming out from the 3 games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's been back and forth, and now it's 2-1 for Azure Ray. You take a look at this fight, and again, you know, JT, that spear is not on the right target. And Lu, this Astral Imprisonment, the arrow ends up hitting on a Somnus, but Lu, he still dies, but this doesn't exactly go great for Xtreme Gaming. Like, Somnus is on it.
Definitely. Like, Somnus is, like, his itemization was really on point because Ether Lens into Blink Dagger, it did allow him to like keep the distance and also close the gap whenever it's necessary, and also choosing the targets. Like he immediately deletes one target before the fight starts, has a little bit of a protection from the global silence, from this imbalanced off-lane silencer, and everybody did their job on their side.
Yeah, they still looked really good from them. A couple of, you know, fights that could have gone their way that didn't for Azure Ray, but they still were able to hold on. This fight very important with Ghost going in just way too far, and it's the aggression that hurts them. And they catch XM again, despite the fact that he dies to neutral creeps. And Global Silence again, the BKB a little bit too early there. They go to the Laguna Blade, they blow up XM. He's the first one out of the fight. And you said it, he can't be the first one to die in these exchanges when he's playing this OD like that.
Yeah, most definitely, because he's the one who like deals ton of damage. And also, he's a bit of a save to break the combo. Someone gets in, gets LSA'd, someone gets doomed, try to buy a little bit more time. But kind of difficult with the OD because there's so many heroes that are going to run at you. This is 4 Doom we're talking about, so sometimes you'll eat that Doom, clockwork in your face, forcing you to like either Pike, get out of the trouble, LSA with Lina, and Lu. Like, he just did his job. This is like, I think Lu's very stable overall as a carry. You know that when it comes down to farming, him being on top of the network, you can definitely rely on him.
Yeah, he's been very reliable, and the team around him has been reliable enough to get him this farm. I think if Xtreme Gaming moving forward, you know, maybe don't give him the TB, and I think you need to pressure him more. He's gotten way too much open space in all 3 of these games, despite the fact that it's a 2-1 series.
They tried to pressure him in the first game when they had like Quap, Mirana, and Mars, but didn't manage to do so because of his itemization. Raindrop, Magic Wand, Bracer, Power Threads, Casual Belt of Giant Strength that he turns into Dragonlance later on. So he knows how much he needs to stay in the lane. Because you'll see Lu a lot of the times just sitting in the lane instead of going to jungle and getting the farm there because he understands, oh, Sonic Wave's on cooldown, they cannot kill me, or there's a hero showing, so he's like, I'll just be in the lane. And so many times that they take this tier 1 tower in the safe lane early on because he's playing Terrorblade, so if they get like a kill, they get a rotation from the mid or the off lane, it opens up the map, and then also they don't have anywhere to TP to pressure him even more.
So who would you say out of Azure Ray is the MVP
Silencer,
of this game?
Chalice MVP, the offlane Silencer. My heart says that, but my brain would probably say, you know, Lu in this one because he carried really hard, but it's going to be Silencer, and in the end, of course, it's too dear to my heart, this offlane OP hero, Hand of Midas as his, like, third item to be able to get the Hand of Midas and then get into Hex to be also initiator for the team. So good items overall on Chalice, and also didn't go for greedy. Sure, like I think a lot of people would argue, especially in the chat, that Shard should be picked up because it's so good, you steal more intelligence. It's not about that. Sometimes it feels like, you know, 1400 gold could be spent somewhere else. And he did the job. He understood like what his job is in this one, and my man carried from the offlane.
Yeah, I'd like to take this time to apologize to Chalice for doubting and Silencer offlane. I know I doubted early on when I said looking like a position 5, but I immediately regret my decision, and I will take it back. I am sorry. I am just a scrub. I am not a pro. You are amazing, Chalice. Thumbs up. That's all I got. But it is a 2-1 lead here for Azure Ray over Xtreme Gaming. And we'll see if they can book their ticket to TI in the next game. Game 4 coming up next, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back here to the Chinese TI regional qualifiers. We're in the grand final with Azure Ray having a 2-1 lead here over the side of Xtreme Gaming. Going into game number 4, definitely the advantage is there for Azure Ray, and you know, they might just pick TB again on their way to a ticket punch. But if you're the side of Xtreme Gaming, Lacoste, what needs to change?
Be a bit more consistent when it comes down to like team fight execution, because I don't think you're gonna ask for a better start on your Phantom Assassin. She was 4-0 and 1. You got the first blood, and then like these rotations, you gotta be ready to match those rotations, because Tianming did a very good job rotating to that lane, then getting a kill, and also like stopping for XM from TPing in, and also providing any kind of a help so they lose a tower. I feel like they could work definitely on being better at defending their own towers, because every single time, it also comes down to Azure Ray having Terrorblade every single game. So you show up with this hero, you get the kill, you get the pick off first, and you turn that into tower. So maybe get something else, or maybe remove Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's still available. I'm definitely wondering if they just go straight back to TB, if they're gonna allow it to go through. Like, Brew's available, but TB's gotta go. I just think giving it to him every single game is a bit of a mistake.
I believe they banned Naga Siren. Yeah, both of those games. Even the third game they banned it, so they're more afraid of lose Naga Siren rather than Terrorblade. Terrorblade, he is illusion-based hero, but it's slightly different than Naga Siren, so they're giving more respect to Naga. Even though they managed to win against TB in the second game, it still feels like they might need to remove it in the second banning phase.
Right.
Unless they prep for it and have like counters all ready for him, something that you mentioned does make sense. Try to push him out of the lane early on. I think it needs to come out from XM, who needs to be that guy that like rotates to that lane and tries to get the kill. I like this opening a lot. Just like straight up Rubik, take it away from FY. There's a bunch of spells that you can steal. Like if you look at the what they played in the previous game on side of Azure Ray, this also potentially blocks heroes like OD, Alina as well. You might pick it, but these are like two of the probably best abilities that you can steal as Rubik. We're not talking about some fancy hook, black holes and stuff like that, but these like early cheap spells on low cooldown that they do a lot. So Azure Ray, they will go with Clockwork one more time. Tianming looked really good on it. Third game, maybe a couple of hook shots off mark, but other than that, he always secures the lane for Lu.
Yeah, so this Rubik pick is interesting. I've talked about it throughout the qualifiers, that FY and Jinkyu are probably the two best Rubik players that were in this qualifier, and probably one of the two best Rubiks in the region. So it's always interesting to see when one gets it and the other does. It definitely a pick block as well. So I'm excited to see what this Rubik does for Jinkyu. We've talked about how flashy he can be. And there's that TB ban. Finally, Xtreme Gaming taking the Terrorblade out of the equation. Now can they win a game when it's not there and they've made that ban? What will Azure Ray go to? Lou's probably like, I have one hero pool. What's going on? I don't have anything else to play. But he was really known for his Phantom Assassin when he was coming up with YBB.
His hero pool hasn't really been high in the qualifiers. He played, of course, Naga TB, Faceless Void, Bloodseeker, Templar Assassin, and Troll. This is his hero pool. I mean, these qualifiers are only like 5 days long. It's not like you're playing at the majors, you're playing like the group stage with a lot of games. Would definitely be higher, but yeah, we might see something new coming out from Lu.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up going for eventually when we get there, of course. So, see what he wants as TA gets banned. Of course, we've seen that TA safe lane a couple of times as well, and that Techie's still getting banned. They just do not want to play against this hero, and not wanting to play, I would assume, more so like the aggressive play in the lane, but also that reactive taser with the lineups that they play.
Yeah, reactive taser, insane ability, also got slightly buffed as well. So Clockwork, also, like, the value that they got from Clockwork in the previous game is like this rocket hitting when they're trying to go for Roche, scouting things out immediately. And now you have like the first pick in the second phase, and the enemy has like double pick, and you have double. Like, it's just so hard to get used to new picking phase.
Right.
Xtreme Gaming's turn.
It's always weird. There's the Invoker. So, see how that goes through here for Azure Ray. That was played by Somnus, but talked about maybe whether or not they want to flex that at all.
10 seconds remaining.
But we'll see what Rubik ends up
5
getting
seconds
combined with in
remaining.
this moment, as you know, a lot of these bans for Azure Ray focused on Jinkyu, even though Rubik's already been picked. He's played that Primal Beast, the Techies, the Earth Spirit. Also, Earth Spirit, of course, being a flex, so is the Primal Beast. But a lot of Jinkyu banning.
Give him respect for a good reason. So they need to find like position 5 hero that is not threatened by Clockwork. Something that can maybe like get out of the cogs. If they, I don't know if you want to commit to like Mirana. Mirana Rubik sounds slightly weak. Maybe it really depends on your whole composition, especially what's going to be coming out from your offlane.
Turn to
Enchantress.
Enchantress. So we're still getting different heroes coming into this BO5 in the 4th game.
There's no meta yet. There's like some of the heroes that you feel
no
are
TD.
strong, but yeah, you have Invoker, who's
10 seconds
like constantly picked. Same goes for Rubik. These heroes are very strong. You see Brewmaster. Brewmaster was like not contested
remaining.
in the previous game.
Yeah, it went completely unlooked at. So
Radiant
We might see it being picked up by Azure Ray. Well, maybe not now that there is Razor in the first phase. I think this is going to be mid-Razor against Invoker, so forcing Invoker to play Quasfex, use Tornado, because what Razor wants to do, like he feels, he pushes a lot of these matchup into his own comfort zone.
5 seconds remaining.
But this is very single target oriented. You have Enchantress, you have Razor, like locking onto the target, trying to kill it. Not much team fight from Xtreme Gaming, so something needs to come out from their offlane.
still a minute to play with in this reserve time for Azure Ray. And Clockwork, you know, eventually they'll have Cogs with a Sunstrike potentially. You know, at one point they were looking for the Legion with this Sunstrike combo, but I don't really think Legion is going to do well in a game like this.
And you need to figure out, like, to have a bit of a flexibility, maybe put some kind of a hero that is good in the lane, in the safe lane against Razor. This is a good counter. Like, this is a great Razor counter. Morphling, he's one of the better late game carries, but he's also anti-carry, because like what Razor wants to do, he's also anti-carry, so you kind of mitigate that. And then against like Terrorblade, against a Lifestealer, you can just become a better version of them, pretty much, with all your insane agility. Azure Ray's lineup, it looks really good. Alacrity Morph with no real silences. They have 0 silences. They have 1 stun from Rubik. Maybe they can steal something from Rubik, but from the Azure Ray. But overall, looks like a really good Morphling game so far.
Xtreme Gaming's turn
So
to
they'll go to the Queen of Pain afterwards.
Okay.
So
This is a flex.
switching up the Invoker.
This is a flex as well. There's been a game where Jinkyu also played Queen of Pain the other day, so I think other teams will follow, play Queen of Pain as offlane. I mean, we just saw Chalice play offlane Silencer, so anything can happen. We also discussed that this Invoker pick can be played on multiple roles on their team. Tian Ming did play it the other day, so keeping things open, a lot of damage, a lot of burst, also a hero. I think what they want to do is maybe even put Queen of Pain in the lane where Razor is. So they're going to wait to see where Razor's going to go, and then you can break the link. So you're taking a lot away from the Razor, so that's really good thinking from Azure Ray.
So, Queen of Pain, Chalice has played it 11 times with a 63% win rate.
Not bad.
Last time he played it was in 2021, and then before that, the 2 games that he played it in 2017.
Xtreme Gaming's turn.
Only 2 games since 2017. And there's that Faceless Void coming through from Xtreme. I mean, the flex is there. Like you said, TMing's played the Invoker, but so has FY. He played it a lot when he was playing with Elephant. And then, you know, it just keeps a lot of things open.
10 seconds remaining.
They really hit their draft really well, so they don't know where these heroes are going to go. One thing that they don't have is save during the chronosphere. So whoever gets caught inside a chrono later on will most likely die. Maybe there's like tornado pre-BKBs or whatever, a bit of a sonic wave to push them back. But overall, good Faceless Void pick. Like there are no real silences. He can get away from Clockwork, jump out, and Night Stalker ban. That's a bit of an interesting one. I do like Night Stalker right now. I think he's in a really good spot. Needs because all of his abilities now like deal damage, and also it refreshes. Once you pop that ulti, it refreshes all of your abilities, shard as well. So you can like double heal with your ulti. There's so many things you can do with Night Stalker, and he's you know, not the strongest laner because it's daytime for the first 5 minutes, but he has high armor, high base region, good damage.
Is that maybe a thought at having the Enchantress, having that enchant, maybe thinking about picking up a Beastmaster for your offlane?
Yeah, because I was thinking maybe Lycan, maybe Beastmaster, but they banned out Brew, which is a good ban. So I like the way you're thinking. I think they need, you know, some strong lane presence, and they also need a bit more team. Like, sure, you have Chronosphere, but just by looking at these heroes, other than Faceless Void, single target oriented, they're good in the lane, but slightly worried when you start running at these heroes.
So there's that Legion ban. We'll see what Xtreme Gaming pick up. I'm potentially sensing a Brew.
Brew's banned.
Or not a Brew, sorry, I meant Beastmaster. I just said it, and I already forgot. But I appreciate that. The brain farts come again. What happens? So, 16 seconds to play with. I mean, it's lockdown. It makes sense. But they go Magnus. Whoa.
That's team fight. Like, I think that they needed some extra team fight. And this is gonna allow Faceless Void to like get some extra farm with Empower.
10 seconds remaining.
You also just gave Morphling another target to morph into. This is such a good Morphling game. There's one Chronosphere, maybe some RP lift, but I feel like other than that, if you survive through the Chronosphere, you're good to go. Because you have like Razor to turn into, Magnus, Faceless Void. All of these targets are insanely good, and Chalice will bang out some Venomancer. So
Sure.
I don't mind it. It's a hero that Faceless Void does struggle in the lane against. This overtime damage, constant harassment from him does cause a lot of issue for Faceless Void. So they think that Lu, if he's off to a good start and they cripple Ghost, that he's going to have a harder time. Sure, there's some comeback mechanic with the Empower, but the Magnuses, they don't want to be playing for their carry. Like, I think you might need to be slightly more greedy, because if you like follow them around, there's not going to be anything left for you to farm, and you will have to, you know, get the items on your own. Like, also want to see if this is going to be some Aura type of a build, because you're playing into Veno, Queen of Pain, a lot of magical damage, so maybe some kind of a pipe, or if you want to scale, go for that Echo Saber Blink type of a build. Yet to see.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're still seeing a couple of new things here in the Magnus coming into this game 4, as well as the Enchantress. Like, things keep evolving in this BO5, and they're trying to keep it alive here for the side of Xtreme Gaming. And like you said, they had the Queen of Pain ready to go. Once they showed that Magnus, they picked where they wanted it to be. You said it could be flex. They throw it over mid. I like this lineup from Azure Ray. I like the Morphling, and I kind of have them favored here in this 4th game.
Yeah, I agree. They wanted to see where Razor's going to go, so it's going to be XM, so Queen of Pain follows. In the end, Tian Ming will be playing position 5 Invoker, something that he did the other day, and it worked out really well for them. A lot of kill threat. Like, these are really strong laners that they have on their side. I want to see how many camps they're going to block for Enchantress, so DY like needs to be just staying in the lane. Maybe if he finds a Purge creep to remove Poison Sting, Venomous Gale, that could be big.
You're looking to go in Cold Snap, Venomous Gale, Blood Grenade to start this off to get a first blood. They're all nearby, and an Obs gets placed down and will spot Jinkyu, but he's also got an Obs of his own. They are not afraid to come through from the trees and FY immediately with the battery assault, but these heroes are a little bit far behind. Blood Grenade slows him up. They've got the Cold Snap from a distance. Venomous Gale hits as well. The right clicks are there. The Blood Grenade hits, but JT's got the deny, and they won't be giving up that first blood.
If they don't get the deny, that's a big difference. They're getting a first kill, but now FY used Blood Grenade. Blood Grenades did get nerfed in terms of how many you have early on, so you will not have as much kill presence in the lane until you get a second one.
Right. Oh. Blood Grenades offline. Used. And they are going to play 3 down here for a second, maybe still wanting that first blood. Or FY... Is he just taking the Twin Gate? Yes. Okay. So he'll be there with Chalice. It's not the worst idea in the world. Battery Assault, as well as Cogs, when you hit level 2 with the Venomous Gale. Like, that's certainly something that can give you first blood potential.
Absolutely. I could see first blood happening in this lane. Bottom lane for Azure Ray, not the strongest lane. Morphling, he needs like level 2, level 3, and he's also paired up with the Invoker. Tian Ming, because Quas has been changed, so it doesn't give you that extra HP region, so you need to bring extra tangos, starting with 6, and also your Morphling will be consuming a lot of them.
So, using that time walk early, at level 1, it's on a very long cooldown.
Ooh, both range creeps missed by Somnus. Still having more CS than Razor, starting with Blink level 1, so not having that extra damage to secure some of those range creeps.
And you said this Queen of Pain was going to go up against the Razor, make sure the static link just never really locks in. They do have Jinkyu to maybe come rotate eventually and have that telekinesis post blink to throw him back over. And if that blink stays on a level 1, a 12-second cooldown definitely, you know, if it's down that long, could give them enough time on Xtreme Gaming to get a kill if they find the rotation.
I could see that happen. Blink level 1, range not the greatest, also longer cooldown. And speaking of telekinesis, there it is, the combo.
Yeah. Meanwhile, DY is going to get a kill on the FY. They'll look over at Lu. They'll try to get this kill onto the Morphling. They already got first blood at the top lane, and they should be able to get this Morph as well, and they will. So, 2 kills already for Xtreme Gaming. That one going the way of JT, and he is always looking for a way where his lane can go a little bit better than it has in the past.
Not sure what happened top, because this was the first blood by Enchantress Faceless Void. Faceless Void doesn't have that much lane presence early on, kill threat, but I guess it was Enchantress.
Yeah, they just FY, the battery assault ran out. They enchanted him and sawed him up.
Let's see if Ghost can get a deny.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. No. Ooh, looked like it was there for him. Chalice gets that kill on a DY. Even with the Nature's Attendant, it's not enough to keep him alive. That could have been, making it a little bit difficult. See if Lu and Tiamin can come back. They've got Tornado Cold Snap combo. So, if you want to try and pull in Lu again, maybe it gets a little bit more difficult. Meanwhile, mid, Somnus starting to pull away a little bit. Just a touch, though. We've got Chalice, who's sitting top of the net worth. He had that 1 kill over on a DY. They're going to enchant up that Hellbear Smasher, and Gale on the Ghost. He still just has 1 level in that Time Walk, so it still is that long cooldown. If they were to maybe get a +1 on that, potentially, I would say maybe TMing coming through the Twin Gates.
Yeah, I could see them doing that. FY getting completely zoned out in this lane. Blood Grenade, Clap from Tomato Creep, already down to half HP. Making things very difficult for him. I mean, sure, they managed to get that 1 kill, but it also leaves Faceless Void in 1 versus 1 scenario against Chalice, who's going to start to put in more pressure onto Faceless Void. This chip harassment damage over time is very annoying for Faceless Void.
FY low on health, but surviving nonetheless. And Chalice, he's got that level 4, so he's got 2 in the Venomous Gale and the Poison Sting. And for the most part, he can really hold his own when it's this 1v1 matchup. Truthfully, he might be able to hold his own even with DY there. TMing, just getting this pull off over bottom. It's been quiet since that kill onto Lou. But with the creep equilibrium where it's at, it's no surprise. TP over mid. FY comes over, refills that bottle for Somnus, who is inching ever so close to that level 6. And he does have a little bit more experience than that Razor in the lane.
There's a big difference in the mid lane. Like all 3 cores from Azure Ray, top of the net worth, but XM's the one who's really struggling. He has less CS than Queen of Pain has denies.
Somnus still just pressuring with this Shadow Strike, the 3-1-1 build, no surprise. Another one, XM, Plasma Field. Somnus out of the tower, has to blink away. Oish, he almost played himself.
I see the play that he's trying to do. Maybe like keep him low and then wait until he gets level 6 and blast him off with the Sonic Wave. Because he's very close. He needs 2 CS to get that level 6 on a mid lane.
Dire's courier has been killed.
DY gonna lose that courier to teaming. And Somnus, he will...
Oh, he's gonna pick up haste.
We'll have that level 6, but he's gonna pick up the haste that's over bottom. So now you need to be really careful.
He's going in for the play.
He's got the level 6. Now he's got the sips on the bottle. There's the Sonic Wave coming through and getting the kill on XM, and that's a solo kill. Exactly what he was lining up to do. Fills up that bottle, and he's gonna refill it with that bounty rune. I thought maybe for a second he was eyeing towards top, but when you've got haste and you can fill up that bottle again, might as well get those sips and continue to farm for free over mid.
Yeah, for a second, you know, it got me confused because of the recent changes to Sonic Wave, because it now gradually deals damage. So I'm like, wait, what?
Ghost might be in trouble. Time dilation's there. FY now goes with the battery assault, and Ghost, he's got Time Walk, but right into the cogs. And now able to get away, but some distance is not enough. As the tornado lands, they've got the blood grenade, and FY gets the kill on a Ghost.
This also gives them Urn of Shadow Charge and TP to the mid lane.
They're TPing all mid lane.
I'm not sure if they're going to get anything out of it, because they did not want Chalice as well to TP to the mid lane. It would leave this lane completely empty, and what they want to do is kill off this tower, because right now, Faceless Void, he needs to be in the jungle. He can't come back to this lane. He might get killed again. With one rotation from Tian Ming or FY, I could see him dying again.
They might just get a kill here on XM one more time. Sonic Wave still on cooldown for 35 seconds, but they've got the cogs as well as the EMP. Now you've got no mana left. Static Link is there, though, on FY. Tornado lands on both these heroes. Plasma Field is out. Shadow Strike is in. They get the kill on XM. Now they look over at Jinkyu, but he's under the tier 2 tower, so he'll be safe. Somnus getting another kill under his belt. He's now 2-0 and sits top of the net worth.
6-minute run.
Faceless Void was hit with that ult, too. So Chalice is on the chase. He's got that early urn. The ult wears off, but Chalice, he's got Venomous Gale in 4 seconds, and the neutrals not going to be able to get that kill. So Chalice solo kills this Ghost Faceless Void.
That's why I said that
DY comes in.
Might not need to come top. They might get
XM?
another kill and TP out, but they have no TPs. XM, this is
Chalice
a good
gets
rotation.
another. Tornado in, Chalice on the run, trying to get away, but they've got the skewer, and they should get the kill on a Chalice. JT gets that one. I think XM would have liked to have that, but They kill him, kill him under the tier 1 tower, and Venno, though, he's very close to the Spirit Vessel.
That's going to be a lot of damage over time. Somnus, he wants the kill. There's a rocket, blood grenade. Jinkyu looks very dead.
FY is going to get credit for that.
Top tower is also extremely low.
JT's top of the net worth. They got the bottom tier 1 tower. They took it away from Lu. And it's the first time they've been able to kill this tier 1 tower in his lane early on in this series. Tornado comes and lands onto DY. They've got the cogs. They'll get this kill on the DY eventually. It's FY to get credit for that one once again. Ghost has Chrono, but he really doesn't want to use it.
Oh, Ghost is really having a bad time this game. Like, can't find any openings with the Chrono. Wants to join, maybe get a pick off, go back to farming. For now, it's just double Raid Band and Gloves of Haste. This is what Venomancer does
JT?
in the lane. JT, RP
He's got
is
RP,
available.
but Skewer, you use it, you've got a Clockwork. How much value is that? Time Dilation comes through. They do give a kill over to Ghost, so that is the value that you really wanted out of it, right?
Yeah. And looking at the build on JT, he did max out Empower, and he just used it on Ghost, so that's going to be some extra farm coming out from him. It's not just Faceless Void that was struggling, it's also XM. Like this, if you look at his items, it's like Bracer, Magic Wand, Boots. It looks very sad that there is Power Treads being delivered as we speak, so that's going to look slightly better.
Go over mid for Jinkyu again. A Scream of Pain. Somnus throwing the Sonic Wave out. Goso gonna time walk that. They get the kill on the Jinkyu. They put a perfectly placed Chronosphere down because it lands on the TMing as well. They'll take out Somnus. They've got the Skewer. They'll get a second. JT on a killing spree. A good turnaround there from Xtreme Gaming as they take out both Somnus and the 5.
Not a bad move. This is a first Chrono usage, so they get the full value out of it. If Chalice is there, like, these fights are completely different. He's so annoying with 3 points in Poison Sting, Spirit Vessel. It's just, can they find people? Both of them, like, both of the supports need level 6. Mostly Clockwork Invoker doesn't need it as much. On the other side, you have DY, who's level 5. Yan Mink, he's chasing Mrs. Tornado.
JT, no RP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they will just turn around. A lot of heroes here for the side of Azure Ray. Chao is farming up the jungle. He still sits top of the net worth. And with this Ghost Walk, TMing's just trying to get some vision. Maybe get an eye on something that they can jump for. Because they've got Chalice off to the side. Venomous Gale hits onto DY. They've got the Spirit Vessel. Nature's Attendants will only do so much, but the Blink as well as the Skewer, the Time Dilation used. TMing in trouble. And yeah, that is that Noxious Plague stolen and thrown back over to Chalice. He's got a lot of kills. He's going to be worth a lot of gold. The Adaptive Strike, the Waveform, looking for the RP, FY, and Lu. They're in trouble. They take out the Clockwork. They look over at the Morphling. He's going to try and pig pull his way to safety. Adaptive Strike thrown back from Jinkyu. They've got Waveform in 2 seconds, but the Blink as well as the Skewer. Can he get out? Waveform now, not going to get him up onto the high ground. Telekinesis slams him down, and they will get the double kill for XM and a kill onto the Morph.
I think Lu thought that it's going to get him on the high ground, but it didn't. And also, Somnus, they need his damage. Like, they need this pushback from the Sonic Wave. They need damage from Screen of Pain. Because if there's no Chrono, he doesn't need to be afraid of, like, most of these abilities. Even though he only has, like, 1 point in Blade Strike. They should get them the kill on Jinkyu, but let's see if they can find anything else. There's the
hook shot.
He just got.
Cogs are there. EMP is down. Spirit Vessel on him. Somnus with a double kill. Back and forth. It's 12 minutes into the game, and we've got 23 kills.
Very action-packed game. Like was it the second or the third game where we didn't have First Blood for like 7-8 minutes?
I think it was the second game.
JT, again, he feels like he needs to recover, even though he's in a relatively good spot, going for that Hand of Midas. Next, after finishing off Blink Dagger, so we'll have some extra teamfight presence with it, but also wants to get the farm off his own.
So, Ghost. He's looking for a Maelstrom. I believe he's picked up Midas as well, so Team Midas going on.
Double Midas against 0 Midases. on one side.
Oh, GT! No! Oh, God, Tiaming show the high five. And he'll swipe your ancient creep. Grab
And
himself
gets a
a
neutral
token.
item. Might even pick up their bounty rune. Sorry, XP rune.
Oh, Somnus! Ooh, his courier that had so much on it.
Oof, that's a full orchid, so not gonna have that for
Yeesh.
2 minutes. That's a big one, because you can still threaten the kills on like Razor, Magnus, Faceless Void. That's mostly for Faceless Void. Razor at least had some kind of a protection. He's gonna go into Manta style, had Illusion rune in the bottle. And they got
the Wisdom rune.
They got those XP runes. Hookshot stolen.
They're fighting in 2 spots. They go to the RP. This is all why the Enchantress is dying off screen. They'll now look to at least get something out of it, and they get Somnus. So JT gets the kill, and they get the deny on XM. They'll also finish off FY. So, you know, multiple denies here for JT, and 2 kills going the way of Xtreme Gaming, and one of those being Somnus. Did not have that Orchid and won't for another minute.
If he had Orchid there, I think it changes things a lot. First, like Rubik doesn't get the hook shot off, and he might get out of the trouble. It's always a thing with Queen of Pain. Like at these early levels, especially if you go for the greedier build, max out your Shadow Strike and Scream of Pain, it leaves you with low points and blink. And then you blink in, and like you'll need some kind of a follow-up from your team to back you up out of the trouble.
So Chalice is going for a Midas.
Yeah, he sees that this game might go super late game, so he's prepping for it.
Yeah. So have to see how the game goes in terms of like late game, knowing that these Midases are being built. Venomous Gale, EMP, run into that. They'll get the mana and the damage and the kill. FY swiping it with the with the rocket flare. Okay. Eventually, you're gonna get that shard on Tiaming, right? And that EMP is gonna be so obnoxious.
Last game he played this position 5 Invoker. He went for drums, upgraded later to Boots of Bearing.
Which is what he's doing right now, yeah.
And he also got a lot of farm in that game
Found him.
because it was a longer game.
Stolen hook shot.
Ags as well.
Stolen Ghost Swap too. So Skewer and the kill. Not moving even with Pigpole.
Dire's bottom tower
2K lead though, still sitting here for the side of Azure Ray. Lu, I'm still getting farm. Like, not one game have they slowed him down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Always manages to get the farm. It comes down to his team knowing how to play with 4. There's a big difference now that Somnus has this Orchid, double damage, and he also has enough gold to buy full Witchblade. So basically, he's going to complete 2 massive items in 2 minutes.
So he's got double damage. Let's see how this exchange goes. Ags being built next here for the Venomancer.
They got scouted. He used Hand of Midas, and there was also a curse, but he's still going to die to it.
Not going to matter.
It was
JT still dead.
Who pinged it out. He's like, there's someone there.
Tornado the wrong direction. They have the dust on a Jinkyu. He still dusted up. They've got the cold snap. They're going to get the Shadow Strike on him. So with the EMP, Noxious Plague used and the kill there onto that Rubik.
Tianming is doing so much. Involved in 13 out of 17 kills as a position 5 Invoker. Pretty impressive.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh.
Dire's top tower is
Sonic Wave with the Orchid and the burn. They got Ghost. Somnus. Just one.
Basically a solo kill. FY, again, try to KS with the rocket. Not effective this
I
time.
love it. And they're trying to move over here. And they've also got the Ghost Walk again. There's a smoke used by Xtreme Gaming, and they do have RP, but they don't have the Void, and do you want to be making a move without him? FY, is he the kill you really want to get? They'll steal the Rocket Flare, they've got the Vision, and they'll skewer him back towards XM. Telekinesis up into the air, here's the waveform, and now the hook shot right before he ends up dying, so that's going to give him the availability to get the kill into XM. Now they look over at JT, and Diamond Strike to get a kill there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, that's all off a last-second hook shot. Because they're going to get DY too, and it's a double kill for Lu. 3 heroes down to the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Tianming, he's still chasing. There's the Orchid again.
Orchid on him. Somnus is going to get this kill. Or Tiaming's going to get the kill.
Support.
They keep sniping it.
They want to have supports scaling in this game. Like, there's a big difference between 2 position 5s in this game. Tianming again, making a move, TPing top immediately, setting things up with the Ghost Walk. Whenever you say like, oh, he's they have Ghost Walk, I think Faceless Void is like running down.
Time walking.
Yeah, the lane, using the Time Walk, trying to set things up with the Chronosphere. 7k gold lead already for Azure Ray. They're all over the place.
Kills.
As soon as they picked up this Orchid, picked up when the career respawned, so it was dead for 2 minutes, you can see that they started to play much more aggressive.
Tiaming. They placed this ward down in the Mighty Mines. And he has just been his shadow. In honor of Wings Gaming, he is just shadowing him. They're gonna find one. DY again. EMP, Spirit Vessel, Venomous Gale, Chalice. Always having charges ready to go on that vessel, and they get another kill, and that will be a 3rd charge now put back on it. FY 5, 6, and 13. He is involved in 18 of the 23, and 17 of the 23 there for Tiaming.
Supports are making the difference in this game.
Definitely.
JNQ stole Plague Wards.
Hook shot.
Hook shot.
Yeah, hook shot connects. Jinkyu in trouble. Spirit Vessel with the Venomous Gale combo. And they get another kill. FY swiping it once more. Kills for cores? I don't know what that means. Sunstrike off the mark, but the adaptive strike. Now the TP attempt. And XM is gone. Tornado. Onto nothing. Nobody was hurt.
Yeah, slightly off the mark, but they're constantly running at them. I like that they're not giving them opportunity to farm their items. XM, he does have Manta style, but both Magnus and Faceless Void, they have nothing to protect themselves against this Spirit Vessel, against Orchid, from Queen of Pain. And Queen of Pain's going for Scotty as the next item. I'm not sure if he's going to commit to it. Like, Scotty as the 3rd item on Queen of Pain probably hasn't been done in competitive Dota in the last couple of years.
I was thinking, is there going to be an Ags we see from Somnus? There's that Boots of Bearing
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
for Tiaming. Going into the Solar Crest next. FY. What's he got flying out to him? Yules.
That should help.
So we've talked about it. Net worth has not been safe in any of these games, but a 10,000 net worth lead here for Azure Ray. Will it stick this time? As they're trying to close up this series and book their ticket to TI. JT is ready with a blink as well as an RP. That'll land. Can they get the kill onto the Morphling? But the hookshot comes in. Lou's going to be able to start shifting. He'll survive. Cogs are down. Noxious Plague. That's going to be thrown on XM. And XM, he'll pop the Manta. Yule's up into the air. Lou time walking forward. They get the kill into Jinkyu. They use the Sonic Wave. They get the kill into Ghost. They'll look over at XM again with the Tornado. And they've got the control. They'll get the kill. The TP out is just in time there for JT. But DY's not going to be so fortunate. 4 kills, losing nothing for the side of Azure Ray. They'll extend the lead even further. And they are just getting everything going their way.
And FY, what a player. He lands a hook shot there onto like 2 targets, gets the cogs off, uses Blade Mail, they focus him down, reflect some of that damage, then uses Yule Scepter and lives in the end. He's also with this Yule Scepter prepping for the later stages of the game, even if it comes down to that, because they don't have any kind of save during the Chronosphere. So eventually, if the game lasts for another 20-25 minutes, he will upgrade it to Wind Waker and have something for it. And now this Roche belongs to Azure Ray. Let's see who picks it up. It's going to be Lou. There's that replay. Look at the angle, because he didn't get the shift off, and then he lands it instantly onto Ghost. So no Chronosphere follow-up, and the plague spreads onto multiple people. Ghost was thinking about maybe using the Chronosphere and the beautiful pushback onto 3 with the Sonic Wave. This fight's completely over. Like, support's just making a hell of a difference in this one.
It's the support impact, for sure, that's the difference maker on this one. And Scotty picked up for Somnus. He's also looking next at a Silver Edge. They're going to get another kill onto DY, who is 2-11-5.
Double Scotty timing. Never thought I'm going to see that Because there's one going to be finished on Lu.
Yeah.
Just needs to use the courier.
Is under attack.
They're all over the place. Just constantly running at them. JT trying to find something. Lotus Orb to dispel some of the things from Venomancer, Cold Snap, Orchid.
He's about to have enough gold for that Ags, too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
RP. Gale is used, and they'll put Chalice right there for them to get a kill. He also steals Venomous Gale on Jinku, so XM getting some gold, but FY, no fear. No fear at all. Blade Mail used, and they've got the cogs around on JT. Cold Snap from TMing, and they're going to get it themselves a return kill. FY involved again.
Every single
Making it
time
happen.
Xtreme Gaming does something, Azure Ray gets something from it back.
Orchid,
Oof.
Scream, and the damage. Sonic Wave. Oh, Ghost just surviving. He's in deny range, but the Scream of Pain is there for Somnus. They got another kill on him. He's dead for 50 seconds.
Somnus wants to be the damage dealer. Look at that attack speed from Scotty, having Orchid, Witchblade, Alacrity on top of him.
Middle tower
Wants to be able to scale, wants to be that another carry, not just put all eggs in one basket. Lu will solo take the tower in the mid lane.
His middle tower has fallen.
He's got that Scotty, so double Scotty timing. AC next for Somnus. His gold. I mean, he's got more gold than Lu.
And also a big item on Veno that we didn't talk about. That's Poison Nova, Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
And he's going for the latent toxicity with the shard in just a couple. He'll have that in a second. Bottom lane, XM. Somnus spots him. Sunstrike, hook shot. There it is. Combo. Sunstrike not needed. It missed. But Lu putting in the carry damage. Just one adaptive strike. Carry contribution's always there.
It's a
Look at the vision they have on Azure Ray.
Yeah, they just planted really deep vision, and every single time someone shows on that vision, that's also going to get devorded probably on the high ground. Tian Ming, he's chasing them.
Ooh, Ob Sentry combo. That sees him.
Under attack.
Trying to hold on as Tian Ming's going to pause. A
God.
little bit of lag. What? Sure. Chalice is laughing. Like, he's got
He
this
typed
huge
that
smile on his face.
really fast.
Yeah, that's insane.
Professional e-gamer, by the way. They're really good at using keyboard.
Chalice now, serious face on. I don't know what was said. I would translate with my phone, but I don't have one at the moment. Always trying to see. Okay, ready. Oh, you know what? That helps. I understand that. 17,000 net worth lead, and the pressure's still on. Oh, Dust not hitting. Also no longer in this qualifier.
Has been killed.
They lost all their tier 2 towers, so now they can start sieging tier 3s as well. Minute left on Aegis. The thing about a lineup now, when you're in with this kind of deficit, you misuse your chrono or RP, you might just lose the game off of that. Lose one side, they start munching on the other, you go in, you die. Because they're not relying on cooldowns. Sure, you have like Noxious Plague, Sonic Wave, but other than that, cooldowns are relatively short. Nice.
Oh, great. Yules.
Yules as well.
Perfect. Telekinesis, but the hook shots there. They go to the Sonic Wave. That's going to land on a bunch of these heroes. Ghost and gets the Chrono, but the Sunstrike landing. Ghost in trouble. He has to run. Oh, my God. They landed the Sunstrike. They get the kill in halfway. They're going to place down their own cogs, but the Tornado lands on both DY and Jinku. Somnus is in off from the side. Shadow Strike stolen from Jinku. Not sure it's going to matter, though. They've got the screen. They have the damage. They'll get the kill, and this is looking like the last dance. Skewer back, morphing into this Magnus. Lu gets a kill on a DY, and 3 heroes dead on the side of Xtreme Gaming.
They were so ready for that play. They knew exactly what he wants to do. Like both of them so quick with the fingers on Magnus, who tries to go for the skewer back, gets silenced, gets Yules after. So even after he lands from that Yules, he's still silenced and they focus him down. And that's what we just mentioned. Like you used your big tool. There's not going to be Chronosphere for another 100 seconds. You still have RP at least. There's no... Let's see if they can get the Ravage off. By Ravage, I mean RP. It's a big one.
RP, but what else is there? They steal the Tornado. I don't think it's going to matter. It was a big RP, but all for naught. Ghost is going to try and get out of this one with the Time Walk away. They've got the BKB being popped by XM. The Sunstrike! Oh, just missing the mark. It's not going to land on the faceless Floyd. He's still running away. Somnus going in. Lou right-clicks on him. DY's got the Spirit Vessel. They're starting to do some damage here on the side of Xtreme Gaming, but Azure Ray, they're able to just disengage for free. They don't lose anything anyway.
Oh, imagine if they had Chrono there. Him hitting with Maelstrom, Empower, that could have been a disaster. It's just that they were unable to pull off that combo, so they had to use these abilities separately. JT picking up Wisdom Rune.
And it's, oh boy, not again. They have found JT. He doesn't have buyback. Lou is godlike in a game like this where he needs to be perfect. He's been what they needed. Yule's up into the air on an FY. They've got the static link going for a long time. Ghost is going to come back into the fight. He's got himself no Chrono, though. And they'll move in for more.
Look at that
Blue,
damage.
right-clicking down XM. They've got the buyback available on both JT as well as XM. They're going to go after DY. As the Somnus Queen of Pain cannot be stopped at the moment. There's the dust, there's the kill. And all three of these heroes have buyback. They're going to be forced to use them, of course.
They have one more fight left in the tank. Azure Ray.
Ghost. Time dilation. Oh,
no Chrono for 4 seconds.
Orchid. Manta. Ghost. Gone. He doesn't have buyback.
Even if he lands a Chrono there, I don't think they have enough damage to kill anyone.
They're going after DY one more time. They'll keep it going. Azure Ray just slamming the hammer down in game number 4, and they'll call GG on Xtreme Gaming. They formed May 9th. They've made it to TI. They take the series 3-1 over Xtreme Gaming. Azure Ray will be joining the rest at the International.
Yeah, well deserved. This team, like ever since they formed, there has been a lot of focus on the team for a good reason. You have these legends on the team, FY, Somnus, Chalice playing together, and like completely different story than when they were on Elephant. They're making it, and they're making it big, going to TI. And I feel like, you know, with the way they're playing right now, chances of them going really deep into the tournament, that looks very realistic.
Yeah, I've a team that has really just been on the up and up since they formed in May. They look super crisp in this one. They have, like, in this series alone, it just looks like they had everything available to them to keep the game open for Lou. And he has shown that, you know, with the right players around him, he's an amazing carry. And they in a qualifier in which many people thought Azure Ray was the third best team, they're the ones who qualify anyway. These fights are perfect.
Because Aster just like dropped down, and Xtreme Gaming, Azure Ray, they look like the two of the best teams throughout these TI qualifiers, and Azure Ray just, you know, getting the dub, and I feel like they outdrafted them multiple times in this series.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, they gave up TB multiple times, which was kind of surprising with the way that Lou played it. Even though they beat it in game number 2, it still felt like, you know, Lou with this hero is a winning recipe 95% of the times. So it looks so good from Azure Ray. So Xtreme Gaming, I mean, they tried hard, but couldn't stop the immense pressure that Azure Ray put on them, not only in this game, but in this series. Also
them like being super flexible with the heroes that they're picking. So putting this Queen of Pain who can go to any lane, same goes for Invoker, even Clockwork, makes things very difficult for opponent to draft against them. At this point, like the game was already over. They needed to execute perfectly. It was a really nice RP in the previous fight, but no real follow-up. And like some of these big team fight ultis is, especially Faceless Void, is relatively easy to counter, where you're just like, oh, we're having so much advantage. Even if he lands a Chrono, we can buy back, come into a fight, secure Roche, go from there. but they were the ones controlling the whole map pretty much and putting that extra pressure. Big difference coming out from both of the supports, Tianming and FY. Godlike performances. And speaking of godlike, Somnus was godlike, Lu was beyond godlike.
Yeah, both your 1 and 2s having perfect games like that, and it comes off the back of the supports, right? Like, we talked about how they were involved, and look at these numbers for both FY and Tianming. They're involved in, 33 kills for FY and 33 kills for Tianming. They were involved in everything. They were moving around. The second they went up top, it was destructive from them and precise. Like, it was just an obliteration from their end. It was really insane.
It's pretty nuts because they moved together. And also, Somnus, like, his game was kind of ruined for 2 minutes until he picked up that Orchid. That components did die on the courier, and after that, they completely dismantled them. Again, leaving Lu in a situation where he can farm, and then Lu, like, going for a solo kill on XM, and after that, joining with the rest of the team. It's kind of hard to keep up with the pace that Azure Ray brought in this 4th game.
Yeah, the pace was brought the entire time, and it just feels like they did so well. It's hard to choose an MVP, but I want to give it to Tianming. I think he was an amazing 5-position invoker.
It really is hard to choose, but I don't think if you chose anyone from this game that you would be wrong. But Tianming, what a extremely good performance from him, using that Ghost Walk, moving around the map, providing vision for FY to use Rocket or Chalice to set things up, giving him enough time. Somnus blinks in with the Orchid, itemizing, same as he did in the first game that he's shown in the TI qualifiers on this position 5 invoker, going for Boots of Bearing, Solar Crest, providing all the attack speed in the world for the rest of the team, getting all those buffs, securing Roshan for the team as well. Just a really, really good performance. We did talk about Tianming when this whole series started, how he's in like top 20 in China, playing position 5. That's very rare. Like on any leaderboard in any region, it's almost impossible to do it as a position 5.
Yeah, it's been an interesting road for him. Tianming, he comes in, plays for YBB, they get upgraded to Division 1, then Azure Ray is made, and they get 4th place. Like, he had taken some time off, and he had some, after he was out of eHome, like, he wasn't really doing much in terms of being in the Division 1, Tier 1 scene, so he's back on it, proving how good he was. He was a 4 position back in the day, but he is a amazing 5, and he looks really good with FY in a support duo. So let's one more time before we say goodbye a little bit later. But let's take a look at the bracket one more time and see the pathway here, because Azure Ray just straight up through the upper bracket. They beat Team Bright, they dominate IG, and they beat Xtreme Gaming twice. Both series winning 5-2 overall. Yeah, not one of those stories where they drop down and make a lower bracket run. This reminds me pretty much of Gaming Gladiators, how they played throughout the whole DPC season. They're just like upper bracket kings, and they never drop down. For a good reason, because they're very consistent how they're playing right now. Azure Ray, what a team. Yeah, looking really good, and it's crazy that their pathway ends up like this. They go through IG, they don't have to play Aster, and yeah, they're the first team to qualify out of the regionals, and they're going to join Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, Tundra, 9 Pandas, all these teams on your screen right now, and they look good. They look like a contender, and I think they've been growing since their formation. Yeah, also TI is a completely different beast. There's a lot of nerves on the line. You have these players that have a lot of experience, a lot of TI under their belt. So I'm not too worried about the team. Like, anything can happen there, but looking at how strong they are right now, they could definitely be the ones, going really deep into TI. It's hard to predict, but I can see like teams that are already qualified to TI that they can also compete to them at the highest level. Yeah, so Lou, last chance qualifiers comes up short with the side of Xtreme Gaming, and now this time he gets to beat Xtreme Gaming to book his ticket to TI. Like, there's not a last chance qualifier. Like, this is it. They're in. It's going to be, a lot of pressure on him, but he's got a lot of veterans who have been there so many times before to talk him through, like, how to handle it, right? Like, mentally.
Pretty much, like you need someone that has a lot of experience to just, calm you down when things are not going correctly. For him, it's going to be a new environment, but yeah, I'm not too worried.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting team here. I don't know. I'm excited for Azure Ray. I think that when you're able to form a team like this and find such early success, and it wasn't like, first place from the beginning like Elephant and then a drop down. It's kind of the opposite of that. They were middle of the pack in the Chinese Div 1, and they've kind of grown a little bit since then. They go into the Bali Major knowing that they can't qualify for TI, even if they get a victory in Bali, but they use that as growth. They came into this qualifier and they absolutely steamrolled through the upper bracket portion of this qualifier, right?
Absolutely. And these players are always fun to watch. Watching Somnus, watching FY, Chalice, just like the way they play Dota, for a good reason, they were like one of the China's finest for a really long time.
Yeah, for sure. And you've got guys who are, LGD veterans who, Chalice as well as FY, like these guys are no joke. And I think Azure Ray, we already said it, like they're going to be competitors. This is going to be a good team come time for TI. And it will be exciting to see what comes, from this team when we get to group stage or when we get to the playoffs. It's a lot to take in. I'd, really love to see. I really wish I could be a fly in the room right now to see how the reaction is from everybody, because it's not only the veteranship coming from the players, but they also have Lanham at the helm. Like that, to me, seems very important and a very big part of where their success comes from, as told by the drafting that they did in this grand final.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Lanham, for a good reason, beast of a player. Whenever he stood in, he still has it, and you need to have it if you're a coach. Like, you need to be at the highest level. But some of the drafts, as you said, were really on point. I think coming into this series, there was a lot of preparation, and it shows.
Yeah. So I'm going to put pressure on you. You have to guess, where do they finish a TI this early on? You have to make a decision right now.
I mean, TI is stacked as hell. Like, we saw dominance coming out from Western Europe. The question is, can maybe Azure Ray stop them? PSG, LGD, they look shaky at the times. That there's also this whole year of Gaming Gladiators against Team Liquid, and then coming into Riyadh Masters, Team Spirit taking the whole thing. So the competition is going to be really hard. Like, the exact number where they're going to land, I would say that they have really good chances of getting into top 6.
Yeah, it would be an interesting road. So it's definitely going to be a long, there's such a long layoff in between now and TI to figure out other things of this patch. Like, we're kind of very early days into this patch as well, and things that were being thrown out there were this offlane silencer, was this 5-position invoker, but there's still so much potential in this patch that we haven't even seen yet. And it's going to be interesting. Again, with Lanham at the helm, I'm wondering how weird these drafts are going to get. Like, what we're going to see not only from them, but all the teams that they're going to be facing come time for Azure Ray to take on what seems to be the Western Europe TI, because there's so many Western Europe teams.
Pretty much. I mean, this whole, you can see just by looking at the drafts that we had, that a lot of these teams have different mentality how to come into the draft. That there are 5-10 good heroes that seem super strong compared to the others, but there's a lot of theory crafting and everything else going on, different reasoning, and people thinking, oh, we're gonna try this for a good reason, and that's what makes Dota such a beautiful game.
Yeah, every game is different. Every game looking pretty exciting. I believe we have an interview coming our way, and I think that we don't have it yet. We're trying to figure it out, but all right. I'm getting words. It's we're skipping the interview as you know, it's all celebration here from Azure Ray. We're going to be actually throwing it to the break, and we'll see you guys next time as the qualifiers continue here on PGL. So we'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.